Good morning to our cricket fans around the world, and we welcome you to the Queen's Park Oval. For this important match, we're going to have the toss for the CCC team and the Jamaica Scorpions. So, John Campbell, the captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, and Shama Brooks, the captain of the CCC team. So, John will be spinning the coin here this morning. Heads the call. So the Jamaica Scorpions have won the toss. So John, what are you going to do this morning?
We're going to have a bat first. Pitch looks pretty decent.
Yes. So John, what do you think about the conditions so far in Trinidad? How is it for cricket? How is it for batsmen?
I think as the tournament goes on, it's getting a little bit more difficult for batsmen. The wickets are getting a lot slow and starting to spin a lot more as well. But I think having said that, I think it's decent enough to get runs as batsmen if we apply ourselves.
Certainly. Any changes to your 11 today?
Yeah, one change. Shields is out and Redwood is back in.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. All the best. Nice. So Shama, you're going to be bowling. What do you think about it, the decision?
For me, looking at it was a tricky decision. I think it was a good toss to lose. Looking at the games that played here before, guys who bat first got some good scores. And I mean, a lot of guys are struggling with the heat and that kind of stuff, especially with the weather around as well. So I don't think it's a bad decision to bowl first. I guess we just need to make opportunity, a little moisture in it, and get some early inroads.
Nice. What do you think about the tournament so far? I know you're a very experienced guy in this regional level. You played for West Indies. How is it for the guys in the CCC team playing in Trinidad?
Yeah, I think it's been good thus far. We've played a couple of games at the spec, and we've got an actual variety in terms of how the pitches have played up there. Some of the pitches have been spinning, some have been decent. So, and I mean, our cricket at the moment, we've been struggling with spin, so I don't mind the pitches spinning a bit, but not too much, because it's not good for 50-over cricket. But so far, things have been good.
Certainly. Any changes to your 11 today?
No, the same side.
Okay, all the best, Shama.
Thank you.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it here for the toss. The Jamaica Scorpions have won the toss and they have decided to bat first.
Well, welcome here to the Queen's Park Oval. As we already heard, the toss has been taken and the two captains having their say on the pitch and the conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Jamaica, having won the toss, have elected to take first strike. Not surprising, but interestingly enough, Shama Brooks saying it's a good toss to lose. I'm looking at the pitch. It looks a belter. I think it's gonna be slow. The ball is not going to really, and that's the oval pitch. It's not going to race onto the bat, but it looks a good pitch for batting. And I would think Jamaica, if they get a good start, they should be looking somewhere in the vicinity of maybe 230, 240. Because I don't think this pitch will hold any terrors for the batsmen. Well, I'm Colin Murray, and good morning to you, wherever you may be picking up this broadcast. Alongside me, Adrian Barrett, the former West Indies opener. Adrian, interesting from Shama Brooks, I thought, seeing that this is a good toss to lose. Because having won the toss, I think Jamaica have made the right decision.
Yeah, definitely. In the scheme of things, with regards to the pitch, it's a good toss to win in terms of batting first, as the Jamaica would have done here. But there's always that consideration with Duckworth Lewis in the back end of the game. If for some reason the trend is rain is falling after lunch, and that would be in the back of Shama's mind, because for some reason we of the fact that with Duckworth Lewis, it tends to benefit the team batting second, because you're sort of aware of where you need to be at what time when you're chasing. So that would have been probably why Shama decided that, because let them make the decision, and how it turns out, it turns out.
Yeah, well, the openers are already in the middle. The CCC players, they're just getting themselves ready as it looks to be, Mikel Govaya is going to open the bowling, the off spinner from the Brown Lara Pavilion end, and is going to be bowling to the left-handed Campbell. Of course, with him is, it looks to be Carlos Brown with Campbell, and they've been opening more or less throughout this series. Campbell got to a half century the last time he played here at the Oval and then gave his wicket away. But here's the first ball. A bit short, he got away with that. Yeah, Campbell got a half century here last time he played at the Oval, and very soft dismissal from Sami Pumal.
Oh,
Well,
and he's bowled him.
well. Where did that pass? Because Mikel Govaya, with his second delivery of the morning, Campbell seemed to be had it covered. He was on the front foot. And maybe commentators curse. We're talking about him getting a half century. Let's have a look.
Yeah, that one there, angling in with the angle of the delivery and also spinning. And so Govaya there really getting the breakthrough here for the CCC team. They would be really happy with that. That's the captain there going, John Campbell, their experienced opening batsman. So the Jamaica now none for one.
Yep. And after just 2 deliveries, and unbelievable, because he seemed to have it all covered. And I was shocked when I saw the stumps being broken. And maybe a little bit carelessness on the part of Campbell, Adrian?
Yeah, so it's interesting. The off-break bowler is bowling round the wicket to him, and using that angle. And there's always always that doubt that it may spin. But we see nowadays the spinners now are actually using the new ball. They're actually swinging the ball into him, and we saw that ball swinging through the air and actually going between his bat and pad. So I think Campbell could have been a bit more solid there. Probably reaching out more, being a little more convincing, but he was outdone in the end.
Yeah, I think he was looking to push that ball through the cover region, and rather than just settling down and saying, listen, let me just have a look at Govaya, let me play Govaya on merit, a couple of deliveries and see what he was doing. But here's the new batsman, Kirk McKenzie. He's a guy I have a lot of time for, Kirk McKenzie, but he gets into the 20s and 30s with some super shots and then just doesn't carry on.
Yeah, he had a 90 in the tournament so far, and so he has a bit of form.
Yeah, but even at when he gets into international level, he plays some super shots, and by the time you look around, he's at 40, and then he gets out. He just needs to understand and build an innings.
Oh, and that looks good, but not out, says the umpire.
Mikel Govaya thought he had got another one, but Mackenzie playing the sweep shot. You have to see where he tried to line it up from. And
missing
Yeah.
off stump.
yeah,
Ooh, so
another
some
good
turn-
delivery. Yeah.
some turn already here this morning. So that's the end of the over. No run off of it. 1 wicket down.
Excellent over from Mikel Govaya, a maiden wicket, picking up the very important wicket of John Campbell, which is, when you look at the Jamaican lineup, Campbell, Mackenzie, and Blackwood, they are the solid guys in the middle, and you expect runs to come from the 3 of them. Of course, you have the backup in Carlos Brown and Royal and these guys to chip in. But really and truly, you expect Campbell, Blackwood, and Mackenzie to do the bulk of the scoring.
Yeah, certainly so. They have their top order batsmen, really experienced. John Campbell, he's gone. So Kirk McKenzie now really have the bulk of the work to do. He has some form. He got a 90 odd. So he will be looking to bat through this innings. But this critical first hour here at the Oval, will be a bit of moisture. There's no doubt about it for the first half an hour. And we see that ball gripping there by Govaya. So it's an interesting period here for the Jamaican batsmen. They know if they get through this first half an hour, it will get much easier.
Yeah, they should try and get through this first half an hour. But let's see, the man picking up the attack now is Akeem Jordan. Tends to move the ball around. Now, Interestingly enough, with the little bit of moisture in the pitch, are you a little bit surprised that he gave the first over to Mikel Govar? We'll talk on that after this delivery from Jordan.
So I'll play there right away.
Yeah, are you a little surprised because there is that little bit of moisture? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. You're going to have that early morning moisture. Now the sun is out in all its glory, so there is going to be a drying off period. But you would have thought that maybe the first half an hour, a little bit of moisture, which may very well assist the fast bowlers, or I should say the faster bowlers, because Jordan is not a tearaway fast bowler. He's just about medium fast.
Yeah, and as you made that point, so we have seen, I would believe, 90% of the tournament so far that they opened with spin bowling, and it's sort of the trend now in limited overs cricket around the world. We're seeing it here also being implemented at the regional level, and it tends to really throw off opening batsmen. Me being an opener myself, it's not always easy getting a rhythm off of spin bowling,
Yeah.
especially when you're looking to get pace on the ball to make good connection.
Well, this could be trouble. Well, he couldn't turn and throw it in on striker's end. But you could see Brown was looking for the single. And Mackenzie, in fairness to him, he was backing up. Never said no. And Brown was the one who said, hey, hold on. Let's rethink this. And Mackenzie had to suddenly stop and go back to the safety of his crease. But a little bit of pressure now being put on these two batters, especially Brown. Look, he's only faced 2 deliveries. No need for him to worry at the moment. When you think about it, they haven't been able to score from the 8 deliveries bowled thus far. Again, the thing with Hakeem Jordan, what I like about him is he's got a good line, he's got a good length. Tends to drift that ball away from the right-hander, and the odd one he brings back. But since I've been looking at Hakeem Jordan, I like his line. I like his line. I like his length. And he's the type of medium pacer that is just niggling at you.
Yeah, definitely. He has a bit of movement both ways. And that one's pitched up and it's driven, and it will be 4 runs to Carlos Brown. So a great shot by him there. We really saw Hakeem Jordan pitching up, looking for that outside edge, but paying the price for it.
Yeah, half volley basically. And you could see him pitching up. And Brown had a little bit of width as well outside the line of the off stump. He was driving sweetly through the offside. I would give him the world of confidence, Brown. So he, again, when he played here against the Ghana Amazon Warriors, he only got to 2 before he was bowled by Ned in that game. So he's already doubled his score with that boundary, and we see they're now strengthening the offside field. They've taken the man out from mid-wicket, put him at short extra cover, and the extra cover has gone over to a squarish cover. So 4 men on the offside, saving a single. Oh, that's a good ball. Beauty. Pitched. Made some height as well and had the movement. And
So that's the end of the over. 4 for 1. And he definitely here pulling back to his length after that half volley. So a better line and length from him. I thought that delivery before was really a genuine half volley. It was too full, but he paid the price for it, and it's 4 runs to the Jamaica Scorpions.
well, you look at Hakeem Jordan, and he's looking for the little bit of movement, so he tends to pitch it up. But if he doesn't get it right, it tends to be a half volley, and he pays the price.
Govaya continuing from the Jury Kuru end, and he would be bowling here to Mackenzie, who has a deep backward square on the boundary and a long off, sorry.
Yeah, those are the 2 players out at the moment, at deep backward square, and then the man at long off. So everybody else on the offside saving a single, and that's from a slip going right up to a short extra cover.
Oh,
That's a lovely delivery, spinning away from Mackenzie.
so good signs here for Govaya. Not so much of a good sign for the Jamaica batsman. This big spin.
He's going to get a run because it runs off the outer part of the bat and goes to where a short third man would be. And Powell, who is at a backward point, has to run around to his to his right. So they pick up a single. So Mackenzie is off the mark. Has had some issues with Govaya. It's a loud appeal for an LBW, but missing the off stump. But outside of that, he's struggled a little bit with that ball turning away from him.
Yeah, definitely the left-hand batsmen, usually they don't favor that off-spinner to them. It's spinning away. So a good ploy here. I believe that this would have been a specific tactic to have the off-spinner bowling to John Campbell. And they really got that breakthrough there. So he's bowling out to the right-hander who has a sort of a deep mid-wicket, but more square leg, closer to the square leg boundary, and a long one. Oh, and he pads that one, but seems to be way outside the off stump.
Yeah,
so
I think he was safe.
happens. So a shot like that in a long time in the shorter version of the game. And that's
Runs for him, yeah.
And it has some good legs on it, and it will be 4 runs. So 4 runs to Brown. That spin there. Now it's different now for the right hand, and now it plays in his favor. So Govaya now will need to adjust his line. Maybe, take some spin off of it, or maybe adjust his line, try to bowl a bit fuller and more outside off stump. So really try to bring that drive into play and maybe open up the gap between bat and pad.
Yes, so the Govaya just making. Well, let's see. Is it? I'm seeing is the physio running onto the field?
Yeah, Powell there is, can't see him from this. Yeah, look, we're seeing him here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's sitting on he's off the field, sitting in that Cyril Duper stand at the bottom of it.
Yeah, doesn't look too good.
Yeah.
He's really.
He's holding the back of his hamstring, isn't he?
Yeah, doesn't look too good. So just scored a century not too long ago, so he has some mileage now on those legs. So we're seeing it with these hot conditions here. He's not the youngest anymore, Kieran Powell. He's about 35, 36, so he's been around for a while now.
He has been.
So,
well, let's hope he's all right and is able to continue from a CCC perspective.
Kamil Puran is on for Powell.
Yep.
Trinidadian, representing the combined campuses team.
So the two umpires having a word. I'm not too sure what that is about, but they're going back to their respective positions now. As Govaya is going to continue. Govaya in his second over, 1 for 5. As Brown on strike, he's on 8.
A better line there from him. So not too much of a good sign for the CCC team. Their main batsman, Kieran Powell, one of their main batsmen there. So that's the end of the over. And the score is 9 for 1 after 3.
It's 9 for 1 after 3, but the one man out is certainly not the man they would have wanted back in the pavilion, John Campbell. Yeah, and doesn't look good for Powell. He's out of picture at the moment, but he's walking very, very gingerly, holding the back of his right leg as he's making his way around the field. He's in front of Trini Posse stand now and making his way around, but it doesn't look good.
Yeah, not a good sign for him at all. So we really hope we hope that he's able to.
There he is.
Yeah, see him sort
And
of
yeah,
walking
he's
very slowly.
Yeah, very gingerly as well, isn't he? I wouldn't like to say he's hobbling, but
Yeah.
but he's certainly not walking very brisk. You know, and you could see him very, head down a little bit. He's very, very concerned. What a pity.
Jordan continues from the media center end. Takes the outside edge. but drops safely there to the first slip fieldsman. So
Here's Jordan. Delivery.
swinging that one.
Yeah. Pitching and moving away from the left-hander. Mackenzie. He's on 1 at the moment. From 8 deliveries.
That's it on the tie pad there. So interesting bounce there so far. He looks when he pitches the ball back, it seems to grip a bit, hold a bit on the pitch. So as we mentioned, that first half hour here of play would be a crucial period of time for the Jamaica Scorpions. So we have seen it many times where a team lose 2-3 wickets in the power play and then things get so easy for the batsmen in the middle. So the openers have their job to do to see out this new ball and bat out the moisture here in the pitch.
You don't want to go down that line. Second, the one before, he was pitching somewhere just outside the line of leg stump, hit the pad. And this one, he's carrying it up to the left-hander. But Jordan not finding the right line, rolling that outside the line of the leg stump. And you have to think that it's an error on his part because he's normally pretty good in terms of his line and his length.
Yeah, and that's very important to Kirk Mackenzie because he's very good driver through the covers, and that could also go in the favor of the fielding team. And that's a better line and length there. So, very strong offside field. More those fieldsmen there in the cover and backward point region, very in a catching position. So they're not really hovering on that 30-yard line. They're looking to take that catch.
And then of course he's got the man at slip in case he goes for the drive and gets the outside edge. That's the kind of line, because he's moving the ball across the left-hander with a slip. Then he's got a third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. So the field on the offside is well protected.
Yeah.
It's a little too wide, but gets away with it because it started to swing after it passed Mackenzie. So he is getting some movement, Jordan. I think he just needs to tighten up his line.
Yeah, and bowling to this left-hander here, the wind is coming across the ground from east to west, and it's going across the right hand. And not a big, it's actually seeing some sort of breeze coming through, so you'd be looking to really extract that wind factor here.
Here's a delivery that I think it came off pad. Not sure he got any bat onto it. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Yeah, he did. Nope, he didn't get bat onto it, so it's leg byes. So just the single. Is that one? A little bit more bounce again from Jordan. And Jamaica Scorpions 11 for 1 at the moment. And these two looking to consolidate after that early loss of Campbell in the second delivery. You would want these two to maybe bat on. But not only just bat on, Adrian, they need to score runs. They need to be looking to pick up the singles. The end of the over, at the end of it, the Scorpions, they are 11 for 1.
Yeah, and we have the bonus point arrangement here in this tournament. And for the batting team, if they scored 6 runs and over for a 50 over match, if they scored 6 runs and over and they don't lose more than 2 wickets, they get a batting point. And in the bowling side of things, if the bowling side, they get 3 points, they get 1 point. So it's a battle here.
3 wickets.
Three wickets, yeah. They get 1 point.
1 point,
so
yeah.
So nice little competition here within the game for
What
these points.
are your thoughts on that? And we'd come to it after this ball from Mikel Govaya, because I know of one or two people don't like it. They said, "Hey man, come, this should be straight points. You win on first innings, you win outright. Give me my points." But we're going to talk after this delivery from Govaya. Yeah, I know one or two people have been saying that, but I think it's a good idea because it makes the players think a little bit more and get with it, because when you get into international level, you need to score quickly, and you need to, and it starts really from here. When you get into 50 over ODIs, it starts from here. How quickly you want to limit the number of dot balls, etc.
Yeah, definitely so. And this tournament here. Oh, and he's gone.
Well, well, that is a poor, poor shot, I must say. Mackenzie, really, he just had a wild swing at it, trying to hit it somewhere over, I would say, a wideish mid-on to a bowler who's spinning the ball away from you. It took the outside edge and a comfortable catch at in the slip region.
Yeah, really
I
poor.
think it was Drakes who picked it up
Yeah,
at slip. But let's have a look.
poor shot selection here by him trying to hit over that mid-wicket region, and we saw the long off is up, the mid on is up, so it's really plays with Kirk Mackenzie mind. He believes if he hits it over in that region, he will get four. But really bad shot selection there by him, a low percentage shot, and he lost his wicket here.
If you're going to go over the top, they always say hit it straight. Go
Yeah.
straight back over the bowler's head. But you could see him, he was playing across the line and the ball was spinning away from him. So, you know, I thought you had more opportunity to take the edge of the bat than you're hitting the face of the bat. And it so did. It hit the edge and that was the end of him.
Yeah.
Not a good shot from Mackenzie. He's struggling a little bit, isn't he? Yeah, I know you said he had that 90, but
Yeah.
outside of that, you look at Mackenzie and you've seen what he's done at international level, at test level, and you just think that, hey, when you get to this level, you should be doing much better. You should be a little bit more consistent. You should be scoring more. And, to get out in that type of manner, it's not good.
Yeah, he's one of their most experienced batsmen. He's only 24 years of age, but he has some games behind him. He has played a number of first-class games for the Jamaica Scorpions. Statistics here, he has 25 first-class games. He's played for the West Indies. He has 6 test matches, and he have that 1/2 century. So, still a learning curve, as you mentioned. This tournament here, and as you mentioned about the bonus points with the new batsman in German Blackwood, and the bonus point system is really to aid the development of West Indies cricket. So there's a thin line between wanting to win that tournament and also development.
Yeah,
So
that's right. Well, Blackwood faces his first delivery.
oh,
I tell you what, had that been taken, Blackwood could certainly would have gone. But based on the reaction from the players, let's have a look. Did he get bat or glove onto it?
yeah,
It looked like glove, wasn't
really
it?
close. Yeah, it looked like he got something on it. So the keeper there taking a fall, but he seems to be all right. So straight away a good line there by Govaya to the right-hand batsman.
Yeah, he's getting some purchase. Just a correction on the dismissal of Mackenzie. He was caught by Akeem Jordan at slip, and I was making mention of Drakes, but he was caught by Akeem Jordan, and for one,
That's no run there. So a good line there by Govaya.
the thing with Blackwood, Adrian, he's going to hustle. He's going to look to get the runs. He's going to turn ones into twos. He's going to look for the quick singles, and whoever is batting with him must be aware of that. He's pretty quick runner between the wickets.
Yeah,
It's too
that's
short.
there, and that will be 4 runs. So Blackwood off the mark with a boundary. Probably too short there by Govaya. He knows it. He's pretty upset, and 4 runs to Blackwood, and that would be the end of the over. It's 15 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, and you could see him. All of a sudden, he tried to push it through, and in doing so, it was a short delivery, and Jermaine Blackwood doesn't miss out on those. So he's off the mark with that boundary, and as you rightly said, after 5 overs, it's 15 for 2. The Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning about the bonus point system, we know the initiative really by Cricket West Indies is to really help West Indies develop their 50 over cricket, because we realize, I think it's plain to see that that is one of the areas that our cricket need developing, because of those big middle overs between over 11 to over 40, and that is where it's very important for our cricket to develop in terms of the dot ball percentages, to limit those and also not to lose too many wickets during that period of time.
Well, here's Jordan continuing. That's a good run. Well done. Because you could see Brown just taking the pace off the delivery and just pushed it on the onside. What was good about it, as he played it, he called Blackwood and Blackwood responded, as you would expect. So Blackwood is going to face the bowling of Jordan now. The total on 16 for 2.
Yeah, very good running here by the Jamaica team. They are known to be good runners, so they will have to do a lot of running here if they are able to get over 200 runs today. Because we know that with the loss of 2 wickets there now, they can't look to be blasting the ball above the ground. I wouldn't expect them to do that because they would need to consolidate this innings. A lot of overs remaining here. 44
There's
overs
a lot, yeah.
remaining. So a lot of time in this game.
A lot of time. So Jordan looking for that movement, getting a little bit of in swinging. You know, if they say reverse swing, as that ball was coming back into the right-handed Blackwood, but he was in defense, covering up everything and pushing it out on the offside.
So Jordan has a backward square, hovering on that boundary. So pretty tight field here, long on, interestingly, to the fast bowler.
He's got nobody deep on the offside. So, and that's another good run. They have to hurry. He did well. He did well. Brown responded. And that's the thing. Blackwood is going to push him. Blackwood is going to just push that ball in front of him and call for the single. And Brown needs to be alert because if he's not, he could find himself in problems.
Yeah, definitely so.
I think he was in with that one, even if they'd hit.
Yeah, really quick between the wickets here, the Jamaicans.
So Brown is going to back into strike. Jordan still searching for his first wicket. Man picking up the 2 wickets thus far this morning, Mikel Govaya. 2 for 9 from his 3 overs. And Jordan in his 3rd over, none for 7 so far.
Yeah, and we have seen the trend in this tournament so far where the spinners are really reaping the rewards here in this tournament. So Carrie Pierre from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, taking a lot of wickets also, and we are seeing the same trend throughout the tournament so far. And we saw Raheem Cornwall taking 6 wickets against the Windward Islands. So
three in 1 over, isn't it?
yeah, and a maiden also in that. So
Yeah. Oh, that's a good delivery. Short and lifting. Where did that come from? But really good delivery. It was short and Brown, you could see him getting in line. All of a sudden it lifted and he did well to get out of the way.
yeah, good signs here for Hakeem Jordan. A lot of people say that the pitch is flat, but we see in here if you put some effort into it,
Yeah.
as a fast bowler, you could get some purchase.
As they say, Adrian, bend your back. If you could bend your back, you could be okay. I used to play with Ruskin Mark, and I used to ask him, bend your back, you're a fast bowler. He never used to take me on. But that's all right.
So at the end of the over, it's 17 for 2 after 6.
So there is the Jamaican Scorpions. Their dugout, as you would say. Well, not really a dugout, but where their players' gallery is. And they're just at the moment not very happy, I would say, because at 17 for 2 from 6 overs, they know they need a partnership. Because if one of these go, especially Blackwood, they could find themselves in real problems.
Definitely so here. You don't want to lose 3 wickets in your first power play as a batting team. And other than the fact that you're going to give a bonus point, it puts you in some serious trouble having to bat those middle overs and then also having to keep wickets in hand for the last power play. So they don't want to lose any wicket here again, probably in the next 10-15 overs.
Well, here's Govaya into Blackwood. Very interesting now. They've put a forward short leg. I think unfortunately, the horse had bolted. Should have done that from the time Blackwood walked in and for the first couple of deliveries. Oh, they've now put that forward short leg in place. It's been a good spell from Govaya. What I like about him so far, Adrian, is his variation. He's mixed up his deliveries, and he's been well worth his 2 wickets so far.
He's bowling to a really strong leg side field. We could understand that. The spin he's getting, there's just a point, backward point, a cover, and a mid-off. A really strong leg side field here. We see the bat in play.
Still not going to get a run. He's been really, he's in his 4th over now. 2 for 9. Couldn't ask for more.
Driven there.
I suppose it's a good move from Shamar Brooks, bringing Govaya into the attack early this morning. I must admit, I was a little surprised, but it's paid rich dividends for them.
Yes, he has opened the bowling for the CCC throughout this tournament, and at the end of the over, it's a maiden. It's 17 for 2.
And the only reason I'm saying that is because of the early moisture. I would have thought that maybe they would have looked for the quicker bowlers because of the early moisture and go with them, but they decided to continue the trend of Govaya. And kudos to them because it's worked for them.
Yeah, certainly. So we saw the likes of the spinners working in this modern form of the game, the limited overs, the likes of Akil Hussain opening the bowling for the West Indies.
He had a good spell yesterday, didn't he? He was the most economical of the bowlers.
Yeah.
But tell me, Phil Salt. I mean, what is it with West Indies bowling? And what is it with West Indies? He just feeds on West Indies bowling. It's amazing. You know, he just I don't know. They need to find a way to get Phil Salt out, or else they could be in trouble for the rest of the ODI, for the T20 series.
Yeah, certainly. So he's scoring. His strike rate yesterday was 190. That is incredible to be scoring at that rate.
I can't remember. The only time they bowled him a dot ball is when he played the ball into the cover region, and that wasn't a defensive shot. He just pushed it into cover. But other than that, there weren't hardly any dot balls bowled to Salt. The young man, listen, the young man, I like the look of young Bethel. I think he looks a really good player. It seems that Barbados now are producing cricketers for England.
That's right.
He said, he could be in trouble. Oh, he misses. Well, Blackwood, he started right away, but I still think that had that ball been picked up, not picked up, it was, but had he hit the stumps, it would have been a very interesting decision for the umpire.
Yeah, definitely. So Blackwood is normally a very quick runner between the wickets here, but a direct hit could have really asked the question here to the umpire. So good opportunity there for the CCC team there to get that run out, but unfortunately he didn't hit the stump directly.
They've got to be on their toes because you know that Blackwood and Brown, they're going to be looking to get these quick singles. Easy single here this time, down to long on.
So Akeem Jordan, 9 runs. He's in his 4th over. So it's really hot conditions out there for him. You can actually see it's taking a toll on him there now. So not sure how long the captain may continue with him. So sooner or later they may have a bowling change from this end.
Yeah, I would think they may just give him another one. But they haven't really bowled. I mean, when you think back on it, he's bowled one bad ball, which was pitched up outside the line of the off stump, which was driven through the cover region.
Oh,
that's a lovely delivery. Yeah, there was, and then Mikel Govaya bowled a short one that was pulled. But outside of those couple of deliveries, I think both Govaya and Jordan, they've bowled well. They've bowled a good line, they bowled a good length, the ball has done a little bit. So it's been a good opening spell from the CCC.
Yeah, very good economy by
Yeah.
him there. No wickets, but
yeah, but yeah, he's keeping
Yes.
things tight.
Yeah,
And when
really
you
good.
think about it, that's 22 balls he's bowled, and he was struck for 4. So from the next 17 deliveries, he's only gone for 5 runs.
oh, and that's
Oh, in the air, but away from Jordan. Sorry, I was saying from the 21 deliveries, only 5 runs have come off of his bowling after being hit for that 4. That was in the air. Luckily for
Yeah.
him, away from Jordan, it would have been a great catch if he could have turned back and head towards a shortish or silly mid-on kind of thing and dive into his right, but he couldn't get there.
Yeah, seems that one just held back a bit, but it wasn't really a full delivery by any means. The Jamaican batsmen normally love to play through the line of the ball, and that one just probably hold up a bit and almost hit it back to the bowler. That's
It's a good
driven
shot.
there.
Again, getting the width. That's what he needs.
Yeah, that's 4 runs there to German Blackwood. So not through the in front of point by any means, but behind square, and it goes all the way for 4. And at the end of the over, it's 24.
For 2.
Yeah, 24 for 2 after 8.
Yep. Again, we see a delivery from Blackwood. Sorry, a delivery to Blackwood. Give him the width, and that's what he wants. If you give him that width, he's going to play that drive through the offside. And there's no protection in the deep. So once it beats the inner ring, it's going to run away for 4. The outfield here is quick. Even though we've had some rain over the last couple of days, the outfield here is lightning fast.
Yeah, the drainage at the Queen's Park Oval is incredible. I was here a couple of days ago, and there was a lot of rain that fell, and within half an hour,
Yeah, yeah.
it was amazing to see.
yeah.
Yeah, really good drainage here at the Oval.
Yeah, the outfield doesn't look the green as it should be, but again, that's because of the eight-a-side tournament, the members' eight-a-side tournament that was completed a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, and he's going for it.
Yep.
For 4 runs
That's a good hit.
by Carlos Brown.
Giving it some air, and he decided to go after Govaya, went over extra cover, give him some air, and Brown says, thank you very much.
Yeah, that was there to be hit. It's not a very strong offside field, just 4 fielders, including the slip, so it was a very high percentage shot there for him.
Here is Govaya again. He's going to pick up a run Brown because he's looking to turn. He was turning that delivery to leg.
What a turn here already. We are in the 9th over, so wicket would be starting to really dry out now.
Yeah.
So conditions will start to hopefully go in favor of the Jamaica Scorpions. So we are yet to see how it turns out here after the first power play.
He's not going to get a run there.
Yeah, that short fine leg
Yeah.
really busy
Yes,
with
he's
this
busy.
turn.
Yep. So Mario Graves there at that short fine leg. He's got to be on his toes because that ball is turning into the right hander. Now we see a change. They're taking out the man at that bat pad position at that forward short leg. And where are they going to put him? Oh, they're putting him into a leg slip. So they know there's a slip and a leg slip because they've been turning that delivery a little bit in the air. So good move from Brooks.
Yeah, very good captaincy here by Shamar Brooks. I think that from looking at some of the games, there's this period of time where the captain tend to relax a bit, but Brooks here trying to keep the attack on.
Yeah, he's keeping the pressure on, isn't he? Wide ball by Govaya. This one slanting down the leg side. So 2 for 15 from Govaya. He's got 2 deliveries left to complete his 5th over.
So, but that leg slip being in place now, so the batsmen now having to change now
Yeah.
their approach. Have to play a bit straighter now and allow the ball to come onto the bat in front of square on your own side. So, and that's a loud appeal, but not out there. So at the end of that over, it's 30 for 2 after 9.
Yep, a good delivery to end the over. Let's just see. He had some bounce and some turn. More spinning into the right hander, but he was long forward. Yeah, as the flags flying nicely in the breeze. Of course, the Queen's Park flag, the Trinidad and Tobago flag, and the Jamaican Scorpions flag.
Yeah, just to mention that last delivery there, Colin. So we see how a field placement could actually change the approach of the batsman, because normally they were playing him off the back foot into that region there, that short fine leg region. But because that slip is in play, that leg slip, he has to come forward now and play. And we see a change in how field placement could actually affect the way a batsman play.
He gets the outside edge. That's going to run away. 4 runs. Good delivery from Jordan. Unlucky. Got the outside edge. As that ball wasn't drivable, that he could have gone on the front foot, and he just stood there and pushed at it, and it took the outside edge. A little bit of bounce as well.
Yeah, it looks to be deliberate there by Brown. Just as you mentioned, he allows it to come onto the bat and just opening the face at the last minute. And being aware that there is no third man, we see now they are making the adjustment, putting the third man out. 1 over remaining in this power play, so they are only allowed 2 fieldsmen outside the 30-yard circle within the first 10 overs. So,
which is the third man and the man at deep square leg. So they've put a short fine leg now, and they've put the third man, which is a good move, and we'll come back to that after this delivery.
And that's driven there, and a brilliant stop there by, is it Govaya?
He looks like Govaya.
Yeah. Good
bit of fielding. Diving full length. He saved 4 runs, no doubt.
Yeah, amazing athleticism there by him. So, as you mentioned, that would have been 4 runs.
Oh, for sure. and yeah, just going back to the field place, and it's obvious to use the third man instead, because he tends to concentrate on that delivery just outside the line of the off stump. So if it's anything, it's going to go down to third man rather than fine leg.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a lapse in, and probably, captaincy at that moment, or maybe the bowler wasn't aware, but I didn't understand why there wasn't a third man there. Yeah, especially with that line he's bowling, just outside off stump.
Yeah, well.
So Jordan here continues, and he's bowling to Blackwood with 10 of 17 deliveries.
Not going to get a single.
So really good start here by the CCC team, preventing the Jamaica Scorpions from any batting point. Now if Colin, they get 1 wicket here in this over, this 10th over, they get a
bonus point. Yeah,
1 bonus.
A bowling bonus point.
That's right.
So Jordan trying his best to see if he can get that point and dismiss Blackwood. Outside of that first delivery and 1 or 2 other moments against Govaya, Blackwood has looked solid, hasn't he?
Yeah, he looks really good here. This pitch here would suit him. He's the type of player that loves to play through the line. So once he gets a good start here, once he gets into the 20s, he would be in a position to play his shots, because the pitch so far is proven to be a good one. Just the spin, we see there's some spin there for the spinners. So that would just be the question mark for the Jamaica innings.
Angling into Blackwood, and luckily Jordan, he got away with that one, because there is a man at short fine leg, so anything to his left or to his right would have gone to the boundary. Not a good line, because he's bringing that ball, that particular delivery, back into the right hander, but you can't start at middle and leg because you're asking for trouble. And I've noticed those last 2 deliveries, one went to backward square leg, and then Blackwood missed that delivery, the previous delivery. Again, Had he got any bat onto it, it could have gone past fine leg. 35 for 2.
A better line there by him, and that's the end of the first power play. The Jamaica Scorpions are 35 for 2 after 10.
Yes, 35 for 2 after 10. So a little bit of a recovery here by these two when you think of it. And Brown batting well at the moment. No real alarms. He's on 21. Blackwood is on 10. And the men are ready out. Men are ready out. Mackenzie for 1. And Campbell, second delivery, he went without scoring. So Keshav Bahadur Singh is coming.
It's pleasant. Good morning, Colin.
Good morning to you, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. Definitely enjoying the lovely weather and cricket on display at this pristine venue of the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, it looks a picture, isn't it? As they say, a lovely day for cricket.
Yeah, it really is.
But you have to be a certain age to do that, Keshav, and you have to be fit. Those two things go hand in hand.
Definitely, I can imagine being in that sun.
I was about to say that, and I'm wondering if it's just me. But let's have a look with a change in bowling, and Mansingh is into the attack. Yeah, and I don't know, but I just find the sun these days seem to be hotter than 10 years ago. 10 years ago. I don't know. And what they call it climate change and all sorts of things. Here's Mansingh again.
Yes, well, I think the heat and weather conditions certainly are attributed to global warming and climate change, as you said. Some people believe in it, some people don't, but I think we can see the difference for ourselves and feel the difference as well with the heat. It's not just the sun, but also the heat and the lack of wind and humidity around.
So very true. So he's opted what Shamar Brooks has done. He's opted to continue with spin from the Brian Lara Pavilion end because he's taken Govaya out of the attack and he's brought Mansingh, the leg spinner. That's a bad line. We're going to pick up a couple of runs. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary. Nope. And come back for 2.
I think it's a good option to bring in the leg spinner at this stage after Govaya bowling 5 overs initially. Don't want the batsman to get too comfortable and too accustomed. And Blackwood, in a good run of form, the last game against Guyana, scored 63 not out. So I'm sure he's just taking his time alongside Carlos Brown, who's going well. Very good strike rate, just close to a run of ball at this stage.
That's the type of delivery he wants. He's got a slip in place. And when you look at the field, 5 on the off and the 2 men out, it's a long off, a wideish long off and a deep cover. But he's still attacking with a slip and a short extra cover in a catching position, thinking that if Brown mistimes the drive, he could be in problems. It's well played. The end of the over, Mansingh has completed his first over, 2 runs coming from it. And after 11 overs, the Jamaica Scorpions, they are 37 for 2.
So after the first power play, we can see that the players are now going to have a drinks break. And definitely Jamaica Scorpions, they were rattled initially with that first wicket in the first over, not even a run being scored. And not the score ideally they would have wanted at the end of the power play, but doing well to just get themselves back into the game and just bat themselves because there are a lot more overs to go.
Oh, for sure. Well, it's 37 for 2. 11 overs have been bowled. There's a bit of a break in proceedings because the players are getting their refreshments now. And boy, do they need it. It's hot, hot, hot here at the Queen's Park Oval. So we're going to take a break and then we're going to come right back with commentary after the drinks break. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval, hot, sunny Queen's Park Oval. We're just about getting ready to resume after the drinks break. And let's see, I think there is a change in bowling because Akeem Jordan, after his 5 overs, none for 19, he is out of the attack now. And it appears that it's going to be Amari Goodridge who is picking up the attack from the Jerry Gomez Media Center or Willie Rodriguez end. And he's going to be bowling to Jermaine Blackwood, who is on 10. Thought he had more than that. He's such a busy player. You sometimes think he's got more than he has. But he's on 10 and batting very well. You want to keep it away from there. They've gone for one. Blackwood hustles, thinking there may have been 2, but couldn't get it. Good bit of fielding there on the fine leg position. And I think it's Romario Graves out there at fine leg. And they pick up just a single. So brings Brown back into strike. He's on 23.
Yeah, Blackwood, as you said, a busy player, would be looking to continue rotating the strike.
Runs here for Brown. Just a single. Even though he was hustling, thinking that there might have been 2 in it. But again, there was Jeremiah moving quickly to his right from mid-on. And whatever thoughts there might have been that there could have been 2, limited the scoring just to a single.
Yeah, the first 2 deliveries from Goodridge just drifting into the leg stump, into the pads of both right-handed batters and allowing them to work the ball easily into the leg side. I think he just wanted to keep his line on or around that off stump and just outside of it. It's a much better delivery on the line of the stumps. And Blackwood, we know he loves anything that is a tad bit full, as he can play that lofty drive through the covers or straight back. One of his trademark shots over the years.
I think he's lost a lot of stripes with the West Indies team now in terms of he's got to make a lot of runs to get back on to the West Indies team in any format. A wide as Goodridge looking for a little bit of extra pace and lost his line, went down the leg side. Yeah, Blackwood, one time he was playing all the formats. And when you picked a West Indies team, maybe the first 3 or 4 names, Blackwood was one of them. But he's lost a lot of his stripes because really and truly when you look back on his performances, haven't been all that great for the West Indies. Very inconsistent. Gets a single here. Let me see if it's leg byes. No, got bat onto it. Let's have a look.
Just a touch bit fuller.
I tell you what, he's a lucky boy. He got bat onto that, or else could have been in real trouble.
Must have been a very thin inside edge.
Yeah. Well, there was 2 songs.
Yep.
And the umpire picked it up as well.
That's a better line from Goodridge. You can see just taking the inner half of the bat from the batsman, not playing it as cleanly as he would have liked. And as you mentioned, Blackwood, at one point he was in fact the vice captain of the Test team.
That's right.
And you know, everyone expected him to continue. Many times he would get starts and he would not carry on. I know you mentioned with Kirk McKenzie earlier, a similar type of player in terms of very confident, very aggressive with their stroke play, and get into the 20s and 30s and sometimes don't push further.
And then you're looking, he's trying to, I think Goodridge is looking for a little extra pace, and because of that, he's losing his line. Another wide. Yeah, just going back to Blackwood, you know, the thing with Blackwood is he was getting good starts. He would get to 20, he would get to 30, and then suddenly he would get out caught long off or caught cover, deep cover, you know, trying to play these audacious shots that just wasn't there. But then that's his attacking nature. But sometimes you just got to curb it. Oh, he gets the outside. That's a good delivery. Brown getting the outside edge. No slip at the moment. They've decided to take out the slip. And got the outside edge and picks up a single. The end of the over. At the end of it, it's what? The Jamaica Scorpions, 43 for 2. And those 2 wickets falling to Mikel Govaya, 2 for 15 from his 5. And I would think Mansing is going to continue because he's just had 1 over, none for 2. Was a pretty controlled over by the leg spinner. I think that's what we, I'm really crying out, Kisha, for a lot more spinners in the Caribbean. And I'm not talking of left arm orthodox or off spinners. I'm talking for leg spinners, back of the hand spinners. Where have they gone? I mean, you look worldwide at cricket. Give him some air. Well played by Brown, but I thought he could have gone on to the attack a little more because a generous amount of air from Mansing. Yeah, where are the leg spinners? You look throughout world cricket, and here is Mansing again. That's badly lined.
I think he's lucky to get away with that one, Mansing.
Yeah, he was. I'm not sure what he was thinking. Might have hit the leg stump, but was well away from the leg stump. Yeah, you look at Hasaranga from Sri Lanka. You look at Rashid from England. Then I'm just not getting some of the names, but and those are cricketers that give West Indies so much trouble. The leg spinners because we don't see enough of them in the region. And I'm not just talking about leg spinner who runs up and bowls. I'm talking of quality leg spinners.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. And leg spinners certainly has been a lost art form in the Caribbean. We know right now, we can mention a few here. Hayden Walsh, Yannick Karaya had an excellent performance yesterday for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You can see young Mansing here. And it's just about consistency and using variations in their bowling. You can see, as we mentioned, variation, a nice googly there from Mansing. Leg spinners and wrist spinners as well as the left arm Chinaman googly bowlers, as they would refer to them. They always have an added advantage because of the fact that they're coming from behind the hand. They can use subtle variations for that ball to turn away or into the batsman, depending on how they choose to grip and position the back of their hammer upon delivery.
Well, here is a delivery that is played out on the offside, on the onside by Blackwood. Can't beat the mid-wicket. It's an interesting field here. 5 on the off, 4 on the on. And when you think of the 2 men deep on the offside in a long off and a deep cover, and then on the onside there's also 2 men deep in a mid-wicket and a long on. So another pretty useful over by Mansing. Not really troubling he's keeping things tight. He's had, 2 wides so far, I think, in this over. Or 1 wide and a run coming off the bat. Loud appeal goes up. Not out, says the umpire. The end of the over from Mansing. Good over from him. Let's have a look at this final delivery.
Yeah, nice flight in the air from Mansing. And you can just see from the angle of the delivery, drifting into the pads, and the ball continuing to go down that leg stump. Umpire there determining that it would have gone past the leg stump. And as we have reached to the 10 o'clock hour, we can see a view of the lovely clock.
Yep, 1 hour exactly. But we've played now here at the Queen's Park Oval. 13 overs have been bowled in that hour. And Goodrich is going to continue. He's in his 2nd over. None for 6 so far. That's a lovely drive. That's a lovely shot. That's going to run away. I don't think he's going to get it. No, he's not. Lovely execution of an extra cover drive. He was on the front foot. Pitched up to him. Let's have a look as he pitches it up. And there he is on that front foot. Brown. He's looking good.
Yeah, really lovely looking shot there. Exquisitely played through the covers. And you can just hear from the sound of the bat when the ball left it, you can know that it was going to race away to the boundary. And this lovely outfield of the Queen's Park Oval, his technique, his execution, everything was on point. And really nice shot there from Brown.
He seems to favour the faster bowlers. You know, he's played one or two nice shots as well off of Hakeem Jordan. And I wouldn't say he struggled against the spinners, Govaya and Mansing, but he didn't seem as assured against them.
Yeah, definitely he was a bit more cautious in his approach.
He's going to
the
come back
spinners.
for a second. Oh, didn't pick it up.
Nice running between the wickets there. Good intensity shown by Brown.
Yeah, should have picked it up because leg buys, good running, but I thought he took a gamble. Is that one Woodbrook, please? Where is that?
I think
Keshav?
that's
you,
one of the...
you know everywhere around here.
Definitely not as much as you, but I believe that's one of the new apartment building complexes in the St. James area.
Oh, in St. James, okay. I frequent St. James every now and again. Mostly when I'm looking for something to eat. This is a wide. As Ken, this is about, I think it's about his third wide, Goodridge. And he's got to get back on track because it appears every time he seems to put a little extra, he goes down that leg side.
It could very well be a case of just looking to bowl a bit too quickly and not getting the control. You can see Hakeem Jordan just having a word with him to try to encourage him to maintain that consistency. Doesn't need to bowl too fast, just maintain that line and length. Let the batsman make the error.
Runs here, just a single. So, Goodridge, as I said, in his second, halfway through his second over, none for 12 so far. So he's been a little bit expensive compared to the other bowlers.
And also most of those runs conceded would have in fact been coming off of the extras, apart from the boundary. Bowled at least 3 to 4 wides.
Shot. Well, I thought for 1 minute he's got forfeit, and that's what we talk about. Sometimes he just tries to go over the top, and he was looking to hit that somewhere over extra cover, and for one moment the ball flew, and I thought, well, it may be very, very well going over extra cover, but it went where a straightish third man would be, and he's picked up a boundary, but 4 in the dark for Blackwood. And we were talking a little bit about him. You know, all of a sudden he's batting well and he plays these type of shots and gets out.
Well, I think he got the benefit of the doubt on that occasion. Very tenacious shot. And, you know, it echoes the sentiment, when you're going, go hard.
Yeah, I suppose you're right about that. That's not a good line from Goodridge. They've gone for 1. Are they going to come back? No. Blackwood decides that's a really good bit of fielding out on the deep. And they just pick up a single.
Strong throw back to the keeper. Previously they got 2 in the over when the ball went to that region, but good work from the fielder. Get to the ball quickly and return, preventing them from any second run. And Blackwood, as you can see, from that shot, yes, he got 4, but what if the ball was skied up?
Yeah.
What if it went to a fielder?
It could have gone straight to third man, couldn't it?
Correct. And the thing is, at this stage of the innings, he has to continue to bat and rebuild for his team, being one of the senior batsmen in the Jamaica Scorpions squad.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Goodridge. Seemed to be a slower ball outside the line of the off stump, and he was looking to push it through cover. Let's have a look.
Yeah. Lucky there was Brown.
Oh, he certainly was. The end of the over, at the end of it, the Scorpions, they are now at 59 for 2 from 14 overs. And no doubt Mansing is going to continue. None for 4 from 2. He's been really very economical. He's bowled 1 or 2 wayward deliveries, but outside of that, he's been on a good line, good length, not getting much turn. Is Mansing.
Well, as the right-arm leg spinner to 2 right-handed batters, he'd want to keep that ball just on around that off-stump, turning away from them, and vary his flight accordingly, encourage them to probably drive. He has a fielder at short cover waiting for a catch if the ball pops up. as well as a slip in play.
Yeah, you're right, because give it some air, just outside the line of the off stump, spinning away from the right-hander. You're right, he's got that short cover and he's got the slip. But what is also good, he's got a man at long off, so that if he tries to go over the top, they've got to be very careful. Brown is on 32 from 38 deliveries. He's looking for, wow, I've never seen Blackwood turn down a single. That's a new one. But I think sometimes you lose your concentration. I don't think he was concentrating, or else he would have certainly gone for it. I thought there was a single.
Yeah, Blackwood is very quick between the wickets as well, so I think he's just having a word to Brown, signaling that, just to keep calm. It's a better line and length from Mansingh.
He's bowled well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has. This has to ensure to keep his deliveries in that region and not drift too much to the leg side. Doesn't really have much protection there. Just one fielder out at deep mid wicket, but nothing if he drifts into the pads at square leg.
Another good delivery. What is good about him is he hasn't bowled too many short deliveries. He hasn't bowled full tosses. He's bowled a good line, good length, just on or around the off stump. The odd occasion he went down the leg side or onto the pads. It's a good shot. Brown is growing in confidence. He's certainly looking good now.
Yeah, I like the fact that Brown isn't also measuring his innings. He's not really playing any loose shots when the ball is there to hit and to be put away. He's played some lovely looking drives. And apart from that, just rotating the strike and maintaining healthy scoring at this stage.
End of the over from Mansingh. He's now completed his third over, none for 5, really good figures. And the Scorpions, after 15 overs, they're 60 for 2.
Just 1 run coming in that over from Mansingh. And the previous over from Goodridge, in fact, conceded around 14. So excellent to pull back there from the leg spinner. Let's keep the game the balance. Brown top scoring at this stage, 33 from 42. And Blackwood, 17 from 31. You know that Blackwood in the last game against Guyana, 63 not out. And he would want to continue in that vein. Fortunately, that game did not have a result due to the weather. But
I tell you, let me tell you, it wasn't raining cats and dogs, It was raining hippopotamuses and elephants. When I tell you we had rain, it just all of a sudden, it was a lovely day like this. I don't think you were here at the game. And all of a sudden it got overcast and it absolutely poured down. And within 5 minutes the field was basically waterlogged. But at the oval here it dries, it drains quickly. And within half an hour it drained. But a drizzle came back after the luncheon interval. And it just was no play possible.
Well, to tell you how intense that downpour was, Colin, I was in fact just running some errands around the oval and telling myself, was based on the lovely weather, I could go and look at some cricket. When I reached to the oval, it was a completely different picture. And all around, you can still see blue skies in the distance. And, it's just one of those situations with nature that you really cannot predict.
They say sometimes that just depending if you have cricket on, well, a change in bowling as Romario Graves is into the attack, and he looks bowling a little bit of off spin. Yeah, they say when you want rain, just have a cricket match at the oval because it rains just in the oval and all around it doesn't rain. And here's Graves again.
Yeah, that same sentiment was expressed earlier in the year when South Africa visited.
Yes.
And prior to South Africa's visit, there was immense heat. There was, in fact, a mini drought, I would say, almost a period of 2 weeks with no rain. And as soon as they landed, the skies changed.
Yeah, that's always the situation. But that used to be years ago when they said, look, just put down 6 stumps in the oval and if you wanted rain. But now cricket is unlike years, many moons ago, when cricket was played between January and let's say end of May, June, and then you go into the football season from June onwards. You never had problems with rain. But when you're now playing cricket year round and you're playing cricket in October and things like that, then you gotta brace yourselves. That's a bad delivery. Got the treatment, was short, it was outside the line of the leg stump, and Carlos Brown says thank you very much. And he smashes it just behind square. There is a short, fine leg, but he had no chance. It was hit more backward of square and down to the boundary for 4. That's a very good shot, but a very poor delivery from Graves.
Yeah, and Brown again just taking advantage of anything that's either too full or too short on offer. That delivery from Graves turning into the legs, and no real danger there for Brown. There was a fielder positioned at a short backward square, but nobody on the boundary, so he knew that once he played that shot with enough confidence and enough power, was able to speed past the fielder and all the way to the boundary ropes for 4. So going along nicely again, Brown. 38 from 45, maintaining that strike rate. Anytime it drops, he seems to score a boundary to just get back up.
Another short delivery. And Brown just backing away, give himself some room, but there is protection out in the deep. So he can only get a single, but he's really growing in confidence now. He's on to 39, and he would want to carry on and get to 3 figures.
Needs his partner Blackwood to stay with him.
Oh, that's bad. Should have stopped it. And they're going to come back for 2 as well. Well, that's excellent running on the part of these two. Absolutely brilliant, because he was driving it. That should have been no run, because he was hitting it straight back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. 69 for 2 now after 16 overs. Yeah, but he was hitting it straight back to Graves, and then coming in was Kamil Puran, who's on the field for Powell, coming in from mid-off or from long off. But I don't think he was caught unawares. I don't think he thought they were going for 2. And by the time he realized that they turned and go back for the second, he couldn't do nothing about it. Very, very good running by those two. And we've talked about their running, haven't we?
One of those situations where just rubbing salt into the wound. Misfield shouldn't have even been 1 run, and in fact leading to 2. And Kamil Puran is definitely no slouch of a fielder. He's very quick and has a strong arm. So despite him reaching to the ball quickly, Misfield allowed the batsman to get 2. Mansingh continues. Again, nice flight, and just encouraging Brown to drive along the ground. Again, something to note about Brown's composure is that he really hasn't played much aerial shots. Much of his stroke play has been alongside the carpet at the Queen's Park Oval and just finding the gaps.
Blackwood on 20. That's better from Mansingh.
Now, as you mentioned, Blackwood's aggressive nature, Colin, do you think at this stage, with a leg spinner flighting the ball and tempting him from one end and an off spinner from the other end, do you think you might see some
you
more
might,
risk taken?
You probably might from Blackwood. What I like about him so far, he's been very circumspect. They're going to come back for the second. These two are quick. Once you have a shy at the non-striker's end, and Blackwood is going to come back for the second, which he does. What I like so far, he's been very circumspect. He hasn't played these big shots and, this kind of audacious drives that he tends to do. And he's been good. But no doubt he's going to be tempted. What I would like to see Mansingh, and to a lesser extent, well, we've only seen 1 over from Graves, is just give it a little bit more air. Just give it a little bit air, see what happens. If you get hit for 6, then you revert back to the deliveries a little quicker and a little flatter. But give it some air and see if they'll take you on.
Yeah, and I think that sentiment, in fact, should be echoed for all of the spinners in the region, because we have seen a tendency where spinners tend to bowl much flatter and quicker through the air rather than the traditional aspect of a spinner, which is flight. And, it's always about that bit of deception when that ball goes up in the air. And we have even seen in modern times bowlers using the crease, bowling from 2-3 steps behind the crease to vary the length.
Well driven by Brown. Tell you, he's grown so much in confidence, and that was a really good shot. He was on the front foot, just driving out to long off, single to end the over. So he's on 40, and after 17 overs, the Jamaican Scorpions are now 74 for 2. And you have to think that's a pretty decent recovery when they lost Campbell with his second delivery of the morning. They've recovered nice. And then Kirk Mackenzie went after that for 1. And it was what at that stage? It was 17 for 2 or 15 for 2 when Mackenzie went. So these two have now put on close to 59, a partnership of 59.
It really just shows the maturity of the player at the wicket. And Blackwood, of course, with all of his experience, as we mentioned before, being involved in a West Indies setup for quite some time. And you really have seen him progress, at least in this inning so far, apart from that one loose shot where he got the outside edge that sped away for 4. He really hasn't played any of those shots that you would expect from him. And, you know, he's just taking his time and batting alongside Brown, who's the aggressor at this stage.
So Graves continues. And gets the treatment. That's going to run into the boundary just about now. That's a good shot. But far too short from Graves. Not sure if he was trying to push it through. But in so doing, it was too short. And Brown was getting onto that back foot and smashed it beautifully between the long on. And there's a man at deep square leg. Or let's say maybe deep mid-wicket. Let's see. He's just going to position himself. He's more of a deep forward square leg. He's more forwards of square, but right out on the boundary. And there was Brown finding the gap between that man and long on. And there he gets another single. Runs are coming far too easily now. They're going to come back for the second. That's brilliant running. Again, exceptional running by these two. They're not settling for the single. They're putting the CCC fielders under some pressure. And they were able to pick up 2 more runs.
And if you look around the field, Colin, you can see the effect of that. All of the CCC players have their hands on their hips at this stage. And it just goes to show you the pressure created from this pair running between the wickets just has them thinking. And the momentum has certainly shifted in Jamaica's favour at this stage.
It's wide of the off stump, and Brown just has nothing to do with it now. So Graves continuing for operating from the Jerry Gomez Media Center, or Willie Rodriguez end. Hit in the air again. That's going to run into the boundary. That's 4 runs. It was hit very, very hard. So Brown on the charge now. He's shifted gears, and that brings up his 50.
He moves on to 51, Brown, and deserved applause from his teammates in the Jamaica Scorpions camp at the Derek Murray Players Gallery. And really it has been a splendid innings from Brown. From the start he was there, and he really wasn't fazed by the initial quick loss of 2 wickets within the first 5 overs of the day. And now he's steadying himself, and interesting to see if he'll continue in that same vein or whether he'll look to up the ante.
Oh, reaching for that one. A delivery just outside the line of the off stump. Not pushed through, but just giving a little bit of flight. And there was Brown trying to work it through the offside. Didn't make contact. The end of the over, at the end of it, the Scorpions are 84 for 2. And look at some of the bowling figures. Probably the standout, no doubt, is Mikel Govaya with 5 overs, 2 for 15. Excellent figures from him, and picking up the wicket. He's done his job because he picked up Campbell and Mackenzie. He was given the new ball by Shamar Brooks and picked up those 2 early wickets.
And after that start, you would have thought that you might have seen a slump in terms of, CCC was certainly on top, and they had Jamaica by the grass, but due to the smart batting of Brown as well as Blackwood showing a lot more maturity in this innings, they have fought back nicely here, the Jamaica Scorpions. Mansingh continues.
It's been a good partnership. Blackwood was coming down the track. He's losing a little bit of concentration, but Ken thought the stumping could have been executed. But the Mario Richards didn't seem to be alerted. Again, he gets the inside edge. So Blackwood surviving a charmed life here, because there he was driving, got an inside edge, and that could so easily have gone back into the stumps.
You know, cricket is such a funny game. When the momentum shifts
Yeah.
in your favor, all of the luck goes with it as well.
That's right.
You know, sometimes if the bowling team is on top, you might see a splendid catch or that inside edge hitting the stumps.
Yeah.
Given the fact that the batting team right now is on top, you know, all of those edges are just passing the stumps, and they are able to convert those chances into runs.
Yeah, well, it happens when your things are going your way. It really goes your way. But if he was in a slump, Blackwood, it could have so easily have gone on to hit the stumps. Here's Brown powerfully driving down to long off. You could see him now looking to, once Mansingh gives it some air, I think Mansingh is trying to maybe tempt him that he might go over the top airborne, but so far he's been good. He's keeping it all along the ground, driving down to long off. It's been very good.
If he's flighting, he can probably just try to pull back the length a couple steps, see if we can get him to drive loftily, and that's a bit better. Blackwood had to come forward, getting ready to play the drive as the length wasn't there for him.
But an easy single.
Correct, excellent batting, a forward defensive, and the fielder was at short cover and still got a single. So the understanding and communication between the pair at the wicket is certainly something to take note of.
That's another nice, pleasant-looking drive. He's full of confidence now, is Brown. You would expect that. He's on 52 from 57 deliveries. Started a little bit shakily, but he's grown nicely in confidence.
The nice thing with his strokes is that his feet,
Yeah.
hands, bat, and everything, head as well, all aligned with the shot.
One delivery left to complete over number 19. Mansingh with his final delivery of the 5th over. He's been good though, none for 13, very economical. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's kept things tight from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
And what this pair has done, they have shown him respect and
Yeah.
attacked the other end.
That's too short. That's too short. As soon as you say something like that, commentators curse.
Right
Because
on cue.
he was bowling right, he was bowling good, he was bowling a good line, you know, but here he bowls this too short and outside the line of the leg stump. Really, it says to Brown, go ahead and hit me if you want. And he did. So he's on 56, and at the end of 19 overs, it's 91 for 2.
He did drift into the pads on a couple occasions prior in his spell, but got away. And that time, Brown, with the form that he's in, certainly he's seen the ball much clearer and able to play those strokes freely, getting the maximum 4 runs for that shot on that occasion. And you can see a mini conference of the CCC players.
Well, not sure. I think that they're deciding should Graves get another over, because he's bowled 2 overs, none for 19 so far. He's been very ineffective. And I would have just given Govaya another over, see if he can break the partnership. 1 over, because you really need to break this partnership now. Maybe Akeem Jordan for 1 over. You give them 1 or 2 overs, and just trying to break the partnership. If they don't, then you hold them back. But,
Definitely agree. You don't want to keep them back for overs at the end, and at that stage, Jamaica
they-
might probably have a
200
mammoth
for 2.
total.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You
just
need to break this partnership.
try something different at this stage. If your premier bowlers are available, give them the option. And now they even have more protection, seeing that we are out of the first power play. Can try many more variations.
Giving it a little air, and Blackwood using his feet and then deciding, hey, it wasn't there for the drive. Did the smart thing, just covered up and pushed it back up along the track. Turning that delivery into Blackwood, a little too short. Now the man at long off, they've moved him to the orthodox mid-off position, which is interesting. I think for Brown, he was going to go back. But just maybe for Blackwood, he's come into just at the edge of the circle.
He's bowling a much better line in this over. Greaves already 3-dot deliveries, significant improvement from the first 2 overs where he was conceding almost every ball. And Blackwood probably just monitoring.
Well, he's going to get an easy single. Brown is looking for 2, but I don't think it went quickly out to long on. Kind of delivery, just angled into the right-hander, and he was pushing it out towards long on. 1 more to the total. Brown back on strike on 56. 56 from 58 balls. That's to tell you how well this man has been batting. Again, he's too short. He's got away with that one because it goes towards that forward square leg. Thought he should have been waiting a little bit, waited on that delivery, and then worked it down to backward square leg. But Graves needs to keep away from there. He's got cover right out on the boundary, protection on the offside. And they're going to get an easy single as he plays it towards backward square leg, and they go through for an easy single. 1 more to the total. 93 now for 2. Brown is 57. Blackwood is 26. 20 overs have been bowled. It's 93 for 2.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval in lovely Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, for this encounter between the Jamaica Scorpions and the combined campuses and colleges. I am Keisha Barrising, now joined by the illustrious Mr. Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. Don't say that too hard. No, Colin Murray's a very jealous fellow. You know. But it certainly has been a good morning so far. Both teams have had their moments. The CCC obviously capitalizing on the conditions, the favorable bowling conditions, picked up 2 early wickets, but they couldn't drive home that advantage. Yeah, that's a good delivery again. Now, you all were discussing, Mansing's bowling, and in between, he produces what we call unplayable deliveries to some degree. But I'm surprised he isn't getting as much purchase out of the wicket as, say, how Govaya was. And that is surprising for a wrist spinner. I was really hoping to see him really tweak it and get the ball to deviate off the wicket a little bit more. Yeah, but he hasn't been able to do that just yet.
Definitely agree, because from the first over with the new ball, Govaya was extracting much more turn.
Yeah. And another powerful drive from Brown, who he has really settled nicely. And now you look at batsmen and you try to figure out where their strengths are. He is a prolific scorer in the arc. He hits the ball very hard, down the ground. So you want to limit it, like the mid-off and mid-on probably, or one of them could be a little bit straighter, and you could tempt him, see if he really wants to play to his strengths, which could be a weakness at times. And Blackwood has had his problems driving the ball, especially against Mansing, because the ball seems to be hitting either the inner portion or the outer portion of the bat consistently.
I think Mansing just needs to pull his length back a tad bit, not too much so that it'll become short, but not too full to allow them to drive comfortably.
It's an edge in, and it's too high. We're just talking about hitting the edge of the bat, and here it is, but he couldn't hold it in, unfortunately. And Mansingh has his hands on his hips there as he wonders what it is he's going to have to do to get a wicket. And look at it again.
Jordan, one of the tallest fielders at slip, and if he couldn't get there, I don't think anyone else could have. So comfortably over his head, and at the end of 21 overs, the score 96 for the loss of 2. Let's take a look at the conversation between one of the head curators implemented by Cricket West Indies. A excellent initiative in terms of having him involved in all of the venues and all of the games, ensuring that the quality of pitches are constantly improving to try to get us ready to compete on that international stage, and continue to do our best in improving.
Well, the players, I'm sure, will be the ones to benefit from it. In the end, this is a short ball, but quickly into his wicket is Brown, wanting to sort of get on with things if he can. Graves 22 runs from 3 overs. Well, he got 3 overs on 1 ball.
His last over was the best of the lot so far. First 2 overs were a bit expensive. Captain giving him another one. Really not troubling the batsman though. Getting too short on that occasion, and they're just comfortably rotating the strike at this stage. Not really seeing any menace from the CCC bowling attack to give Jamaica any difficulties.
Yeah, that's right. As they're closing on 100 here now. Brown, who is on 59 from 65 deliveries, which is a pretty good scoring rate. He wants a single, a non-existent singles. Blackwood is quick, but I don't think he's that quick. And he himself acknowledged that and sent him back. But it's really a wonderful recovery. They were 11 for 2. It's 98 for 2 now, and these two have done a fantastic job. And they get a couple more here if they hurry. No, they think they're going to be content with just the one. Pushes the score to 99 now. So they have really done a fantastic job for Jamaica. I suppose it's something that the curator and even the ground staff would be proud of, that the batsmen have a chance to make some runs. And the bowlers, meanwhile, be saying, why you're slowing down the wicket?
Traditionally, you might have seen low totals, and they would have batsmen been complaining.
The bowlers taking all the wickets.
And now, the tables have turned. So.
Yeah, we played a game when there was the Guyana game, and the first 5 bowlers were all spinners. The batting team didn't face a spinner until close to over number 26, 27, somewhere there. It was a whole diet, a steady diet of spin bowling. And that will bring up the 100, and a well-judged single from Jermaine Blackwood. So he inches on now to 29, and the 100 is on. Actually, he goes to 30. Brown is on to 60. It's exactly 100 for 2 after 22 overs.
Yeah, definitely an excellent show on display from this pair at the wicket. As you mentioned, 2 wickets down for 11 runs in the 5th over, and some 17 overs later, they have reached that 100 mark, partnership of 89 at this stage. And most importantly, the strike rate and the scoring rate has been very good. They have just been on or around that 4 to 5 runs per over mark, and trying to increase that scoring, get themselves up to a total. Initially, the projected score was just on around 150. Now you can see that's gone up to 228. So Mansingh continues.
Blackwood is going quickly here. He wants a second run. He wants it. Brown this time puts the big hand up and says, stop. That's the thing, when somebody that big puts up a right hand. As a short person, if you don't acknowledge that, you want licks.
I'm sure many times in your career you would have had to put up your right hand as well on the field.
I'll give you a joke one time with David Furlong's Uncle Carl Furlong. And that's a full toss that he couldn't put away there. Really should have done much better with that. Good bit of fielding though.
Yeah, hit powerfully but straight at the fielder.
Shamar Brooks and company here looking for some kind of success. Try to break this partnership. And again, he doesn't time it well, but they got a single all the same. And that's part of what is so amazing about this whole thrust now to increase scoring rate and limit dot balls is because, like we've seen here, how many times have they played and mistimed the ball, but they still get a single or something out of it, because that is the initiative, that's the incentive here now to push for, additional runs. Try and not get bogged down. Don't let the bowler, keep you at bay for any length of time, and rotate the strike, especially if you have a left-hander at the crease. In fact, I think this will help teams kind of rearrange their batting lineups to put even more pressure on the bowlers. And these two are doing a fantastic job of that. Look at how easily, if they're not going for the big hits, they're trying to just milk the bowling and as much as possible and keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, definitely agree with that, and a very impressive initiative by Cricket West Indies to have this bonus point system. As Colin was mentioning previously, some persons are in favour, some persons are against it, but I think it can only augur well for West Indies cricket on a whole to have that level of intensity and competition.
There's a stifled appeal. The umpire is not interested, and Blackwood survives, so they will get a little bit of a breather here. It's 104 for 2 now at the end of over number 23. And so we'll take a breather here ourselves. 62 to Carlos Brown, 32 to Blackwood, and the Jamaica Scorpions 104 for 2 after 23. Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, the players have been refreshed, and hopefully, from a CCC standpoint, they too would be energized to probably break this partnership. It continues to build here, and it all augurs well for the Jamaican Scorpions' eventual total. At 104 for 2, we're not even at the halfway stage as yet. You double what you have, and maybe even add a couple more. So you're looking at anywhere in the region of 220, 230. And depending on how these two go, because they could explode at any moment. They're already going at a good clip. But like I said, I think they're still playing and missing quite a bit. If they start connecting a little more consistently, who knows? And speaking of which, that's a good shot, but that's poor fielding. He really never got his body behind the ball. He was just trying to intercept it, but he, to some degree, mistimed the angles, and his, I don't even want to call it a leap. He just kind of put his foot down there, tried to stop it, and it went through that Camille Puran.
Yeah, mistime dive there from Puran. Usually he's an excellent fielder, throws his body all around. So just not getting it close enough to the ball on that occasion, and runs away for 4.
He needed some of Ravi's footballing skills there to pull that one in. The thing is, he went with his knees, so he didn't even extend his leg, you know, to say he's trying to get his legs around it. They're playing a miss there, a wide signal by the umpire. But you could see Brown and company, they're probably just itching now to try to get on with things. And Jamaica needs a win here in a bad way. CCC coming off a win. They must be keen on another one.
Again, another quick single taken straight to the fielder. And as you mentioned, using his legs there, Puran. Just recall the incident from yesterday where the big guy, Shannon Gabriel, was fielding at backward square. And the ball was struck straight to him. He went down in long barrier position, and everything seemed perfect, except the ball went straight through his legs and went for 4.
It happens. You've seen it so many times where they seem to have everything covered until they don't.
Yeah, sometimes it's just that split second.
They're going to have to hurry here. This could be 2 runs, and in fact, this is 2 well-judged runs. Not much they could have done about that. Jonathan Drake's coming from way out in the deep.
Yeah, the morale of the CCC team certainly seems to be dwindling a bit. Many of the players, hands on their hips, and just looking on at the bowlers and the fielders. Can't really prevent the quick singles at this stage, so need to try something different here. They need to probably bring back either Govaya or Jordan to get a breakthrough, or switch it up, change the tactics a bit, keep the Scorpions thinking.
100 partnership in the process as well. And they are now 112 for 2. And remember, they came together at 11 for 2. And so they've done a fantastic job repairing the damage and then consolidating, and now they're looking to kick on, which is good common sense cricket. You read the game and you play according to what the bowlers give you to a large extent. They want another single and they're going to get it too. So they're finding a way here now to really put pressure on the fielders. If you notice, almost every time they make the call for a single, they get the single. And these are fielders who are just inside the circle and they still cannot prevent the single.
Short and pulled away, but straight to the fielder. He got a hand to it there, Jordan, and prevented a certain 4. But still, again, got a single in the end. And at the end of 24 overs, the score 114 for the loss of 2. I think what has been very impressive so far, Ruskin, is the fact that they have batted intelligently. They really haven't played any high-risk strokes, and they are just playing the ball into the gaps or using soft hands on occasions. As you said, the fielders are in the circle and they are still getting the singles. So it shows you the timing, the difference in the intelligence of the batsman, as well as the understanding of the pair between the wickets, because as soon as they play the ball, it seems as if they are running automatically. And, that collaboration and camaraderie is certainly commendable for Jamaica.
Looks like they understand each other very well, and it probably is a deliberate thing too. And with Jermaine backward at the wicket, he's such a busybody. Every time he touches the ball, he's thinking at least a run, and which is precisely what the whole advent of the bonus point system and the limitations. That's a good shot. It's just sailing there. It gone for 6. Now the fielder was very close to it, and in fact, some might be thinking, well, why didn't he make an effort to try and catch the ball? But he just seemed to watch it go right in front of him, and he was just content to just allow it to go, Paris.
It definitely seemed to pass very close, Ruskin. I mean, obviously we have a different vantage point from up in the commentary booth, but even the players themselves were looking around as if, you could have probably
Why
just
didn't- yep,
put
stick
your hand out.
Yeah. It might stick in the hand, you never know. And that's 4 more. So all of a sudden, it's like they just pulled the choke, and the runs are starting to flow now.
Mansing, on a couple occasions, he has drifted past the leg stump and allowed the batsman to play that shot. Again, no protection at backward square. So once you pass that field at the inner circle, it definitely is going to the boundary for 4. But that 6 certainly would have rattled him in terms of shifting his line with that delivery.
But that to me is it's almost criminal to bowl a leg spinner without a deep square leg. I know some people like to put the player inside the circle as a short square leg. But when the batsmen are sweeping like that, that person at short square leg doesn't really have a chance. You're hoping for a top edge. But any kind of positive contact is 4 runs.
Again, nicely driven by Brown.
You just see how the ball is coming off the bat now, so much sweeter. And sometimes all it takes is one good shot in him, and then it gives you the confidence. Everything comes flowing back. And then all of a sudden, the bat gets broader, it gets wider, because now he's middling the ball so much better. And, as you say, it's as wide as a door now.
That's really a testament to what coaches always preach in terms of occupying the crease. The longer you stay, the easier it gets.
Yep, and it makes your life so much easier. And what it does, it allows you to build partnerships. So that completes the over number 25 and 125 for 2 at the halfway stage. Which is again good going on their part. Because for a team that, now Jamaica, I remember we were chatting with one of the coaches from the Jamaica team like 2 days ago, and he was just saying that there's still a lot of cricket to be played, and they're hoping that their players would kind of come into their own. He was still of the belief that they were underachieving at this point, and they, the more they play, the better they'll get. And you're seeing evidence of that here, with Blackwood striking some form. Brown looks so at ease at the moment, and if they can just bat for another 8 or 9 overs together, who knows? The way they're looking to change gears here, that could be 9 or 10 overs of carnage. Paris coming into the attack here now. I don't know if the captain is probably saying for failing to dive at the ball there just now. Come on, bowl.
I think that would actually be a reward instead of a punishment. Get the opportunity to try and get a wicket for your team. So far 2 dot balls, and I think a change was due at that stage because Greaves, the batsman, was certainly taking advantage of him.
He almost got a chance there. That one went flying. It just dropped in front of Puran, but it seemed almost like it damaged him as well because he's still in a crouch position there under serious pain.
It was struck like a bullet, and the thing is, Puran is a 12th man who's actually on the field for Kieran Powell, who had to leave due to a hamstring injury earlier. So let's hope nothing happens further.
Yeah, since he took that blow, I don't think he's moved from that spot. And he's in some serious pain there. And it's probably hit him on the bone. That's probably what it is. And it's deadened the leg. So he's probably trying to maybe get the circulation back.
Yeah, it's the left leg. He's just trying to stretch it out. And a bit of a misfield there from the skipper Brooks, allowing them to again get a single. Backward, continuing to rotate the strike. And as you mentioned, the bonus point system, you know, it really was implemented with the intention to get competitive scores in circumstances.
Again, that's another good sweep shot, and look at how much better the ball is coming off the bat now when he's playing the sweep shot. So he really has the measure of not just the bowlers, but the measure of the wicket, and the bunks on it, and the pace at which the ball is likely to come off the wicket. So, and that's the reward for spending time out there. So a quick over from Paris, and that ends at 128 for 2.
Yeah, not a bad over at all from Paris. Noticeably, he was getting back to his mark very quickly and not allowing the batsman to settle. So simple, different tricks that bowlers can use in their approach to the crease. Sometimes even without bowling a ball, you can try to get into the minds of the batsman and see if you can, you know, just have them second guessing or thinking. And we know that in this middle over phase of the game, the emphasis is for the batsman to rotate strike and to have a calculated approach to scoring with only 4 fielders outside of the inner circle. It does leave an area of the boundary unprotected, and the batsman must be selective in accessing those areas, finding the gaps. As we can just see out of the shot, the physio for CCC is on the field, checking on Kamil Puran, giving him a bit of that magic spray.
It works every time. I'm sure Puran will be hoping if it works faster now, because he's still in some discomfort there.
Back in your day, Ruskin, before they had all of these different medical things.
Just ice.
That's what I was wondering. And you guys were built so tough and so strong.
Mostly just ice. That's really what you had to numb the pain. That was essentially. And that was what happened around the world, you know. And then, well, as more research went into different products and what have you, you know, people started to understand a little better what could be done to speed up recovery from that. Now, it's not a invasive type of treatment. It's just a you know, almost like a superficial wound you have, and they're just treating that. And I suppose if you needed something better, then you'll have to do it. Either you go off the field and have it done, or do it later on, as the case may be. But in the main, that is ready for quick recovery, to just numb the spot quickly and allow you to go through the pain. Now, I always tell people that you could play hurt, but you cannot play injured. If you're injured, then you have to get proper treatment and probably go off the field. But if you're just hurt, another one that leaves the bat kind of uppishly. Yeah, but if you're injured, you can't. You're hurting yourself and you're hurting your team. So you're better off getting treatment right away. But if you're just hurt and you're just a little bruise or something, you could play through that.
And the thing is, being hurt is subjective, because I've heard so many stories from cricketers from generations before where they were warriors. In fact, some of them soldiers. They would have had sprained fingers, burst toes, and they would have batted or bowled throughout that, and ended up with bloody socks and bloody clothes. But at the end of the day, finished the game.
Well, some of them actually played their best. This is a chance here, and he put it down. Well. It was in the air, and again, it took a long time to try to move for the ball. It just seemed to be in slow motion as the ball looped up in the air and not able to get under it. When in fact, that could have been a very simple catch there, and it just went down yet again.
Greaves on that occasion.
Yep. And who's a decent fielder himself. We've seen him do some incredible things in the field, But it's all so, and again, it might just be the whole body language, the way they just kind of under the gun here a little bit.
Yeah, because when the ball was struck to him, it seemed as if he just stood like a day in
Did
headlights.
it again, yeah, like it's slow motion, like he didn't believe it was coming to him, and he just kind of stood there, and only when it was dying did he try hurriedly to get under the ball. So chance going by the wayside there. 27 completed. It's 131 now for 2.
And what a difference that catch would have made for the CCC and for the game as a whole, given the fact that we have just passed the halfway stage of the innings and Jamaica Scorpions healthy run rate 4.85 and only 2 wickets down. They would be certainly grateful for that dropped catch, allowing them to continue in this nice vein of form and keep more wickets to the end, where they can have a aggressive push, try to get towards a total of on around 300. I think at this stage should be reasonable, given
Yeah,
the start they have.
But this partnership, I would imagine, is key. They need to extend this, like I say, bat the overs, because that might be what they're thinking now. Okay, we have 27 overs now. If we could still be here by the time we get to 40, then you think at the rate at which they're scoring, they might be thinking we'll be well on course. And here's a big hit. That from the moment it left the bat, that was 6 runs. Up in cow corner, and as we say in local parlance, up on PI. And it going out the ground, Because look, he's a big, strong man, and Paris is just serving up lollipops there. There's no prodigious spin. There's no pace on the ball. It's just sort of sat up there and said, hit me. And Brown said, okay, and hit it out, give it a good whack.
He's been really good with the use of his feet as well. Anytime the off spinner has pitched short of a length and that ball is turning into his leg side, we have seen Brown shuffle across quite quickly and position himself in the ideal manner to play those shots to the leg side, whether it be the sweep shot which he has executed to backward square leg, or that halfway pull shot which he has executed just between that gap of long on and deep mid wicket. Really has done well.
Is it that the ball is lost?
I think so. In fact, the 6 might have been so huge that it disappeared. You see the third umpire just on the edge of the boundary, and he's now entering the fray with the box of balls.
I'll give you a joke with if you notice, before each game, they give the fielding team, with both teams, options to choose the 2 balls that they want to use. So the third umpire would have a box of balls, and either the captain or maybe one of the senior bowlers will come and select, which 2 balls they want to use per inning. And this was the game, I think it was between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands. And the Jamaican player came, and they probably went through like about all the balls to see which 2 felt the best for them. And then when it was the Leeward's turn to pick, Cornwall just put his hand in the box and said, this feels good, that one, quickly, no quickly. And what was amazing too, because he was fielding, he was practicing, he was like soaking wet. So his fingers must have been slippery. He just grabbed the ball and said, say, right, that's fine. And then he came and he took 6 wickets. So,
Correct.
Who is to complain?
And 3 with 1 over as well.
Well, it seems as if they retrieved the ball. So Paris just probably a little bit quicker on this occasion. So he's under some real pressure here now. He has to be mindful because he's up against a batsman that presents what is a clear and present danger to him. So he wants to get at him. And this could be too easily. And the way these 2 are running comfortably.
And just to mention as well, the fitness level of Brown having been there from ball 1. We know that the heat is blistering out there and not much wind or breeze on display for the players. We've seen Blackwood, in fact, stoop down on a couple of occasions, and he's been there less time than Brown. But Brown doesn't seem to be phased at all.
When you're scoring runs, nothing hurts. when you're scoring runs and taking wickets, doesn't matter. It's all in the mind.
Adrenaline just powers you past everything.
Yeah, you're not even worried about that. Sun, what is sun? They want a single, it's not there, and he had to go back. And Blackwood, well, that would have been similar to what transpired with Reefer. Because Reefer got hit by his own teammate who was trying to make a return to the wicket. And it struck Reefer in the face or in the head. And, he hasn't played since. Blackwood almost got hit. This one is in the air, but actually it clipped away nicely. And they're going to get a comfortable single down to long on. But that was so similar to that incident but Jermaine Blackwood was flying coming into the crease. And luckily he went low and the return was high on that occasion and it missed him. I don't think he got out of the way. The ball actually missed his head. But it missed by a good distance because he was so low to the ground trying to dip the bat as he got back in there. But I just saw shades of that similar thing happening on that occasion.
I think it's one instance where he'd be happy for his height as well.
Yep.
Not the tallest of players is Blackwood, and he was able to duck underneath the ball quite comfortably there.
It was a hard return. It was, it's almost like if he gave it everything to get it back to the bowler.
I think the bowler did well, in fact, to stop it, because if that went past him, could have easily run away for 4 overthrows.
And again, you're looking at Mansingh continuing here. He's in his 10th over. Now, to his credit, he's only conceded 38 runs so far. But the thing about it is that he still, he hasn't really troubled the batsman as much as I'm sure his captain would have liked. And, so even though he hasn't gone into the 60s or 70s in terms of runs conceded, but they've done it in a very relaxed and almost without any kind of discomfort as they're batting. It's just comfortable batting. It's too comfortable.
Yeah, definitely accurate description there of his spell so far. Mansingh with only one half chance, you might want to call it, that edge that went over the head of Jordan at slip, and Jordan being probably the tallest man on the field, probably difficult to call that a chance as well, because he raised his hands outstretched and couldn't even get a finger to the ball. But Mansingh has just not been as consistent with his line and length, and the variations have allowed the batsman to tick the ball over. And see again there, soft hands from Blackwood, straight to the fielder, but excellent single. Brown took off before the ball even left the bat, it seemed.
Now, if you've ever heard, because you would not have played, but if you've ever heard of the captaincy of Joey Carew, Puran probably would have been getting some expletives coming at him for conceding a single inside the circle there at short square leg. Because Joey Carew would have been merciless, screaming at him that you cannot allow a single inside of there. And even it's the same thing on the offside. Because you have to anticipate. He's not making an aggressive shot. So you can't be on your back foot and the batsman is just playing the ball. From the time he shapes the play, you're on the move already. Because the idea is to cut off that single. You don't want them to play it and then you're reacting to them running. You have to be the one doing being the one who is proactive. 142 for 229 completed.
And that also completes the spell from Abhijay Mansingh. No wickets in the column, 40 runs conceded, 4 runs on over. Decent economy. I'm sure his dad, who's looking on, would be proud. Dr. Akshay Mansingh, Dean of the Faculty of Sport, the University of the West Indies. So, sporting family indeed. But as you mentioned rightfully there, Ruskin, the ability of the fielder to anticipate. I always remember one of my coaches from back in the day, the late Rafiq Jumadeen, used to preach and emphasize to us as a fielder, you have to want the ball to come to you every delivery. You have to anticipate it's coming to you, and that would help you improve, because when you expect it, then you prepare and you can act accordingly rather than not expecting it at all and react to suit.
It's amazing. This is a good drive, but I think they're only going to get a single for it. While all that is going on, Brown has moved nicely onto 93 now. Blackwood is up to 39. So Brown, who's on 93, will come into strike. But it's amazing that you would mention Rafiq Jumadine and talking about fielding. Rafiq was the most lazy player on the field. You know, he just used to like drift around and shit like that. So once you give him the ball, everything changed.
The thing is, he never mentioned that, but it could have been one of those situations where he became aware of the importance of fielding due to, maybe his captain at that time.
Or is a case of do as I say, not
Not as I do. So he knows what the right thing was. Maybe he didn't execute it himself.
Oh, man. But here again, you see what I'm saying? Look at how easy they're picking up these runs, and they're not even like threatening to run them out. They're just casually completing singles, standing up, as we say, without even stressing. And it shouldn't be. You have to want to get a wicket, and if a run out is the way you're going to get that wicket, but the only way to do that, you have to be proactive in the field and support your bowler.
It's all about being proactive rather than reactive.
Yep.
Taking
But
the
it's
bull
so
by the
amazing,
horns.
Yeah, it's so amazing you're talking about the late Rafiq Jumadine. And I'll give you a kick, sir. Whenever we run and we are training, Rafiq, he and Larry Goals would win every race. But I'll tell you why they would win every race. They run like we stretch out on a line like this. So let's say we're going this way. And we stretch out on a line going here. Because sometimes a big squad, so it's like 25, 26 of us. So we stretch out and then we'd sprint to like a marker down at that end. But by the time the coach who's standing in the middle blew the whistle, if you just saw the line would, instead of a straight line, would bend like that. And Larry and Juma's at the end of the line. So they already have 10 meters on everybody. Going down there. No ball now. And, which is even worse. To be a spinner bowling on no ball. Now it will be interesting where that no ball is, and it's a free hit. But I'm almost sure because he's been cutting that pop-in crease there quite frequently. So I'm not sure if you could see his footwork, well, it might just be a front foot violation, but he was also very, very close.
He was bowling wide off the stumps and getting dangerously close to touching that.
The return crease there, so well, he's much closer this time. he did it very close to the umpire. But yet again, they get another easy single. And the scoreboard just continues to tick over. So 30 overs completed, 146 for 2. And, of course, Adrian Barrett is going to come back to continue with commentary here. So 146 for 2 it is. 94 to Carlos Brown. And Jermaine Blackwood is on 40. So we have a little delay here. I think they're changing gloves, so both batsmen seem to be getting some, or maybe they get back their helmets as we have a fast bowler coming back into the attack, which makes sense. You don't want to take any risk at all. As I welcome back Adrian Barrett.
Thank you, Ruskin. Nice to be back in the box here, and I'm sure the Jamaica Scorpions would also be very happy with their position at the moment. 146 for 2 after 30 overs. Carlos Brown charging on to his century, 94 of 98 balls, and he has been going really well, really aggressive, well balanced innings by him. In his first half there, his 50, he got 8 boundaries off of it.
Actually, it says 95 from 99, so he's been credited with 1 additional run, but from 1 additional ball. So 95 from 9, still a hectic pace. We see the Barbados players, they have been working out in the net, getting some work in. I'm sure they're not happy with that latest defeat, so especially losing to the CCC who hadn't won prior.
Hakeem Jordan nips that one into German Blackwood, 41 from 66 deliveries. So a really big partnership here, 137 runs. And the Jamaica team, if they don't lose an additional 5 wickets in this power play, they currently will be on track for a batting bonus point. Oh, and he's bowled him.
Well.
Hakeem Jordan
What a
has
change.
gotten the breakthrough, and a brilliant delivery by him knocking the off stump off the ground. And the CCC has gotten the breakthrough, a needed breakthrough here by them. And it's a brilliant delivery here.
Right up in the block hole. And that's where you attack the stumps at all costs. So Blackwood has to go for 41. Very well played in the end.
Yeah, incredible delivery there. Swinging in a bit. You just noticed the ball just before it nipped back. This one, he bowls it Yorker into that off stump, and see tailing in there at the last minute there. And bit of a reverse swing also. It also at the last minute tailed away and knocking out that off stump. So a really good wicket here. It would have really lifted the spirits of the CCC team, because as you all were mentioning before, it was really just looking flat. The Jamaicans were dominating this CCC team during this period, and maybe they'll be looking now to maybe get two wickets, 3 wickets here now, and really pull back the game.
Well, it is, and that's a game of cricket. You know, sometimes you lose one, then you lose another, and you know the whole complexion of the game changes. What the Jamaicans would probably want to do, even if they were to lose wickets, if they could maintain, you know, their scoring rates. They still have quite a bit of overs. It's not the game is going to end in the next 4 or 5 overs. They have quite a bit of overs to go, so they could still think of another 100 runs if possible. And with this, and with Brown still at the wicket, who knows? Barnes is the new batsman.
Oh, good delivery by him there. Outside the off stump, maybe around 6-7 stump. So feeling for that one. So there's a third man, a sweeper on the boundary, a long one, and a man in front square on the onside. So already seeing what one wicket could do, Ruskin, how it could lift the entire spirit of the team. They were really flat.
No men are chirping
Yeah.
and encouraging the bowlers. Now you even see the captain, like he might put a slip in place as well to give the bowler even more. He did have a discussion with him, Shamar Brooks, and so now they're thinking, well, let's see if we could stifle Barnes a little bit and maybe see if we could get rid of him. They brought the square leg in to just alongside the umpire, and the man at fine leg, Puran, who has a short square leg, comes to fine leg, but the captain is into first slip, and the extra cover is closing.
Drives there, lovely. So mid on, mid off is up right now. So Brooks here, he understands that they need wickets, because these are the key moments in these games. If you don't capitalize as a fielding team, if you allow Barnes here now to get set and start to develop, and a partnership starts to develop again, it could start all over for the CCC team. So he knows the importance here of a wicket. The square leg now is going out to a deep position there, and just in front of square on the onside.
Well, it was the old 1-2 fast bowling bluff there. He dropped the man at square leg out as if to suggest he's coming with the short ball, and then he bowled a full-length delivery right up there to Barnes. What I noticed with Barnes, that the ball he played it so well, comfortably onto the front foot. But I think what the batsman is thinking, or the bowler is thinking, that is like a hard wicket play. He's pushing at it, and even though he timed it well, the bat was way out in front. So that's why he's probably thinking if he could reproduce that delivery. So there is the short ball. Eventually it came 2 balls later, and Barnes not able to resist it, had a go, but he missed. End of the over, 31 completed. Now it's 148 for 3.
Yeah, so a really good over there by the CCC team getting that breakthrough. Hakeem Jordan there picking up his first wicket, so it would be interesting to see. I don't think Carlos Brown is going to really change much of how he's playing. He's going really well.
The run-in between the wickets, though, might be the key here. It's if he could get Barnes to be on the same page that he and Blackwood were, and see if they can put themselves together. Now, Barnes is yet to score a list 800. He doesn't have one to his name. I'm sure he would love to change that here today. He's well on course. Carlos Brown, rather, is well on course. 95 from 99. And he's a picture of concentration there. Looks a model with that forward defensive shot there. I tell you what, though, if Paris bowls that again, we might have to be breaks in here from that, because that was nicely flighted right in his wagon wheel there. I'm shocked he played it defensively. But I suppose having lost his partner, he probably feels that, he has to be a little bit more responsible.
Paris, yeah, part-time spinner taking up this attack, and a bit of respect here being shown after this wicket fall. So, that's edge down there. Looks a bit deliberate by him.
That could be
and
4
will it
runs.
go for 4?
It's close.
Yes, it's
rolling. Into the boundary it goes.
So he moves on to 99, Carlos Brown. So 1 run away from his first list 800.
And this would be a proud moment for him, I'm sure. He's hardly put a foot wrong. That's the important thing. And sometimes, when player to make 100, sometimes you have to have a little luck, And so I don't think he was out of any, not overly, lucky in this innings. He certainly played well. And I'm sure if he gets to his 100, it will be thoroughly deserved.
And that's 100 for Carlos Brown. A really proud man here at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. His first list 800. And we could see his celebration there, and a proud moment there for the entire Jamaica Scorpions team. And what an incredible knock here by Carlos Brown.
A popular man in the dressing room, no doubt, and you could just see the pride from his teammates. They're so happy that finally a Jamaican batsman has gotten into the 100 mode, and look at how much it means to him to get to triple figures. 100 from 105 balls, 12 fours and 2 sixes. And as they say, they're cock-a-hoot in the Jamaica dressing room there.
Brilliant batting here by him. Really understanding his role, that had that early wicket of the captain, John Campbell, and Carlos Brown batting through this innings so far, really playing that anchor role. And it's really nice to see that he has put his hand up here and understand that if he bat out the first half an hour here at the Queen's Park Oval, it gets a bit easier. On!
Another beauty.
Yeah, so good delivery there, good reply. That one beating the off stump, outside edge.
You can see him really pushing out to it there, trying to go through the line of the ball. And but he has to be responsible now. You don't want to give it away. And continue doing what you were doing all along. Now the umpire is having a word with him. I'm not quite sure if he's not feeling well. Something just doesn't seem right with him. And that is not good news for the Jamaicans. I'm sure they'll be hoping that he could continue. He's 100 not out, 153 for 3 meanwhile. And the physio is coming to have a look. So I don't know if he's just not feeling well. Sometimes it might just be a headache, or maybe the hand is gripping the bat. You see, for a batsman, even as big and strong as he is, just gripping the bat, because it's a kind of an unusual position to have the hand in for an extended period of time. And as you said, it's hot, so obviously the body is releasing fluid, so his hand is probably just cramping up on him, left hand. So again, the magic spray might be out there, and maybe give him some fluids.
Definitely. So it's really hot here at the Queen's Park Oval. Probably I was out there a bit and it was feeling like about 36, 37 degrees in the shade. So really tough conditions here. He has shown his fitness, but it's a real battle here at the Oval. The humidity, a lot of humidity here also, and as you mentioned, that top hand sometimes, because he's playing those shots down the ground, and that's a lot of top hand he's using there, generally speaking. So he's gripping that top hand really tight, and he's actually hitting the ball really hard also. So he's not, that top hand is not relaxed by any means. So I'm not shocked that he's having issues there with that top hand there, but getting the necessary treatment.
Yeah, it also allows the CCC to regroup a little bit, talk among themselves about, what the approach is for the remaining overs. We see Keno Mason, one of the assistant coaches down here, also having a chat with a player down on the boundary here. So they, no doubt, one of the good things about playing in a tournament like this, some of these players are from different islands on that CCC team, and it allows them to really bond together, build friendships, understand the game, talk about the game. And when you're in a camp and in a tournament setting like this, you have a lot of time to discuss cricket, talk cricket. What the good and the bad, what you are doing well, what you're not doing well, what your ambitions are, where you hope to be, and discuss that with other players who will probably realize that they have the same ambition as you do, and that it's really a question of how you matriculate from, say, a youth level to a senior level, and there's that gap in between that people take different paths to get there. Some do it quicker, others take a little longer, but the goal is the same, to represent the West Indies.
Yeah, certainly so. And these CCC players, you would have seen the likes like Kamil Puran, who is playing this level here, this 50 overs level here in the Caribbean. And you were mentioning, like, even in the fielding aspect of things, these quick singles and sometimes the pressure, there is a gap between the club level here, the domestic level here in Trinidad and Tobago, even around the Caribbean, there's the various club cricket. So between that and regional level, it is a bit.
It's a big step up.
Yeah, it is. And the only way you could know is to play.
Yeah.
There's nowhere else around that. You have to play, and it really is where guys need to step up. We actually see that even when the batsman hit the ball, it even hits harder also. So as fieldsmen, you have to be willing to even put your body on the line. Sometimes you may even need to take a hit to stop a boundary. Quick single there, but
Yeah, I think Brown is happy with the one, because he knows it's like a slightly different dynamic with Barnes at the crease now. I suppose they have to develop that trust that they could push hard, and when he calls, he will respond.
yeah, so a nice, I think they took the water break one time, so they were able to utilize that bit of treatment there that Brown would have been receiving. Looks like his forearm, his top hand. So Barnes here. And that beats the outside edge. Lovely delivery
Not for the first time.
by Jordan.
He's beaten outside the off stump. So Jordan just touching on a good line and a good length.
Really good delivery. So could be one of those moments where the CCC are sensing there could be an opportunity to get back in the game. If they got another wicket here, it would be 154 for 4, and it looks different. You know, when you look at the scoreboard, it really helps the fielding team to see, okay, well, we are back in this game.
But it also does too. If they can take some wickets here now, apart from probably getting bonus points for what 5 wickets in the middle session, what it will do also is it might just delay the onslaught that comes at the end, because if they lose a bunch of wickets, then batsmen will be a little bit cautious or apprehensive to just go, you know, full throttle right away, and that might work in the bowling team's favor, because they would probably get an over or two more of
Oh, and he's struck him there. Looks like on the back of the right shoulder.
Yep, he's a big, strong man, so he's very beefy in the back there.
Right
Under
in
the arm, so just under the arm, just at the back of that shoulder blade there by the scapula.
Yeah, so Akeem Jordan, we saw in his first spell, he bowled some really quick deliveries, and on this wicket here, which it would have flattened out a bit, able to get some nice bounce and lift here. He's, as mentioned by Colin Murray before, he's bending his back, really trying to get as much from this wicket. So
Yeah, and he also mentioned that he always keep telling me to bend my back, and he could never get me to do it.
and that's like a slower delivery there by Akeem Jordan, and that's the end of the over. 1 run off it, a good one. It's 154 for 3 after 33 overs.
Yeah, mixing up his deliveries quite nicely there, and making life a little bit uncomfortable for the batsman. I'm sure he would love to pick up a couple more wickets, just because when you consider in his first spell he bowled well, but he was wicketless. Govaya took the wickets at the other end. But now he's back. He has a wicket under his belt, so I'm sure he's looking for more rewards here. And that just tells you about the game of cricket. He bowled well, but he didn't get anything, you know. But now he's back. He's bowling well again, and hopefully he could be rewarded accordingly.
So deep backward square mid wicket, a long one and a sweeper on the boundary for Carlos Brown.
Yeah, you could just see a little change in the attitude here for Carlos Brown. Now that he's gotten to the 100, he's probably thinking a big 100. He probably wants to start
and he
over.
slug sweeps,
Yep.
and that goes all the way for 6.
Again, you know, he's not afraid to play that shot. And once he pitches it up and he gets it into that wagon wheel there, it's an almighty swing, and he jumps into that position quickly.
And we see here that after 100 here, he's seeing the ball as big as, well, our national coach, Dwight York. He was here this morning. So he's seeing it as big as Dwight York right now.
He
And
goes,
he goes again.
Not connecting as well as he probably would have been hoping, because all of a sudden he has decided, once he throws it up, I am going to have a dip. And on that occasion, I thought he was going to hit it, you know, up in cow corner again, but he hit it straight over the bowler's head. So it might just be that he's swinging and hitting the ball much too early.
It's nice to see that he's still continuing to score. And I think he should. I think he should continue to play his game and let the other batsmen bat around him. It's a attempt there for a single.
That should have been a single, because the fielder had a long way to go. And what it does, it takes the pressure off of Barnes, because he's yet to score after his 9 deliveries. So he's had a few issues, especially with Jordan uh, bowling to him. So he probably would relish this opportunity here.
And he goes, but
And even then, he can't get off the mark with a good, fierce drive, and he can't get anything for it.
so 10 deliveries now. He's yet to get off the mark. So in the back of his mind, the pressure will be building. No batsman, or no batsman rather in cricket would want to be batting dot balls. No matter how good the score is, it naturally gets to you. And we see now the long off going back because of the intention. He could be looking to go over the top now. So bit of a field placement change here. So again, another dot ball, and that's the end of the over. 7 off of it is 161 for 3 after 34 overs.
Yeah, it's a pretty good over, but you could just see the little chess game going on there because they know Barnes is under pressure to get on with things and unable to really buy a run right now. And the fielding team not helping out. Plus his partner, I thought that was a comfortable single for them. The fielder at square leg had to go a long way to his right. And Brown could have easily made it to the other end, but he opted not to. And let's see how he handles Akeem Jordan now, because Jordan has been giving Barnes a little bit of a workover here. 11 balls and he's yet to score.
So Carlos Brown. So there's a sweeper on the boundary, a long one, a backward square, and a third man on the boundary. Play that one straight back to the bowler there. So good pace here. Sorry, this is Amari
Goodrich, yeah.
who is bowling from the Joey Carew end. So change in bowling, really good pace there, first delivery.
Actually, I thought that Jordan was bowling very well. So I'm surprised that they only bowled him like 2 overs in this spell and took him off. Maybe he might switch him to the top end.
Good pace here by Amari Goodrich. I'd have loved to see a speed gun here to see what pace he's bowling at. But he's really running in here for our viewers. He's charging in and really hitting the deck hard. So good effort here. You know, you're bowling at Carlos Brown. You still want to look like you want to take a wicket because he's set, and they would be fully aware that if they get Brown here now, it could really upset the Scorpions. Good inside edge there. They come for a quick single and they make it safely. So Puran there, that short Camel Puran in that short fine leg region.
Again, he too must take it personally. They can't be running singles, inside the circle there, and not have to, dive in the crease or something to complete the run, which is what you want to see. He had a shy of the stumps there because he was trying to effect a run out. He didn't hit, but he was trying, and here again a little indecision as to whether that was a run or not. They had to wait for it to go past Mansingh first before going for the single. But you're starting to see a few cracks here in that aspect of the game, the running between the wickets and the communication.
Definitely so, and you would know that running between the wickets has a lot to do with your partner. So yeah, that's so important with the camaraderie between players in the team. The likes of Haynes and Greenwich. At one time they were talking about their running between the wickets. I remember Desmond Haynes was the manager of the West Indies team, and he said that they didn't even have to call when they're running between the wickets. They look at each other and they know if to run or not to run, and that's the sort of communication that you need to have. That's driven back.
It's good fielding to his own bowling there because that was traveling. And that completes the over, a new one from Goodrich. And at the end of it, it's 163 for 3, 2 runs from it.
So we're creeping up now to that third power play. The Jamaican team, if they don't lose another 4 wickets here, they will receive their first batting bonus point within this second power play. So 4 wickets, I mean, do you see them losing 4 wickets here in 5 overs?
It's very unlikely because nothing that is happening suggests that. But like we say, cricket is a funny old game. And for all you know, somebody might just, pelt a lash, as we say, miss, and it gets caught. And then the new batsman has a problem settling in, especially if it is Brown who departs, then it will be Barnes who's on 1 from 12 deliveries, plus a new batsman who's now coming to the crease. So that could be the determinant factor here. Which of the 2 wickets that they get? If they get Brown, then yes, they might very well pick up a couple more before the next 5 overs, or within the next 5 overs.
Bowling change. Romario Graves will be picking up the attack from the media center end, behind our back here at the Queen's Park Oval. So he'll be bowling to Brad Barnes, 1 from 12 balls, and he goes for the sweep. So see, Brad Barnes is not, he doesn't look comfortable here at the moment. He's occupying some deliveries.
He's playing and missing a lot.
Yeah, and I think the idea for him is to try and rotate the strike, get the set batsman on strike, and let him continue along with his game. Yeah.
But you see, he's of the mindset that he could score as well. And but I don't think Jamaica wants him to feel that way. What they really want him to do is nudge and run. I mean, if you get a long hopper, then hit it out the ground. But in the main, don't go trying to force the issue. And this one, he hits it hard, straight down to the man. Well, not straight to him, close to him. And in the end, it was Jeremiah hurting himself. So he too goes down and stays down. And he's in some discomfort, and it's like he's holding his back. I'm not quite sure where the pain is, but he was signaling like it was his back. And now they're turning him over. Keno Mason is there.
Looks like something around his hip.
Yeah, maybe he hit the hip on the ground or when he was trying to feel the ball. I'm not sure if he rolled up on the ball. That might be the other. Let's look at it here. Came across to do the fielding, and it hit the knee or something like that, and you could see him limping immediately. And
So not good signs here for the CCC camp at all. We already saw Kieran Powell, their opening batsman, getting a sort of, looks like a hamstring. So sort of a hamstring injury, Kieran Powell. So not good signs here. Haven't seen Kieran Powell return to the field after that. So really difficult conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's really hot and humid. So
Adrian is probably wondering what it is we are signaling to each other there, but that's another good single, well away from the fielder to his right. And this is what I like. This is all happening inside the circle, and they're still able to go. So now it's 3-0. It's football. They were signaling to me. Adrian is probably wondering, what is Ruskin and Jason?
That's a 6 that goes all the way. A massive hit here.
That's on top the roof.
Yeah, big hit.
It started to sail from the moment it left the bat.
Wow. Yeah, on top, that looks like the Larry Constantine stand there.
There are a lot of look at the stanchion that looked like it was in danger of being struck as well, because the ball just went up, and over. And in fact, if that ball went on the roof, it probably ended up Well,
That's
it
right.
might be over in Mandela Park or King George
That's
V
right.
Park, as it says.
And I didn't hear a bang song, so it might
Probably cleared
probably went
everything.
straight,
Yep.
yeah, because it really had that elevation.
Yeah,
It actually started traveling when it reached the stands.
The thing
so
is that there's some folks who have their cars parked in the back there, so it's dangerous. And there are also a lot of kids who perform,
yeah,
who train.
yeah.
And the good thing is that I think the
Yes.
playpen is right here, directly behind us, so that went kind of to the right. So they have to change that ball. That ball isn't coming back.
Yeah, definitely so. And thankfully, I would have parked in the
On the opposite
yeah,
direction.
there.
Now, I tend to like the park here because it's right by the
Close.
gate and I could walk
Yeah.
upstairs, because Colin Murray insists on not putting in the elevator. And so that's another bone that I have to pick with him. And but in the mean, that was such a beefy hit. He goes to 115 now. It's 172 for 3. We're in the 36th over. One more ball to go.
Yeah, it's 9 runs off of it so far, this over.
Yep, it was going along quite nicely until then.
And he goes again.
And that's another 6.
And that is 6 runs. So Carlos Brown here really taking the attack here to the CCC team. And this here is a brilliant shot over mid-wicket for 6.
Again, he has no fear. He just kind of swiveled in the wicket, planted his legs, free up his arms, and just almost from a crouch position, just uncoiled. And once he got elevation, you know, the ball had enough power on it to take it out to the ground. 36 completed. It's 178 for 3, 121 to Brown, 4 to Barnes.
So Carlos Brown here continuing in his same momentum. 117 deliveries, so he's scoring over 100 now with strike rate. So he's really picking up the ante, stepping it up at the moment. Still 14 overs remaining in this innings, and a crucial period of time because from the third power play, 5 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So there's a period of play here where they could actually capitalize here. And he goes, and that would be 4 runs. Over the top here, Brad Barnes, he's getting into his momentum now, because that is what he's looking to do all the time.
He got jealous there. He said, there's no way I am going to stay here and watch Brown get all the accolades for his big hitting, and I am not going to share in that. It's a good shot because once he got it over the fielder's head, you know, it was a safe shot, deliberate shot, I might add.
And they come for single, easy single here. So this is the sort of cricket that Brad Barnes needs to play. He needs to rotate the strike, bring Carlos Brown, the set batter. He's the one who is seeing the ball big as a beach ball now. So
Yeah, the cricket aficionados will say good cricket. You hit a boundary and then you take a single next
That's
ball,
right.
you rotate the strike, you did your job. Now support your teammate.
that's down the leg side, and that would be a wide. So 4 runs off the first delivery, a single, and now a wide.
Yeah, so already they have 6 runs in the over, you know. So, and this is the rate at which they want to keep scoring, you know, the rest of the way. Now, if they were to do that, you know, you're looking at probably another 9. They could probably get to another 80 runs out of it.
Yeah. Oh, and that's...
Well,
Oh,
this
and
could
will
be
this-
dangerous. Oh, he didn't miss by a little bit. He missed by a mile. Well, I suppose he didn't want to hit the batsman. In his defense, in Goodridge's defense, I don't think he wanted to hit the batsman, but he wasn't seeing the stumps. And by the time he released the ball, it was so far off. He didn't have a ghost of a chance of hitting the stumps.
Yeah, as you mentioned, if he had threw at the stump, I believe he would have hit the batsman really hard there. So, and him there not really damaging the batsman there. Comes down the wicket and he's gone. So that's the end of Carlos Brown.
Yep.
Brilliant innings by him, 121 from 118 balls. he looked disappointed there because he could have gotten the elevation, but he was outdone there in the end there by Goodrich.
Yep, Goodrich did very well to pick that pepper, as they say, and the catch was taken by Graves.
So that's-
Again, an easy one because it came straight at him and it had no real pace on it because Brown totally mistimed it.
So this time the CCC fielders actually able to take the catch. You know, there was a bit of opportunities that went by. You know, that one in cover where the fieldsman was hanging back a bit, and it fell just short of him. But this one here going straight regulation, catch the cover, and he goes a well played 100, and you can see his teammates, they're really appreciating the century. It would be the first century by a Jamaica Scorpion batsman in this, or by any one of the players on the team, the first 100 here in this tournament. Carlos Brown.
They must be happy for him in the dressing room there right now, because I know a lot of times we do commentary. We don't know sometimes what these players are going through at any point in time in their careers, you know, and when you just to see how they responded to the 100 suggests that there's a lot, you know, going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, and that he must have been enduring a tough time, you know, and to come here, put his head down, get 100, get his team out of a deep hole, it speaks volume. And maybe that is what they're appreciating and what they're showing us with their support for him. So wicket number 4 is in the books. Glenn is at the crease right now, and he's immediately off the mark.
Yes, so as you mentioned, Carlos Brown, he's 25 years of age, and he's played 8 first-class matches and 4 List A matches, so he would have debuted in this tournament, and scoring his first century in List A cricket. So congratulations to him. It's definitely a match-winning performance by him, with being in line and in contention for a man of the match based on, and that's inside edge there, and it comes down to third man. So would they be looking for 3? No, they decide on 2 runs. So that's the end of the over. It's 187 for 4 after 37.
Yeah, that's the difference, because when Brown and was it Blackwood were batting, they would have been sprinting that first run quickly, and you know, putting pressure on the fielders to react to that, and so they were turning 1s into 2s and that kind of stuff. Here they had a great opportunity possibly to even get a 3rd run, but they never seemed interested in it. The ball was almost right on the boundary, and the fielder ran off the field to then have to come back to retrieve it, and they were like not interested. Like it never even crossed their mind that there was a possibility of a 3rd run there. And we see Colin Murray is back with us, and he doesn't seem too perturbed, so I want to believe his car wasn't hit by that massive hit from Brown just now that sailed out the ground. So
Good that it fell a couple feet away from Tony Gray's vehicle.
well, you know, Colin, you know, Colin has an Audi. Yeah.
So Graves, 50 runs, no wickets off his 6 overs. And they will be pushing for 2
They
here.
should, but again, they just, it was like there's no real determination in the running. It's like they got a single, and you know, they're happy with that.
I think Brad Barnes probably would be happy to be on strike. So
Because
11 off.
he wants to have a dip. Yeah, he's seeing Roger bowling this nice juicy little off break. He's probably gonna go sailing in the corner there. That's well played.
Yeah. So a nice period here for the CCC team, losing the Jamaica Scorpions, losing 2 wickets there in very short space of time. So um, definitely a spoke in the wheel here for the Jamaica Scorpions team.
That too is well played. The thing is, though, the CCC probably must be thinking here, let's see if we can get 2 more wickets, and put even more pressure on this lower order and see if they crumble under that pressure. And so I'd really like to see them maybe bring back Jordan for an over or 2, see if he can put a little scare into some of these batsmen.
Oh, and he's bowled him.
Trying to give himself room there. And Barnes probably got a little too ambitious on that occasion. He goes for 12, bowled by Graves.
So just backing away there. Quick one there by Graves and able to clip the top of the stumps. Yeah, the top of that off stump. So that's the end of Brad Barnes. He didn't look comfortable. At no point you could have said that he looked like he was going to get a big score today. And eventually he got out. So that's the end of his innings. And it brings in now the very experienced Odin Brown. Odin Smith. Odin Brown was another former Jamaican cricketer.
Look at where he ended up. He was way outside the leg stump, trying to cut the delivery that was on the off stump. It started outside the off stump, coming back in a little bit. But he was so far outside the leg stump that when the ball hit the stump, you could see all 3 stumps, and you could probably put another 3 stumps, and he still wasn't covering any of the stumps. He was so far out of it that he actually he did himself an injustice there by backing away that far. His head was nowhere near the line of the ball, and he was just playing, hoping that he could probably just guide it through the offside. 190 for 5, which represents a massive recovery after they were 11 for 2. But now they need to finish the job here now.
And the big hitting Odin Smith has come into the crease. He's known for his attacking play, especially in the death overs in the 2020 format. But there's a lot of overs remaining here. After this over, there will be 12 more. So still a lot of deliveries to be completed here in this innings. If they are able to bat it out, 5 wickets down, and they would be looking to really get to that 250 mark.
Well played by Odin Smith. He didn't try to do anything, rash or get a rush of blood and just try to hit across the line. He played a ball on merit and survived that over. It comes to an end. It's really 190 for 5, 38 overs completed now.
So really hot conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Doesn't look like we get a rain delay yet, but things change really quickly here after lunch in Port of Spain from the daytime heating. So we're still in the rainy season here in Trinidad and Tobago. And
all the time I thought it was because of Colin singing, but now you're saying it's because of the heat
the daytime
patterns
heating.
and stuff like that. But I really thought it was Colin singing that caused the rain, but or a combination of the two.
Yeah, I'm not getting into that. That is your partner.
Yeah, but he say you don't know me.
I'm new to this commentary and I'm meeting persons and understanding personalities here for the first time. So
they say he's Spencer, I am Mark, Mark said Spencer.
so I'm feeling out things here still.
But Govaya is back, and I don't know, this could be very interesting here. If he can get the ball to spin as he was doing earlier this morning, this could be very, very interesting for these lower order batsmen, and especially the left-handed Glenn here, because he was getting appreciable turn.
Yeah, definitely so. And I've been waiting to see when they would have introduced him back into the attack, as he bowled really well. So Brooks believes now that, well, obviously he still has 5 overs to bowl, so he has to bowl him at some point to really get in those overs. So
So I bowled again. The batsman did well to keep it out, but again, living dangerously there. He was as square as they come, and he just dropped the bat on it.
yeah, so Odean Smith now, the right hand Govaya would be bowling to him. Odean Smith loves to play over that mid-wicket region. So
Suppose you could say they all love to play over that mid-wicket region, because we've seen quite a number of, slug sweeps, so to speak, into that mid-wicket region. And most of the Jamaican batsmen, they are well built, they're strong. And we saw that with the West Indies team yesterday too. Everybody seemed to want to clear the fence all the time, and few of them.
oh, that's a quick delivery into Odean pads.
We did well to
Odean
keep it
Smith
out.
pads. One looked like about 80 miles per hour.
Well, because he understands the mentality of an Odean Smith.
Yeah, really quick deliveries here by Govaya. I'm not sure if he needs to bowl that quick, because there's 2 early wickets, well, two quick wickets, 2 new batsmen into the crease here, so could probably give it a little bit of air.
Again, just putting it down in front of them to keep them quiet. 192 for 5 after 39.
So a bit of a cloud cover here at the Queen's Park Oval, which would come at a great relief to the CCC fieldsmen, and even the batsmen too. They just came into bat, but really, really hot conditions. Good for batting at the moment. So the Jamaica team would really looking to get somewhere around. They could get somewhere around that 260 mark now, because they lost 5 wickets, 260, 270. You see that
Somebody's going to have to play a decent hand here the rest of the way. And they probably may need to try to preserve wickets. You don't want to, come just throw the bat and start a procession. And that's not going to help, because that figure you call there 260, while it's attainable, it's contingent on, some good batting and some hard running between the wickets. Just sensible cricket all round.
and he goes big, but will be 4 runs, so wouldn't be 4. Straight to that field, so when they at sweeper boundary.
No, that's a kind of mysterious shot he's playing there, Yeah, you hit it square to point. At 1 minute it looked like he was trying to hit that over in King George V Park. It ended up at point. But then these bats are so big and powerful. That's good fielding, for your own bowling. If you can't field your own bowling, then something's wrong. But when you could limit scoring off your own bowling, that's a good place to start.
Glenn hits that one.
Went down. I don't think the keeper had a chance with that. That hit the edge and went
it looks
down.
like it's going to go for 4.
Yep.
So, bottom edge under the wicket keepers.
Yep.
Between his legs, apparently.
I have a friend of mine who batted like that a lot. I'm not calling any names. The excuse was he played for the edge of the bat also. So bats are expensive. They play for the edge too. The edge was thinner than the bats now. So you pay for every inch of the bat, as they say. But that was difficult for the keeper because that ball hit the edge and went down. He never had a chance of getting anywhere near to it.
And they take a quick single here.
Yeah,
Bit of a
Shamar Brooks.
fumble.
Yep. Actually, no, it's not. It's not Shamar trying to come across there and probably execute the fielding there. That's good. That's Campbell, Carrie Campbell. Hasn't seen much of him so far. Smith giving himself a opportunity to start here. He's not trying to do too much just yet, but he hits the ball so hard that at any moment he could change gears.
Yeah, definitely so. And this is a nice situation for Odin Brown. He has a bit of time here, so he could actually play himself in and decide to take a dip in the last 5 overs. So, and that's a quick single again. So a bit of lack of concentration here by the CCC fieldsman. And
Jordan.
allowing,
Yep.
allowing another single. So that brings up the 200 for the Jamaica Scorpions. It's 200 for 5 after 40 overs.
Well, Adrian, it's not your fault, but we'll be leaving. Colin Murray is going to come.
So Govaya continues from that media center end, the Joey Carew members end. And we are into the third power play. So in this power play, 5 fieldsmen are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So far we are seeing a long on, deep mid wicket, a square leg, a long off, and a sweeper on the boundary. And at this time, we'll welcome Colin Murray to the commentary panel here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Thank you very much, Adrian. And 10 overs left, 200, maybe they can get to 260, 270. But the top half of the batting has really gone. But Odin Smith, not Brown, he tends to, if he gets going, boy, I tell you, they can make these runs quickly.
Yes, definitely so. So Govaya here into his 7th over.
2 for 17, continues to bowl well, doesn't he? Very economical, and he's picked up 2 wickets.
Really tight, and he's bowling much quicker now
Yeah.
because he's into this period of the game, and he's bowling to Javel Glenn, a bowling all-rounder, and Odin Smith, who is an out-and-out all-rounder. So
Would you consider Odin Smith a bowling all-rounder or just an out-and-out all-rounder?
maybe
That's
a
a
bowling,
lovely delivery.
maybe a bowling all-rounder.
I'm not too sure. You know, he's tends to. Let's have a look at this delivery from Mikel Govaya.
Oof, good delivery.
Quicker delivery, had some bounce as well.
Oh, and that should be 4 runs.
Yeah, it's going to run away. It's very unlucky. We've seen a couple of shots from the Scorpions batsmen that have taken the edge and have gone all the way down for 4.
Yeah, 4 byes.
Yeah. Well, that one didn't take the edge. Thought for one moment when I first initially saw it, I thought he may have got the edge. But umpire signaling 4 byes.
So they move on to 204 for 5. We're into crunch time here in this last power play.
What do you reckon? 260,
I'm
265?
thinking around 260, 265. Yeah, same. But if they bat out, if these 2 batsmen bat to the 45th,
Yeah,
you're looking at 270 up.
275, yeah.
But it's crucial that they bat the next 5 overs.
Yeah, especially I would think Odin Smith more than Javel Glenn. Not that Javel Glenn is not capable, but I think, you know, when you look at the big hitting, it's going to mostly come from Odin Smith. The end of the over from Mikel Govaya, he's now completed, 7 overs, 2 for 17, and it's 204 for 5 from 41 overs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think Odin Smith has got to play a big part. He's gone off the boil to me in the last couple of years. You know, when Odin Smith, maybe about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when he came into bat, you sort of figured, oh, but if this guy gets going, he can get 30, 40 in no time. It hasn't happened in the last, I would say, the last 2 years, where he's come in and has taken the bowling apart. He's been, even in the CPL and things like that, he's come in and hasn't really lit the CPL on fire as he did maybe, as I said, 3 years ago.
Yeah, he didn't have the best of CPL this year, so bit of a momentum change here with him, and he have the opportunity here today to change things because it's a perfect scenario for him. 9 overs remaining, and it's not like he has just 3 overs to go and smash it all over. He has some time to play in himself. So
he's only faced 4 deliveries thus far.
Oh,
backing away, looking to give himself room. Now, when you look at the field, there's that short, there's a backward point, a cover point, and there's a man right out in the square boundary. And he was backing away, giving himself room. But if he finds the man out there, it's only a single. So I would have thought the better idea would be to get in line and maybe hit it straight back overhead. And he's capable of that.
yeah, definitely. So a good player straight and even over cover. I saw in a game not too long ago. So and that's wide. Yeah.
Yep.
Bayer took a little time.
Took a little while, didn't he?
But in the end, he signaled it.
I tell you, if I was the bowler, I would have probably turned to him and said, "You sure?" But then probably, well, thankfully,
And he goes there, and it's up in the air.
It's going to be safe. I think it's going to fall
safe.
safe, falling between 3 fielders, long off the deep cover point, and cover had to run back. But he and that's Odin Smith. He's going to go. Just didn't time it all that well.
Yeah, he's really upset about it. You see him there in square leg. He knows that he's not really in the form of his life, and
wasn't a bad idea though, because he was trying to go over extra cover. Now there's that long off. The long off has gone to have a word. That's Brooks. He's going to have a word. No, he's a cover. So there is a long off, but the long off is pretty straight. And then there's that deep square, deep cover point, I would say, not very square. So he was looking to hit it over extra cover, which wasn't a bad idea, and that's what probably saved him.
Works that there for a single. So a dot ball, a wide, and 2 singles coming off the over. Brings Glenn on strike, who's 10 from 19 deliveries. So a bit of a start here for Glenn.
Yeah, but, I would have thought Glenn would have been a little bit more, how should I put it, in terms of moving on the score a little better. I would have thought if he had 10, he would have maybe 14 deliveries or so. He needs to move on a bit.
Yeah, that tends to happen when you have those loss of wickets there, because those 2 wickets.
Yeah, but
Carlos
Adrian, you've
Brown.
got 5 wickets intact. Unless he doesn't have confidence with the guys coming after Odin Smith.
And he goes there.
That's better. That's better.
That's 6 runs.
That's better. So he was, give him credit. He was picking the right delivery, and he hit that high over the mid-wicket position. Really a good shot. He made a little room for himself. Got that front leg out of the way, and hit it high. He's a big man, isn't he? Strong man is Javel Glenn.
Yeah, so a bit of a partnership here developing. 24 runs in this partnership between Brown and Glenn. So they would be looking to get back into that 45th over and really try to explode for the last 5. That one there wide, pitching that one wider there, trying to let Glenn now try to drag it from outside off stump to that mid-wicket region. So that's one of the last deliveries. 216 for 5 after 42.
Yes, 216, or is it 215? 216, yes, you're right. 216 for 5. But I'm seeing the scorecard here saying 215, so maybe it's 215 for 5. We'll just get confirmation of that. And the projected score, the way these two are going, it's 256 at a current run rate of 5. But they would want to increase that. So you would think that the projected score at the current run rate is 256, but they would want to up that a little bit, maybe 7, 8 and over, and carry it to the 275, 280 that we're talking about. And that's going to present a real challenge. If they were to get to 275, 280, it would present a real challenge to CCC. And of course, we don't know what is the situation. I don't know if you heard word, if you've got word on Powell, and because he's a key on,
Yes,
on this side. If he
yes.
can't bat, well, I think that's 3/4 of the problem.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
know, if they,
so.
especially if they have to go at over 250. Govaya starts anew. I've been pretty impressed with Govaya, I tell you. I think he's bowled well. He bowled smart in the first couple of overs. He was giving it a little bit of air, getting a little turn. Here, he's more putting the ball into the pitch and just saying to the batsman, "Come after me if you need, if you want."
Yeah,
And
up
I
on
think,
slow
and he's
up
been
a bit.
bowling well to his field as well.
Yeah. Nice little variety there. Slow up that one a
Yeah.
bit. And as you mentioned, if they get somewhere around 280 runs, we saw the Red Force team yesterday playing here. They batted first. They scored 280 odd, and they were able to defeat the Guyana Happy Eagles. So 280 seems to be
Oh,
a
yeah.
very good total here at the Queen's
Yeah,
Park
it's-
Oval.
If you could get to 280 and you get it, well then kudos to you. Excellent knock from Amir Jangu again, getting 100. He's in the form of his life, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's his second highest run scorer in this tournament so far, behind Justin Graves. I don't think you could blame yourself for being behind him.
No, you can't. I mean,
That's 3
he-
centuries in
yeah.
three consecutive games.
And that big 151 as well against the Red Force, and took the game away from the Red Force. And I thought it was a pretty competitive total that they
Yeah.
got. But he just came out and started to hit, put bat and ball from the first delivery. And then that one drifting away from Odin Smith. You could see him looking to get it through extra cover. Not a bad idea. He just needs to get bat onto ball, Odin Smith. And we see a little change in the field because of Govaya is now. You know what Govaya is doing? He's just drifting the ball away from the right-hander. So they're trying to strengthen the offside, which makes sense.
Yes, he's forcing now Odin. He wants to force Odin to drag the leg side shot
Yeah.
from outside off stump. Very strong offside field here. Yeah, just one run. Very strong field. A deep point on the boundary. A sweeper to Odin Smith on the offside.
Well, they've got a change over now for the left-hander in Glenn. So you would expect the field for the left-hander, you're going to have some changes. Not much. Just taking, they still have a predominantly leg side field. 5 men on the onside.
Yeah, that's easy single there. So field actually setting a.
I think he got an edge on that. He was looking to open the face, Glenn, and I think he got an edge.
Yeah, I don't think
and
there
the
were any
keeper-
signal from
No,
the umpire.
and Richards wasn't able to hold on to it. You could see Mikel Govard wasn't too happy. Let's have a look.
Yeah, definitely edge. A big edge too.
Big edge.
That's the end of his over.
Another
3 runs
very
off
good
of
over,
it.
isn't it?
Yeah.
8 overs, 2 for 20. Well.
So 218 for 5.
Still 7 overs left. So 42 balls. And with a total and 218, you have to think that 265, 270 is well within their grasp. But a lot depends on this pair staying there.
Yeah, definitely. So if they continue losing wickets, they would stay within that projected score, projection. But if they keep their wickets intact, they could go way beyond that. So Carlos Brown 121, Jermaine Blackwood 41, and Javel Glenn 19. So
What's your thoughts on Carlos Brown's knock?
I thought it was a good innings. He scored the first 100 for the Jamaica Scorpions. So batting through the innings after that early
loss.
wicket.
Mhm.
So it was good from him to put up his hand. And this would be one of the better batting performances in the tournament so far.
Yeah, I thought he did well. I thought he batted well. He picked the right balls. He favoured the slog sweep, where he hit a couple sixes, big sixes. He's a big hitter of the ball, Carlos Brown.
Yeah, I've heard that he did really well in the Jamaica trials also before this tournament, so he's in some form. That pushes out there to that sweeper, but it would only be 1 run.
Got a bit of fielding.
Yeah, had some ground to cover there. That Paris out there in that sweeper boundary to the left-hander. So the Jamaica Scorpions are scoring just over 5 runs and over at the moment. So with this current score, they will be around 250. If they up the ante, you're looking at 260, 270, or even more. Down the ground, Odin Smith.
That's
and
what he
that
wanted.
goes for
Yeah,
Yes.
just over. Well, that's what he was looking for all the time. I thought he got it a little squarer than he wanted. I thought he wanted to be a little bit straighter towards extra cover, but it seemed to have peeled off the outer part of the
Yeah.
bat.
If you look at it, I think that the spinner there, Graves, saw him coming on, and he actually pushed it
Yeah.
wide. And Odin Smith did really well there to still make connection, and hitting the outside edge to go for 6. I don't know. That's
Well, you know the bats these days. I mean, listen. When I top edge, ask Ruskin Mark, I was caught by fine leg. Not even fine leg. Didn't reach fine leg. I was caught at slip. Now you're top edge and you get 6. It's amazing. The bats are like tree trunks. I mean, somebody had asked me if I could talk to Karen Pollard and get an autographed bat for them. So I saw him. I said, listen, any old bat you have, that thing, if you could autograph it. Well, it was almost a tree trunk he gave me. I couldn't lift it up. I mean, the size of this bat and the width was incredible.
Yeah.
In going back, Clive Lloyd was like that. Clive Lloyd had, but again, the bats were narrow. It's just he put on about 3 or 4 or 5 grips. And
Yeah, Pollard has a lot of grips, right?
yeah, he as well.
I think it's like
4 or 5, yeah.
Yeah, really thick.
But not only that, Adrian, the size of the bat is what was amazing me.
And it's a long blade, a
Yeah,
long handle, everything.
That's right.
Yeah.
End of the over, is it? Now, let's see. It is, and it's what? 226 for 5 after 44 overs.
227, in fact.
Sorry, 227 after 44 overs.
Yeah, those bats, I remember, playing with Karen also, when I pick up his bat to bat, it was one of the most uncomfortable things.
I can well imagine.
5 rubbers,
Yeah.
a big, heavy bat, and I used to ask him, how you
How
can
you
bat
bat
with
with
this?
it, yeah.
But Pollard is, a strong
Yeah,
human being.
yeah.
He's a...
But you look at even now when you're playing T20 and ODIs and guys top edge and it's just flying for 6. You think, okay, he's got a top edge, well, the fielder's got a chance. And all you do, a third man and fine leg, just watch over their heads as it flies into the stands. But I think that's the, I was having an argument. Well, I always have an argument with Tony Gray. And I was telling him that as far as I'm concerned, T20 cricket is all about runs. Okay? So I don't, I'm not interested in a pitch that the pitch is doing a little something and the ball. No. People come here to see T20 cricket and be entertained. They want to see wickets if they can, and they want to see runs. You know what I mean? And, the bats they use now for the T20 is phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely so. And after this delivery, I'd mention a point there about that.
Of course, Govaya is continuing. Just another single. He's in his 9th over. It's phenomenal figures, actually, when you think of a score of 227 for 5, and he's bowled 8.1 overs, 2 for 21. You have to give him credit.
Yeah,
but you're making a point.
Yeah, before the game started, I spoke to one of the West Indies cricket board He's actually in charge of like the pitches and stuff.
Yep.
Probably would have met him.
Yeah. Is it Wilkins? Chris Wilkins?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's him. Yeah, he's here at the venues, and he was mentioning that they actually try to have an average score for the entire game.
Yeah.
So let's say like this 50 overs game, you see, like if 500 runs score, that's a good game.
Right.
So
right,
similar
yeah.
to what you're saying, so they must
Yeah,
have a score. The pitch must have a certain score to make the game
Yeah,
attractive for the viewers.
I'm going to come back after this ball.
Good delivery again.
Odin Smith can't get.
Yeah.
He's very frustrated because he can't get Mikael Govaya away. 2 dot balls. Finally, he's going to get a single. Yeah, and you see, but of course, the bowlers will tell you it's unfair because they've got nothing in the pitch except runs. And they say, no, they would like to get a little bit of some movement or something. And no, that's not T20 cricket as far as I'm concerned. People haven't come to see, they've come to see runs and plenty runs. Yeah,
They
they're
will
hustling
push,
for
yeah.
2.
Come back for 2 runs there. So the Jamaica move on to 231 for 5, and even looking at the Indian Premier League too, because we
Yeah.
know those pitches there's some of the best pitches
Oh,
for,
yeah, for sure.
for batting. But what I've noticed is that the bowlers actually develop their skill set
Yes,
now.
yes.
The likes of Jasprit Bumrah in
Bumrah.
particular, he's phenomenal. The pitches is flat, and he's still able
Able to pick up a yam.
yeah, the Yorkers and these deliveries, the slower balls. So the bowlers now have to really develop their game. So at the end of the 45th over, it's 231 for 5.
Yes, so you look at that scorecard. Campbell went with second ball for note. Brown 121, Mackenzie 1, Blackwood 41, Barnes 12. And Glenn, a little bit of a partnership here between these two. Glenn and Smith, Odin Smith. Again, they continue along this path. The projected score 257.
Yeah, if they score 10 runs and over, they from this point, which is attainable, 8 to 10 runs, they would get to that 270 mark, which is a very good total here to defend at the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, is it going to be Akeem Jordan? Does he have a, yes, it is Akeem Jordan. He's got 3 overs left, so not a bad idea. Thing is, with Jordan coming into the attack, he's got to be careful with his line and his length because these guys would like the ball coming onto the bat a little bit. And with the spinners, you've got to actually go and attack them. But if Jordan is not careful with his length, these guys could just play through the line.
Yeah, and well, from the field placing so far, having the third man and the final leg up, we obviously know 2 things he'll have to do. He'll have to bowl straight,
Direct,
and
yeah.
he will also have to mix up his pace.
Yeah.
Because anytime Odin Smith edges, to
Yeah,
the
it's 4
left or
runs.
right of the keeper
Yeah.
there.
And if he also his line, if he
Yeah,
if he
that's right.
strays down the leg side
Yeah.
or strays onto the pads, he could be worked just past fine leg.
So he has to be on point here because Odin Smith he loves to hit a slower ball also. He loves to hit length. That's
Yeah.
his natural game. So he'll be hitting with the wind here. The breeze blowing east or west here. And that's a good delivery there. Really good delivery.
Well, they go through for a quick single because it went down towards that short fine leg. Let's have a look. It seemed to be obviously seemed to be heading down the leg side. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely going down the leg side. He got away with it because we were just talking. If he strays and either or to the right or to the left of the short fine leg, it would go down into the boundary. But he never got bat onto that. And I think that's what saved Akeem Jordan.
Yeah.
But he's kept the same feel for the left-hander in terms of the short fine leg and the short third man up inside of the circle.
Yeah, so he needs to be really accurate here. No margin for error here by Jordan. Yeah,
Oh,
good.
that's a big hit.
Yeah, that's 6.
Just what I was saying. That ball is going to come onto the bat, and these 2 guys are big. They're big hitters. And if they just play through the line, I tell you, it can go many a mile.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting field placing here because with that field, he really, it's really easy now. The batsman know exactly what he's going to do because he has to bowl that length and he even would have to bowl those slower balls too. So um, Brooks here really he will be under some pressure here so far in this over because there's still 4 deliveries, 7 runs off of it. So this could turn out to be an expensive over if they are not careful.
Ooh,
Oh,
that could be a no ball.
yeah,
Yeah,
no
it
ball.
is.
So free hit now. So yeah, as I mentioned, it's not an easy field for a fast bowler to bowl with to have a fine leg and a third man up. So and 6 runs now a free hit off the or third ball. Still have 4 deliveries remaining. So and they can't change the field here, Colin.
That's right.
So
Which is the unfortunate
so
thing.
it's the same
If
plan they have to go with now.
got to go with this plan. Where is he going to go? Wide of the off stump? No, he's stopped now by the umpire. Not happy, Jordan. That's the worst thing for yeah, he didn't signal the free hit. That's what's going on. That's the worst thing for a fast bowler when you nearly reach the umpire and he puts out that hand.
So 8 runs now, 4 deliveries remaining in this over.
Yeah, 239 for 5.
Wide. So
Yeah,
not a
Jordan.
free hit now.
Yeah, Jordan is. I'm disappointed so far in this over. Akeem Jordan is a better bowler than what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
You know, if he's not happy with the field, then he needs to talk to. Well, I hope he don't walk off the field. But you know, if he's not happy, he needs to have a chat with the captain and come up with a plan. But right now, I'm not too sure what the plan is, unless he's deciding to go wide of the off stump.
And that'll just be 1 run. So
Yep, there is a long off. You could see Javel Glenn was very upset with that because it was a free hit.
yeah.
And he almost played the orthodox drive to long off.
So Colin, based on how the field is set, he has to bowl that every single ball.
I think you made the point that he has to be direct.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, he has to be like full and straight. He can't be wide on either side of the batsman or even bowl too much and any length or anything. Yeah, that is
Come
it's
on.
very difficult.
I think Akeem Jordan is too good a player to be bowling that. He's, and maybe you're right. He's just trying to get the angles right and get that ball straight onto the stumps.
Yeah.
But it's not been a great over from him. When you look at it, it's been a no ball, and 2 wides. You don't want to be
Yeah.
doing that in over number 46.
So with this field placement here, he has to bowl like 6 Yorkers.
Yes.
That's the
Basically
option.
it, yeah. Well, he's got an edge.
He gets away with that.
Yep.
Yeah. He gets away there with that.
But I don't mind that because when you look at the field, there's that short third man, there's the backward point, there's a square cover out on the boundary, and then, there's the extra cover and there's a long off. So if he's going to bowl wide of the off stump, the only way Odin Smith can go is if he tries to hit him straight over extra cover. But he's got the protection at that squarish cover, and he's got the protection at long off. He can't afford, though, to go leg side.
Slower ball.
Just an easy single. So 5 deliveries in this over so far.
Yeah.
5 legit deliveries. 242 for 5. So, they've moved up the score nicely, these two. Partnership of 53 from 49 deliveries. And when you just thought that when they got the 5th wicket, CCC was back in this game, this partnership has sort of cemented the Scorpions' position.
Slower ball again. And that is the end of the over. So it's 12 runs off of it, 9 deliveries. So at the end of the 46th over, it's 243 for 5.
Yeah, you don't want to be bowling 9 deliveries in over number 46. And I'm disappointed in Akeem Jordan. He's a better bowler than what we saw there. He bowled 2 wides and no ball.
Yeah, and a free hit, obviously.
Yeah.
And he got
He
away
got
with
away.
the free
Yeah,
hit.
I was about to say that. He got away with that. And I think Govaya has ended his stint, does he? No, he has got one more over. 2 for 24 from his 9.
Yeah, after his first spell, he didn't come back at all
Yeah.
until his second spell in the second power play. So, yeah.
So Govaya 2 for 24 from 9. So he's going to complete his 10 overs.
Good spell by him.
It's been really a good spell by Mikel Govaya. Suddenly coming into prominence, isn't he?
Yes.
I think he was with the St. Lucia Kings, if memory serves me right, in the CPL. Played a match or two for them. At the end of the day, you can say, well, he's a title winner. Don't think he played all that much, though. Of course, Carrie Pear, having left or the TKR, must be very happy going to St. Lucia Kings and getting the title. I'm sure he would have had a word or two with Akil Hussein and Karen Pollard and these guys.
Yeah, definitely. So, good opportunity for him there, bringing St. Lucia Kings their first
Yeah.
CPL title.
Well, I'll tell you something, and my opinion after this ball, they're gonna get a single, as there's nobody there at that point position. I tell you what, Faf du Plessis, I have so much time for that guy. But of course he's very experienced. He's 39 years old, but the way he motivates his players, the field placing, his thought process, and I thought even last year he had to go for surgery and he had to leave early, and they were in a good position, and he had to leave early, and unfortunately St. Lucia Kings just went by the wayside after that.
Powerfully struck the long one there, like O'Neill Smith, but couldn't get under it. Ovaya bowling really tight, 26 runs now in his 10th over.
Yeah, if you have somebody like a Faf du Plessis, you want the youngsters to be playing in that franchise so they can learn from him.
That's 4 runs.
That's a good
Good
shot.
shot there by Glenn. Big gap there. He hits it, in the air, but it was well in the gap, and it goes all the way for 4.
Well, he got the room he wanted, and you could see Govaya wasn't happy after that delivery. He knew it was too wide of the off stump, and there was Glenn just smashing it through that cover position.
Probably one of the first loose balls we see from
Yeah,
Ovaya
yeah.
in this spell, in this entire innings, in fact.
Well, he actually kicked the ground after the delivery because he knew he had given Glenn that room he needed in which to play that shot. The end of the over, it's 250 is now up, 250 for 251 for 5. 47 overs have been bowled. Mikel Govaya, excellent spell, 10 overs, 2 for 31.
Yeah, and a good over there by him. He conceded a boundary, but just 7 runs off of it, and bowling in the death here now. So everything here now will be, batsmen will be trying to go at every delivery. 18 deliveries remaining. So the Jamaica team would be looking to get to that 280 mark. It actually iron now. They could start to be iron 285 to 90.
Yeah. Well, you look at 280, 29 runs
Yeah.
in 3 overs.
Yeah.
That's easy, should be achievable.
Yeah, so
And even if they get in the 3 overs, they get 30, 281, 285. And they'll have to, to me, they'll have to do a lot of big hitting if they were to get to 285. But certainly, I would think that 270 is well within their grasp.
yeah, definitely so. And they have Jordan here, who still bowling with this field with the short fine leg and the short third man. So he has a deep square leg, a mid wicket, a long one, a sweeper, and a long off. So
Yeah, he's asking the deep mid wicket to come a little bit wider. It was a little too straight there, at more of a deep straight mid wicket.
slower ball. So good delivery there by him, because that is actually the line and even the pace, but he cannot get too predictable. So that's the only thing. So at some point,
Yeah, at some point
Yeah.
he's got to bowl that delivery where it's going to come onto the bat.
but a good start here, better start for him here so far. So let's see how he finishes this important 48 over. And that's struck,
Oh,
and that
that's-
will be
that's
6 runs to Javel Glenn, who is now 44 from 42 deliveries. So he's going on really, really good here.
Let's have a look at it. It was a full toss. You can't afford to be bowling Glenn and Odin Smith full tosses at this point in time. That's what they're waiting on.
Yeah, so he's under pressure here again. So 6 runs now off the second delivery in this 48 over. So the field now, changing up the field here a bit.
So he's taking the deep square leg and bringing him right into a forward square leg, and he's taking cover and pushed the cover right back out to a deep extra cover.
Yeah.
So he gives me the impression he's going to go wide of the off stump. Well, as soon as I say that, he goes more on the
Oh no, what
leg stump. Well, they were thinking of the second. He was thinking of it. Odin Smith was not interested, and was certainly would have been suicidal. And just a single. Yeah. So you're looking at the field. Tells me he's going to just go not too wide of the off stump, but he's going to go, off stump type line.
Yeah, definitely so. So Odin Smith now on strike, and Odin is 17 from 20 deliveries. So he would be looking to pick things up here now. Not much deliveries left in this innings. 15 deliveries remaining. So Odin Smith now facing up to Jordan. And he
Slow
goes and he
delivery.
goes big.
Well, I tell you what. Thankfully, it went a little bit more to the onside because that was a massive hit from Odin Smith. Let's have a look. Boy.
Right in the slot.
Yep. He made room, cleared that front leg out of the way. That's huge.
That was flat.
Yep.
Like a jet.
I tell you, Adrian, if it's coming this way, you would see me on the floor. Just letting you know, I'm not going to attempt to catch it.
So
But
in the past you have was commentating here.
And I'm not
anybody
really,
hit it
no.
so flat?
No. It's we had one or two go straight over the commentary box, but it's never been that flat.
And he goes again, and that
4
will be
runs.
4 runs.
Well, this is... Well, Hakeem Jordan has come back into the second spell, but he's not bowled well. We have, 6, 7, 13, 17 runs so far, and I think the last over he went for 13.
Yeah.
So it's been not a very good spell at all by Hakeem Jordan. He bowled well in the first spell, but coming back here for the 3 overs, and it just brings me to the point that when I'm looking now at West Indies cricket and at the international level, our death bowling is not what it used to be. And I suppose part of that is because of the retirement of Dwayne Bravo.
Yeah, definitely so. Lenk again, and he hits that one.
That's
and
gone
that's
again.
4 runs. so that's 21 now off that over. I believe that's the end of it.
It was too short. No, I think there's another ball, is there? No, it's the end of the over, but that was too short.
Yeah, thankfully, that's the end of the over
Yeah,
there
yeah,
for
you-
Jordan.
Yeah, and the CCC. So he's now bowled, 9 overs, 1 for 53. I think after 7 overs, he had something like 1 for 21 or 28 or something like that.
Yeah, so 272 for 5 now.
I think they're
After
going. They're
48.
going to go past the 285 or we
Yeah.
predicted.
So, because there will be a big over here. And they didn't lose wickets. So,
Yeah.
these 2 batsmen here, the partnership now is 82, Colin. Between these 2 batsmen.
Yeah, it's
82.
been,
So
it's
that's a
been
massive
absolutely
partnership.
brilliant.
This would be considered, the 7th wicket partnership.
Yeah,
So
no, 6 wickets.
6 wickets partnership, yeah. So,
Well, Goodrich is back into the attack. He's had 4 overs, 1 for 29. This is interesting because he was going at 7 runs and over. And again, we're talking about the these two guys like the ball coming onto the bat. But I don't think there's much spin left in the CCC armory. Goodridge just looking to make some changes to the field. He's asking the man at long off. Well, let's see. The man at long off is going towards the deep cover. Yeah, so there's a deep cover, there's a long off, there's a long on, there's a deep mid wicket. So 4 men patrolling the boundary. As a swing at it.
So just a point with the a point with the bonus points. The Jamaica team now, they would have gotten a bonus point in the second power play, and now they are on course now for another one here in the third power play, because they're scoring at beyond 8 runs and over. And they can't afford to get bowled out. That is basically they can't lose 10 wickets then. So they are really on course here now for 2 batting points, the Jamaica Scorpions.
Well, it's been a good day for them, a good morning. It didn't start well. When you think about it, John Campbell bowled with a second delivery by Mikel Govaya, and then Kirk Mackenzie going in the following over from Mikel Govaya again for 1. So they were 15 for 2. And Govaya was on top at that point in time. Blackwood came in and everything changed.
It's hit down to long off. He didn't really time it as well as he would want to. He probably was looking to hit it more through that cover region over short cover. Well, not short cover, the cover hanging on the 30-yard circle. So still able to get a single there. So what somewhat a good over so far, just two singles of the first 2 deliveries. So in the scheme of things, it's turning out to be, still 4 deliveries.
Well, I was about to say, Adrian, don't talk too quickly. Don't talk too quickly. We tend to talk a little too quickly, and you know what happens. And there he goes. There he goes. Well, that's the end of your good over so far, because it was hit high and it was hit hard by, and that's a 50. Well, 52 for Glenn from 45 balls, 2 4s, 4 6s, and a strike rate of 115. Well played, Javel Glenn.
Yeah, really good innings here in the back end of this Scorpions innings, and able to really build a partnership. The partnership now is 90. So really good going here from the Jamaica Scorpions. Some big partnerships here, and this is so needed. Anytime you want to score anything close to 300, you will have to have some big partnerships.
Here's Goodridge again. And it's hit in the air, but he's probably going to be safe. No, it's going straight down to third man, and the catch is taken. And it's the substitute fielder, Puran. And he's taking the catch. A leading edge. You see the leading edge, how far it goes? Right down to the third man boundary. When Ruskin Mark took a leading edge, Gully would be bricks in, you know. But that's the power of these bats. But well played to Glenn. He goes back to the pavilion for a very, very well played, 52. Caught by substitute Puran off the bowling of Goodridge, so he would be happy.
Yeah, so 280 for 6, so they are well on course to get over 290. They
would be looking for 300, yeah?
Yeah, well, it's very possible.
And with Odin Smith there, you could never tell.
It's still 2 deliveries remaining in this over. So wicket foul, but it's still 2 deliveries, so the only thing now, the new batsman, which is Javor Royal, will be facing.
Yeah, he gives the ball a pretty good whack as well.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have much time to play himself in. That's the only thing. He have to go from ball 1.
Yeah, that's nothing. He's happy with that because he got an excuse. And if he gets out the first ball, he says, "Well, you all told me to get after the bowling."
Yeah, they call it the license.
Yeah, he got a license to attack, and it doesn't matter if he gets out with the first ball, but from a Scorpions perspective, they would like him to hit it to get a boundary. And he doesn't care how he gets the boundary. So Goodrich picking up his second wicket, 2 for 37 now.
Oh, and that's a big swing and a miss. So a good delivery there by him.
Yeah, full and wide.
Yeah, very difficult. If he, the only thing there is if he got an edge or something, with a fly, maybe past the keeper. But that's the only way I could have see that go in for 4. So
Well,
good delivery.
well, it's quite obvious that he favors the leg side because that was wide of the off stump. And there's some big gaps on the offside, but I don't think he's thinking of that. He should be looking for the single as well. Maybe get the single and get Odin Smith on strike. But now he shouldn't be looking for the single. It's the last ball. Swing for all you're worth. And he does, but it doesn't go very far, and they pick up a single.
So that's the end of the 48 over.
49th
49th over.
Yep.
It's 280 for 6.
Listen,
281 for 6.
I think Royale is calling for a bat, a new bat. Yes, he is. He's obviously that the
Wait.
2 shots, the second one,
If
that
you
ball.
damage
Well,
the bat with that shot.
I'm not sure what he's damaged, but he's changing bats. So he's got another excuse to say, listen, had I got this bat from ball 1, things would have been different.
It's like
And
golf,
we'll wait
and
and
you
see.
have different clubs for
Clubs,
different
yeah.
shots. So maybe,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he believe he need a different bat here, depending on who's bowling.
Hakeem Jordan is going to, I would think, finish off. Hasn't bowled very well. You must admit, in the last couple of overs, been very disappointing. He's a much better bowler than what we've seen. His line, his length, nothing has been really good for him, especially after he bowled his first 7 overs so economically. You would have thought if he's going to come back in the death, he is going to certainly keep the Scorpions at bay. But he's not done that.
So 6 deliveries remaining in the Jamaica Scorpions innings here. 6 legal deliveries. And he goes big.
But
But
not big enough.
Oh, and
Good catch.
that's the end of Royal.
Yeah, the change of bat didn't really help him.
Yeah. So Odin Smith. Well, Odin Smith wouldn't be on strike here.
No, nope.
'Cause that's I think that is how it used to be.
Yeah.
If you're cross.
If you cross, you know that. But I think that's a great rule actually,
It
because
is.
sometimes players just hit the ball in the air just
That's
to
right.
cross and give
That's
it. I
right.
think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
It's one of the rule changes that I like.
Yeah, especially in debt. You
Yeah.
see in debt overs, it's very important. Because Odin was happy to go down there. But he has to go back to the non-striker now. So a
No.
bit of rain here, as is the usual.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't look
after 12 o'clock,
Yeah.
or closer to 1. Normally get rain around this time.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the ground staff moving,
Yeah, so
so
it's probably not too serious.
so it's probably heading Maraval way. Normally the rain, when you think of the rain here, Adrian, it tends to come from in front that Caribbean stand,
Right.
that area.
Right.
But there looks pretty clear.
Yeah, I like how you say 10 too, because the last time I was here, it came from where Brian Lara House is.
Yeah. It's sometimes it
Yeah.
does that. Sometimes it comes down from there and all of a sudden engulfs the ground. But you 9 out of 10 times it does come from over that Caribbean stand. And as I said, there looks pretty clear, which is good. Good news.
Oh, and if he hits here, he's gone.
Well, he's gone.
Odin Smith
Now,
is
Odin Smith very upset. He wanted the run. But, you know, Odin Smith, he can't blame anyone because he took a single off the last delivery in the previous over. He started to run, actually. He should have continued. He should have continued
Right.
running to give Odin Smith the opportunity to get strike. So, Romain Morris, the new batsman, and he started to run, if you notice, and Odin Smith continued, very, very upset that Morris didn't maybe sacrifice his wicket.
Yeah, so not the best of the last over here for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, I think
Two wickets now.
not only that, Adrian, I think the 290 and beyond
Yeah.
might be a little out of their reach now with the loss of Glenn and Odin Smith.
Yeah, so still a good score, 281.
sure.
But at the end of the day, these are the little moments when you think about on an international stage. Let's say you're playing against the likes of England here, and you don't capitalize on these this last over here. Sometimes this would come back to bite you in the end.
Yeah,
Those
that's for
extra
sure.
10, 12 runs. So these are the key moments here sometimes that in West Indies cricket is important to capitalize on these last or these penultimate overs to really get us close to that 300 mark.
So Romain Morris is going to take strike again. Just going to run a single. Brings Marquino Mindley into strike. He was touted a few years ago as the next new generation of fast bowlers and hasn't really come on. I remember somebody was telling me, saying to me, boy, there's this fast bowler out of Jamaica. He's going to have guys busy, hopping. But fortunately, hasn't worked out like that for him. I think he had one or two injuries as well.
Yeah, he actually has 10 wickets so far in this tournament. Just a single, a good over here so far.
Yep, just two
So
runs
far,
coming.
I
Yeah,
need to
just
say.
two runs coming. Yeah. Well, I would be surprised if these guys they don't seem to have that kind of power that Glenn and Smith had. So I would be really surprised if they go beyond the boundary with shots. Yes, they can probably get a 4 thing, but if they, I can't see them hitting sixes here. These two.
He swings there, but
Yep.
a slower ball.
Slow delivery.
Yeah, so
So you could understand Odin Smith now getting upset. Morris should have run.
definitely turning out to be a sort of an anticlimactic finish here.
Yep, with this last over. Because they needed about 10, 12 in this over, which would have taken them to 290 odd.
That's right. So the last delivery here, legitimate delivery in the 50 overs affair. And that will be 6 runs.
Well.
Big hit in the Trini Pussy
My
stand.
apologies, Romain Morris. I didn't think you had it in you. What a good hit. It was pitched up to him. Give him credit. And he just went with it. He hit it beautifully. Let's
Yeah.
have a look. I didn't think he had this in him.
Yeah, it was a slower ball and he picked it really early. So that's the end of the Jamaica Scorpions innings here after 50 overs. It's 289
89
for
for
8.
8.
So the Compasses now will have to chase 290 their 50 overs.
Yep, to win this game, which is going to be a very, very tall order. Can't see it happening, but stranger things. And especially if Powell is not batting, I would have thought. If Powell was there, well, maybe, because he's in some form. But he's off the field, and he must be having a little hamstring problem. We saw him holding the back of his leg when he went off, and I think it was the first or second over
Yeah.
that he had gone off, and he hasn't reappeared onto the field. So you have to think that Powell is not going to be batting, for the CCC. And even if he bats, he won't be able to open, because he's been off the field for such a length of time. So 289 for 8, the Jamaica Scorpions. It's been a super knock from them. And of course, Carlos Brown, the man who initiated the score in terms of his big 100, and it ensured that the Scorpions were getting to 289. Gettable, you think, Adrian?
It will take a
CCC?
lot of work from the CCC. They are not having the best of
Tournaments?
series so far.
Yeah.
They're number 6 on the table. They only win 1 game. So, the odds would really be against them here. But anything is possible with a good start. The likes of Powell not being able to open would change up the dynamic
Yeah.
of their batting team. I guess Shamar Brooks has yet to really put up his hand. So I guess a lot will depend on him being the most experienced batter in that side. So yeah, so
Yes.
that's lunch. That would be the lunch break
Yeah,
here
that
at the
is
Queen's
the
Park Oval.
that is the luncheon interval here at the Queen's Park Oval. The Jamaican Scorpions 289 for 8. It means that the CCC they've got to get 290 for victory. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, it's going to be the CCC replying to the Scorpions 289 for 8.
Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, we're getting ready for the reply. That is the CCC's reply to Jamaica's 289. The Scorpions 289 for 8, punctuated by a brilliant 121 from Carlos Brown. Jermaine Blackwood chipped in with 41, and Glenn added a breezy 52 near the end. Younger Via, 2 for 31. Goodrich also had 2 for 38 in support, and Akeem Jordan had 2 for 61 as the principal wicket taker. The other wicket fell to Romario Graves, and there was a run out inside of there that unfortunately went to Odin Smith, who made a good 32, a good sensible 32, and one that I'm sure he will be very proud of indeed. But at the moment, the CCC will be hoping that they can really put together a big innings here, similar to what they did against Barbados. And give themselves a chance here at possibly chasing down these runs. It's not going to be easy, as this is, as they say, a tall order by any stretch of the imagination. And given what we've seen so far in the tournament, it's going to take some doing. And I'm sure they will be anxious, though, to get among the runs if they can and get there quickly. Johan Jeremiah. And touching down just outside the off-stump there, Mindley. And a little bit of a wrong arm delivery there, but doing very well, as I say. Welcome back to Adrian Barrett.
Thank you, Ruskin. And Aquino Mindley picking up the attack there from that Juika remembers, and he has 10 wickets so far in this CG Super 50 tournament.
Much better there, attacking the stumps on this occasion, and but you can see there's a real pep in the step of the Jamaicans right now, because they obviously feel that they have a chance here at a possible victory. Remember, prior to their last game, CCC hadn't won any of their matches previously.
And they just have one victory
win,
so
yeah.
far in this tournament.
So that's not a bad delivery. They're going to run quickly.
Ooh.
And they'll take a leg by when it's all said and done. Yeah, because this game is important for both of these teams. For CCC to try to continue their winning ways, and for the Jamaicans to really try and get them pointed towards a semi-final spot, which is the ultimate goal for all the teams. And Jamaica no doubt feel that as the tournament wears on, their players will sort of come into their own a little bit more of their players, I should say.
Definitely so. And they are fifth on the table at the moment. The CCC is at 6th position, and the Jamaica, they would believe that if they get this victory here, it could push them into that 4th position that Guyana at the moment have. You know that they have a lot of bonus points. They actually have 20 bonus points in this tournament.
With one victory.
With one victory, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have 18 bonus points.
That will do. That will help, as they say. He's off the mark. Just opening, or just hitting the face of the bat, really, Richards. And running down to third man region. Yeah, but it's interesting now. When we look back at the bonus points for the first innings of this game, of course, neither team got points in the first power play, because the only 2 wickets fell, and they only had 35 runs at the end of over number 10. But it's in the second power play that things really tilted in favor of the Jamaicans. He wants a single there, but I don't think that Demario Richards was too interested. As that concludes the first over, and it's 2 without loss.
So just to mention about the bonus points, and well, the points, the Red Forces after 5 games, they have 48 points, that's inclusive of the bonus points. Leeward Islands Hurricanes after 5 games, 38 points. The Barbados Pride after 4 games, 34 points. The Guyana Happy Eagles after 6 games, they lost 1 and they have 28 points. So the Guyana team there,
They
interestingly,
won 1.
yeah, won 1 game.
Mhm.
Sorry, they lost 3 games. There was a no result.
Two no results.
Yeah,
you know.
2 no results, correct.
Mhm.
And having 1 victory there, and they still have 28 points at a 4th place position on the table. So interesting there for the Guyana team.
Yeah, they're going to have to win out just to stay in the top 4. Whereas a team like Jamaica, who's right there, not too far,
Yeah.
could very well leapfrog them. And a little bit of turn there, not much, but a little bit of spin as Javor Royal is the bowler from the top end.
Yeah, so Jamaica they would be looking to go into that 4th position, that qualification spot, if they win this game today. And that's a really wide delivery there by Royal. So that's 2 wides there.
And we see Royal and a couple other players with the rag hanging out, you know. Well, I can't say back pocket. It doesn't look like it's in a pocket. It might just be tucked in the trousers there. Obviously, to dry hands, it's wet. It's hot rather, and it could create some. He wants a single, almost overcommitting, and this occasion, it just seems as if you just bent and getting down to the other end, Jeremiah, and Richard had to send him back. And that's one thing you don't want now is a run out to set you back. Again, the ball is played in the general area, and the same fielder coming in there, almost getting a chance, Redwood.
So deep backward square and a long one here for Royal. And wide again. So
Yeah.
3 wides now of this second over in the Jamaica innings. Bowling. This one's spinning, so I guess he has to get that length and line. He could get really excited with all this spin, but he has to find his changing now. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander now, so trying to see if he could take away some of the spin with the angle.
And they're trying to go with the tide here, hoping to accommodate the spin and swing it into the onside. Again, there's just the deep backward square leg that is out. The long one, given the direction he's swinging, the long one wouldn't be a factor. So it's really that mid-wicket, that big gap you see in there.
And that looks good.
This could be close, and he's out. Well. He hit right across the line of the ball, and that is a big dance there for Royal. I guess you could say he's Royal at the moment.
He's Royal. Yeah, that's right. So that I guess the change of angle here now coming around the wicket takes away some of that spin and it straightens it and hits him. So good decision there by the umpire, hitting him on that back leg.
Yeah,
So he goes.
the Mario Richards has to depart for 1. It really was an ugly shot, and again, it's because they want to find ways to score and to get the scoreboard ticking over. But certainly, he could have played that same shot, probably played it with a straight bat, and just turn it because it's a big gap. He has plenty of acreage out there. Just have to beat that man. He just has to beat the man on inside the circle, either to his left or to his right. Just turn the ball, and you're off strike, and you live to fight another day. Here he went for the whole hog, tried to swing it to the onside, missed, and that, as they say, was that.
To the big man in Shaq Paris. So it be taking up this number 3 position here. Lots of responsibility here by the CCC batsmen, as Kieran Powell, one of their most experienced batter, he would have had an injury. We yet to see if he would be coming out. He spent a lot of time, believe he spent probably 48 overs out of their innings while they were bowling, the CCC team, so he wouldn't be coming out in a hurry because of that restriction. So Shaq Paris plays that one lovely off that back foot, tall man, so he'll be looking to try to get a start here and bat with his partner Johan Jeremiah to really get things going here for the CCC batting attack here today.
Watchful. Playing on the back foot probably would have been better advised to come onto the front foot, but you could understand he's probably just trying to see what the ball is doing as he negotiates his way through. Over number 2 is in the books. It's 5 for 1 at the end of it. A maiden. Actually, 3 runs came off of it, I should say, with wides, yeah.
So Mindley continuing from this end, he'll be bowling to the left-handed Jeremiah.
Does have a slip.
Slip on a third man and a backward square on the mid-wicket boundary, well, the square leg boundary, deep square leg.
So Campbell here, I'm sure he's happy with what he's getting. He's seeing his bowlers really running in. Well, his bowler, because the other one is the spinner at the other end. And but he's seen Mindley really warming to the task here now.
Oh, that's a good shot there by Jeremiah. That would be 4 runs. Great pull shot there by him.
Yeah, he was into the wicket in a flash and wasted little time in getting into position. Didn't have to move very far. And once he transferred the weight onto that back foot, could see him just bringing the bat across nicely. Took it from probably about off stump, but again, there's that big gap. Once he cleared the head of the short mid wicket.
Thickish outside edge. Going to that backward square region.
But it's good bowling because he was pitching up this time, just trying to induce the drive on this occasion, trying to get the batsman to play towards the offside, hit the outer edge of the bat, hit more or less the toe of the bat.
So 281 runs required from 285 deliveries. And that's
Flashing this one square the wicket. That's going to be 4 runs. And again, he threw the bat at it. And that is, if I was Campbell, I would be very encouraged with that because while he got 4 runs here, I don't think he middled it as well as he wanted to. He sort of hit the bat, kind of the face of the bat closed. And so he had to reach for it somewhat. He's not a tall man. And he just kind of stood where he was, threw the bat outside the off stump. Now Campbell is going to that short extra cover position. And I don't know why he decided to take the slip out. I probably would have taken mid-wicket out, bring the mid one around and still keep the slip in place.
Yeah, that would be an easy single there. I believe he could have kept that slip because Mindley there is really bowling across the left-hander. So
Yep.
yeah.
From there, because I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to play for that up pitch drive, because as you could see, he's throwing the bat at the ball. Paris, not afraid to, rather Jeremiah, not afraid to do that, but he's not in full control of it whenever he's making that shot.
So that one slip in play here back for Shaq Paris. So that's the end of the 3rd over. 9 runs off of it. It's 14 for 1.
So, but the general scheme of things, a pretty expensive over, and that's because of that lovely pull shot that went for 4. And but now the CCC, I'm sure it's about assessing situations as they go along. They obviously have a plan, but you still have to you have to work the plan, yes, but you also have to live in the reality or live in the present as to what is happening at this very moment in this match and in this innings.
Ooh, that one just going across the left-hander there. He's playing for some turn, but not any turn there. Really just angling across the left-hander, so beating that outside edge.
Yeah, no spin on that occasion, just going with the arm.
Ooh.
And this one is coming back in. So there was some turn on that occasion, and once more, Jeremiah probably throwing caution to the wind here, and trying to access that deep mid-wicket position. That boundary is very appealing to him. Here he goes again, trying to get it through the onside. And maybe he needs to shorten his swing a little bit, but
Yeah.
because he keeps
I think
swinging
if
with
he
this
just-
almighty swing.
Yeah,
and
that's right. If you
listen.
just control it, yeah.
Just let the ball hit the bat. Okay, he goes again for the 3rd time in a row, trying that almighty swing. And if you look at where he finished there, it's almost like he was trying to hit it behind square, because he got so much into the wicket and so square on that he ended up facing the mid-wicket region himself. His whole body was angled that way. And then he was hitting right across the ball, and that's probably why he missed it. But he's still there, and CCC will be hoping. And this time, a little more cautious. And ironically, that was probably the ball he could have had a good whack at, because that was right there in the wagon wheel for him to really just belt that over mid-wicket or someplace. But instead he opted to just treat it. That's a better delivery, a little shorter and a little quicker as well. To end the over, and at the end of 4, it's 14 for 1. That one was the maiden.
That's right. So I think there that Louis, sorry, not Louis, Johan Jeremiah, really trying to overhit those deliveries there to him, and I think that if you just try to control the shot, there's a lot of vacant land on that leg side region to him, and if he makes good connection, he will get the result. So really forcing it and not allowing the ball to really come on to him, more going at the bowling.
And what he has to be careful that there's one man out there deep square leg. He don't want to hit it to him if and when he does hit it. In the meantime, it is Mindley who's continuing from the bottom end and bowling to Paris, the big right-hander.
So the scoring rate now has gone up to six runs and over. So when we would have started, it was over 5. So because of the good start here by the Jamaica team, the scoring rate has already started climbing for the CCC team.
Just to clarify, from the actual scoring rate to the required rate, now it's up to 604, the required run rate. Current scoring rate is 3.2, I think, or something like that, which is, they obviously would need to change it, but they don't want to go about it in a reckless manner.
You really don't want it to go into that 7 or 8 region once it starts to go there. Because there's a lot of time in this game, and to be scoring at 7, 8 runs and over for a duration of, let's say, 40 overs, it's not
hard.
easy at that rate. So, yeah.
You could go hard for a short period, but it's difficult to go hard
At
for that
period.
length of time.
That's right. So this power play is really, really key maybe next 10 overs is really key for the campus's team in terms of how they go about their batting.
With the left-handed Kieran Powell, he would have been the kind of like the main focus when they scored that win against Barbados, because he got 100 in that innings, and he played really well for the CCC. If you look at clear skies, a little bit of cloud about, but all high clouds, and birds taking advantage of the clear conditions. They don't have any rain to worry about, having to seek shelter somewhere. And that's turned into the deep for another comfortable single. So they're not going charging forward just yet. We saw the Jamaicans try that and got pinned back early, and then had to dig themselves out of a hole, which they did very well, it must be said. The pair of Brown and Blackwood in particular got them well past 100, and then Glenn and Odin Smith also chipped in with a good, useful partnership.
Yeah, that partnership between Glenn and Brown was somewhere around the region of 90 odd, that partnership.
Yep.
So some big partnerships in the Jamaican innings, getting them to that 289 mark, which is a very good score in this format of the game, the 50 over format. And he drives again, and
It's
he
going to
will
get a boundary.
four.
Yep.
So
Now I was just looking at something, and maybe you could tell me. I'm looking at Glenn batted at number 6 in the innings, right? And he got a half century as well. So it just shows you that it doesn't matter where you're batting, if you bat responsibly and you kind of bat in the moment, it's not beyond the realm of possibility for you to get runs. 19 for 1 at the end of 5. So, where people worry about where they're batting and that kind of stuff, it really doesn't matter sometimes. You just need to be ready when when your time comes, and just take advantage of the opportunity to bat.
yeah, definitely so.
See Odin Smith marking out his run-up. That's well played by Paris. He just kind of lent on it. He wants a second run, but I don't think Jeremiah was interested.
Do you know how many deliveries Glenn would have faced in his innings by chance?
I'm not absolutely certain, but I know he batted.
So there's actually a bonus point if a batsman between a number 6 to a number 11, if they score a half century with a strike rate over 125. So
Yeah, I'm sure he was striking over 125 because he was going at a rate of knots at one stage. He started slowly, but then he really got it into gear. So it'll be interesting to see how he ended up, because he was certainly going at a fast clip when he was scoring, because he struck some very beefy blows when he was batting. I'll just double check here. They're 289. And Glenn 46 balls for his 52.
So a strike rate of 120, 125. So once he's striking above that, if he could have got the strike rates, but could
So 113, 113 was his strike rate.
113. So he just missed out.
Yeah.
Or the Jamaica team, in fact, just missed out on that point. And that's a loud shot for LBW, and he's
Just
given
another
him.
one, yep. And I thought that one might have struck him a little bit outside the off stump, but the umpires probably accommodating the spin. And here's the Royal champion. And 13 it is for the left-handed Jeremiah, and he has to depart.
looks good. It looks good. So that's the end there of Jeremiah. So he hit some really good shots through the covers. Not the most convincing of shots through the offside. A bit of a open face. So he goes. And that's it. 2 wickets now down for the CCC team.
Now I don't know if he's worried about the where the ball's pitching because you could see there's some
Pitch
rough.
outside leg.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, there's a lot of rough outside the off stump. So he's probably worried that if he pushes forward, it might hit the rough and then creates a problem for him. So he's sort of intent on playing that sweep shot. And don't want to be pushing forward and can't control the spin of the ball. But so far it hasn't really done much by way of like acting obnoxious coming out of the rough, out of the
Yeah.
bowler's boot mark.
Yeah, I'd like to just see that replay again because I don't know if it pitched outside leg by any means, but
And immediately Jonathan Drakes is off the mark. And they're going to need this pair to really settle down and go about the business of getting the runs required. 21 for 2 now after 6. So when you look at it, the both innings kind of mirroring each other. The Jamaica Scorpions lost 2 early wickets at 1 and 11. And here we have CCC losing wickets at 5 and 20. So 6 overs completed, and they really need to avoid any further loss here. As Odin Smith warms up.
pitch is in line. So yeah, at one moment I was looking at if it pitched outside leg, but no, it pitched in line there. So a good decision again, as we said, and just to make sure because he played the sweep shot, so I don't know if he was thinking that it was outside leg, but pitching on middle.
Yeah, but it's sometimes you worry about the shot selection because given the state of the game and having seen how other batsmen sort of perished earlier, there are some shots you probably want to put away for the time being until you're absolutely sure of how it's going to bounce, what is going to happen. And when you think back to when Brown started to play, when he first started to play the sweep shot, he was edging the ball a lot of times. It was hitting either the inside edge or going in places other than where he intended it to go. But then once he got the measure of the wicket, then he started to middle. And this one's pitching, dropping in front of the leg gully or the leg slip, if you want to call him that. And once it bounces in front of him, it was difficult.
Yeah, 4 runs there to the new batsman, Drix. So he would be really happy with that. A loose delivery there to him and an easy way to get off the mark. One down the leg side, off the hip. So one of the easiest shot off the hips there. So that gets him going. So Odin Smith getting that line off from that delivery.
They've left the man at fine leg, back on the boundary now. He was in the circle, and the ball went screaming away to his right. And there is Powell, but he doesn't seem to have pads on, so it's like he doesn't seem as if he's intending on batting anytime soon.
Yeah, Sometimes he have a hamstring injury, and sometimes guys may come out to bat just to have a swing because you can't have a runner in the game anymore. They took out that provision of having a runner. So a hamstring is a funny injury even for batting too, because a lot of power come from your legs. So
And
probably not risking it.
And there's a natural thing too, as you play the ball, you want to run.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
sometimes you could do more
exactly.
damage just with those little bursts. And it will tell you that hamstring is one of the worst injuries to have. It always reminds you that it's there or thereabouts. For no good reason, all of a sudden you have some kind of discomfort back there.
Down the leg side, so wide again there. Smith, last delivery in this over, legitimate delivery. And yeah, as you mentioned there, yeah, with that hamstring. So if Powell doesn't bat, in a sense, they are batting 26 for 3.
Yep, so, which is frustrating for them. It was a good take by Romain Morris just now.
Oh.
And he's appealing for a little nibble there, but the umpire not interested in that. So that ends the over. And at the end of it, it's 26 for 2 now after 7.
Yeah, looking at the CCC innings when they bowled, they took a really long time to bowl out their 50 overs, because normally the cutoff time for the first innings is around 12:30, and that innings somewhere finished around 1 o'clock. So they went over there by a half an hour. A lot of spin was bowling, so I'm not too sure why. I don't know if it's because they went through, was turning over a bit slower. There was a few lost balls.
Yeah, so that might have
So
used
that
up a
all
little
would eat
time,
up. Yeah, that would eat up
to
some
change,
time.
to find it, to wait to see if they'll get it back, and then to change it when they didn't get it back.
That's 4 runs.
Yep, that's a great shot. He just caressed it. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just placed it beautifully, almost equidistant between the cover and the backward point.
Yeah, that's the way to play, because Royal is given a lot of pace on the ball. Jeremiah there, who would have been dismissed earlier, was really trying to overhit the ball. But we see the difference here with Paris using the pace of the delivery, flighted, but still have some pace behind it, and we just eased it, as you said, behind, just in front of that point fieldsman for 4. Oh, he gets away with that one again.
Yep.
But good intent here by Shaq Paris. Yeah, very good through the offside. Good driver, good cutter. Has a slog sweep as well, as we saw in the CPL. And he can hit straight too. So good batting here. This over so far. 4 runs off the first ball. 3 deliveries remaining. Oh, not sure if there was an edge there. Maybe, maybe not.
It's close.
Yeah, so the bowler didn't have too much of a reaction. Certainly the slip. John Campbell felt differently about it.
Yeah, the way he's throwing the bat there, Paris, that's going to fly to John Campbell there.
Ooh.
Again, no foot movement. Look at where his feet are.
Yeah.
And he's trying to play the ball outside the off stump.
Just looking to kind of dab it
Yep.
to that backward point region, or maybe right of the slip, left from our angle. Oh, and he's bowled him.
What beauty. Coming back with the arm a little bit this time. And there he goes. I should call him Taurus Riley, because that's the man who's royal here today. And he's all jumping and skipping, as it's now 30 for 3. And the CCC find themselves in dire straits.
Yeah, not good signs there at all for the CCC team. losing their third wicket, and Royal there dancing a bit. Jamaicans love to dance, and the more we see Royal dance here, it's not going to be a good sign for the CCC team.
No, they will want the music to stop as quickly as possible because right now they're not, as they say, they're offbeat at the moment. They're something other than Royal. And Colin Murray is busy looking at the football scores there. I think, is it what, Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0, or I'm not sure. I think that was what happened earlier. They had a goal disallowed in the first half. And but I think they've taken the lead now. And do you know Colin Murray is a serious Liverpool fan, you know. I don't know who he likes more, Queen's Park or Liverpool. You know, but he's not the only one. I know there's like Randall Leon, who is a Chelsea fan. And right now he probably can't talk to anybody. Right now, don't call him. Don't do anything. I'm not even sure if his kids could talk to him right now. Yeah, it's a horse of a different color when Chelsea's playing Arsenal because it's a London derby, and that's like bragging rights and the whole 9 yards. You know, so it's a serious thing. Let's just put it that way. In fact, he has often said that sometimes he pays his Chelsea dues before he pays his Queen's Park dues. That's how serious a matter it is. So Shamar Brooks is out there. In the meantime, Jonathan Drakes is the one on strike.
So lots of responsibility would be here on the shoulders of Shamar Brooks. He's yet to get any big score in this tournament. They're into their 5th game here now.
He shaped well in the last game, but then he tried to play a ill-advised, just to run it down to third man kind of thing, and lost his off-stump. And a little extra bounce here, just climbing past the outside edge.
Yeah, this one here surprising Drakes a bit. Odin Brown, he has those very strong shoulders, and if he really wants to hit the deck, he could hit it. And you know, as fast bowlers, sometimes there are those bowlers who bowl off a short run, and they really
To
surprise
generate
you
good pace,
as a batsman. Yeah, because you're not expecting it. Yeah, again, really good delivery there by Odin Smith.
If you look at him, he has a fast arm action.
Yes.
His hand comes over very quickly.
Yeah. A short run too.
Yeah, he has a very short run, but he just ambles up to the crease, and then he just puts all the effort into the delivery stride. And now, when people look at bowling, they look at the bowler's arm, so to speak. But you have to look at his plant foot, his front foot. If it's braced properly, that front leg, and once it's braced properly, he can then come over the leg, and when he does that quickly, is more pace he can generate.
Yeah.
Straight off of that, because it's just like it's like on a pendulum. The foot is the axle, and everything else just rotates around, so the body rotates over that leg, and that's where you get most of your pace from. People look at the arm and everything else, but from the leg and the hip is where you could get all the pace in the world.
And that's it down there to
4 runs.
4 runs.
There were
Wow.
two fielders converging there, and for a moment I thought that Brown was going to come across and intercept it, but then he started to slow down, and the ball, look at it, equidistant,
Yes.
right in between the two of them.
Dissect,
Yep.
as you were talking about pendulum and those
Yep.
things.
Pass right
Dissect.
between them. Yeah, so it just goes like that.
So
Yeah, so as I was showing and I was telling people that when they do fast bowling, people look at different things, but it starts really with how you kind of set up. Now I tell people this, it's just like running 100 meters. You ever heard a sprinter explain 100 meters? 100 meters takes under 10 seconds, 9,
Yeah.
8, all kind of thing.
Ew, and that would will be cut off there by the fine leg fieldsman.
Yeah, well done by Redwood again. That's a good delivery. That one came back sharply. And it ends the over. And a little bit, Odin Smith, a little bit unlucky there that he didn't pick a pepper, but it's 35 for 3 at the end of 9.
Yeah, and as you were talking about Odin Smith there, being able to generate that pace from a short run, it reminds me of the likes of Jasprit Bumrah. I don't know if you ever saw him bowl live, but he bowls from a really
Yep.
short, maybe like 6 steps, and he bowls close to 90 miles per hour.
Yeah, and again, you look at Jasper Boomer when his foot is planted, it's a little bit unusual because he's not really side on, he's open chested,
Yes.
but his front leg is braced properly, and then the body comes over it, so he has a very high arm action, and it's a little bit unusual because he delivers the ball in front like that, so he don't release it until it's almost a foot in front of where it would normally be. And so it kind of gives him an advantage in a sense, but it's just his bowling style. That's really what it is. It's not an unfair advantage. It's just an advantage that he has. Plus, he has these flexible elbows
Yeah.
that it's kind of like springs.
Yeah, it's really difficult.
Yeah, he's an unusual bowling action.
Yeah, and as a batsman, when you're batting and you're facing a bowler and he's just pulling off a couple steps,
You can't get the rhythm. The timing
yeah,
is off.
it's not easy. It's not easy, and I could guess why a lot of batsmen around the world will have problems facing him. Because
Andy
they get a
Roberts was
rhythm.
like that because Andy Roberts had a short run up, and you couldn't really judge his pace from the run up.
Down the leg side there, yes, that would be wide. Will be
Yeah,
two wides.
Well, they didn't even think of running for a second. They were content with just the one, and so wides.
Yeah, so the Jamaica team now getting another point here. in
Because they have
this-
3
they get-
wickets.
Yeah, 3 wickets here now in this power play. So the Jamaica team now, this is 3 bowling points to them. I'm sorry, 2 from the batting. Now they have 1 in the bowling, so they have additional 3 points in this game so far. And then they have things like dot ball percentages and all these things. So I guess when the scorers tally up everything and they get all the data, they will know exactly how much points. But
Yeah.
they will be in
And I
contention
thought they
for
went very
points.
well because they scored 165 runs in the middle overs in the second power play. From they were exactly 200 at the end of over number 40. Right. Remember, they were 35 for 2 after 10. So they added 165 runs in those 30 overs.
Oh, and that's a glorious shot there by Shamar Brooks. His trademark shot over the cover. So
Effortless.
yeah, great shot there by him. Yeah. Brooks is a really nice batsman. When he gets off, he's one of something like a Carl Hooper.
Yeah,
Who
he's a-
just
he's a-
looks easy, make batting look. Everybody's fighting up, and he just comes in and makes it look easy. So let's hope it's one of those innings here for Shamar Brooks.
His team needs it.
Yeah,
you know,
and he's due
yeah.
for runs.
Yep.
So
Like I said, he shaped well in the last game against his native Barbados. And the thing with Shamar Brooks, like Carl Hooper, is that he looked like you can't out him, and then from out of nowhere, something happens, and he's out, and you wonder why. Because he looks without no bother, no fuss, nothing at all, and then something he
Yeah.
plays a bad shot, or he gets a ball that keeps low, or something, and it's like it's almost always happens to him.
yes.
Just like we've seen in the past with him, because even when he was playing for the West Indies, he would come in and he would look like he was saying, today's the day. And then for some strange reason, he gets a rat, the ball spins, awkwardly or something like that, and he's on his way back. So 10 overs going 41 for 3.
And just saw in the image there on the screen, that was Sunil Ambrose. He's out there looking at the game.
Yeah, because I think both teams, I know the Barbados team was in the net, so I feel the Windward Islands are probably in the net today as well, because this is the only game that's being played in the tournament today. So it is a great opportunity for them. I'm sure most of them would have had a run in the net, and so they're just kind of relaxing now, watching a little bit of the cricket. Oh, that's a beauty. A wicked delivery coming back at him. And there again was Drake's trying to pick up the line, and the bat never got anywhere close. That ball just climbed at him and struck him in the helmet. And I think we're going to have a little bit of a delay here as they test the helmet and check, the whole routine for the concussion. They may have to change the helmet as well, but we wait and see. The physio is making her way out with a bag of goodies.
Where they got that from, Ruskin? Where you got that from? That ball?
But he bowled, Colin, he bowled one earlier.
I didn't see it. I missed that one.
You were sleeping?
I was having a little nap.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he did bowl one very, very sharp earlier,
Okay.
and it missed him. And then he bowled one at Shamar Brooks, I think, that hit the glove, and came down to fine leg, the last ball of his previous over. And it came off the inside edge and flew down to fine leg. And here he is now. He probably put a little more mustard
extra,
in that one, yeah. And because we were just talking about timing a bowler's speed, especially ones bowling off a short run.
Right.
You can't really time the speed, because you're waiting. When you're batting, you tap according. You kind of time in the bowler as they're coming in. When you bowl off a short run, after you tap the ball
once,
the bat once, you kind of have to play.
The thing with Odin Smith, he has a short run up, but he's a strong man, and he generates a lot of pace just off his shoulder. As I said, about a few years ago, I thought this man would have been the perfect all-rounder that the West Indies would have been looking for, both with bat and ball. But he hasn't gone forward. He hasn't progressed. And who knows? Maybe this tournament will set him right. But he's with his batting and with his bowling. I was telling Adrian that I think of him more as a bowling all-rounder.
As opposed to a batting all-rounder.
Yeah, but he's...
Well, the thing is too, Colin, how do you, if we put on your manager's hat, whatever it is, how do you rekindle his career? What do you think needs to be done with him?
Well, he's got to go back and work hard, because I'm not saying he isn't working hard at the moment. Yeah. All I'm saying is...
He looks fit.
He looks fit. He's... I and I don't know the gentleman, I haven't spoken to him. I just get a sense... I've just got a sense that he's got a little disillusion with the game. He was at one stage he was being touted, his bowling, his batting, and all of a sudden he just took a backward step, and that's a pity.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, and there, like I said, there could be a number of reasons for that we are not privy to, but at the end of the day, he's the one who has to show that he wants to return to I don't want to call it glory days, but return to where he was at some point. Well played again. That's well stopped.
It is.
That's Royal. Yeah, Royal taking 3 wickets, all 3 wickets to fall. He's done very well. 2 LBWs and a bowl down.
3 for 17 from his 5 overs.
Yep, as you say, local balance. 3 for spit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not only that he is. He's had a. When you think about it, he's bowled very well indeed. Not only in terms of economy rate, but in terms of picking up the wickets.
Yeah, and he bowls that arm ball.
Yeah.
to telling effect, because it seems as if all the batsmen are having difficulty either picking it up or reading it when he bowls it, in terms of how to play it off the wicket. The one that got rid of Paris, for example, was a beauty. It came right through the gate. Shakiri Paris made just 6-1 to Richards.
He was having he looked so good in the CPL that you think he would kick on a little bit.
And Shamar Brooks there playing that much too early. He probably wanted to play that later. Hit it slightly behind. He hit it in front. So 44 for 3 now. They have real work to do here. And but to show you how the game kind of mirrors one innings to the other, after 10 they were 35 for 2. After 10, they were 41 for 3.
Yeah, I think when you look back on the start of the Scorpions innings and how well the CCC bowled, you're not surprised at that. But give Blackwood and Brown credit. They really took the game away from them. The end of the over,
Yep.
44 for 3 after 11.
Yeah, they've done very well. They did an excellent job. I think Jamaica would be very, very happy with that particular partnership. And then the second one,
Yeah.
the one between Odin Smith
And Javel
and
Glenn.
Javel Glenn,
Yeah, when
yeah.
you think of it, 121 Brown, 41 Blackwood, 52 Glenn
32 to Odin
to
Smith.
Odin Smith.
Yep.
They really took the game away from CCC. We were talking about 290, 285, 290, but I really question that maybe they're not going to get there. Mikel Guevara, I thought, bowled exceptionally well.
Yep.
You know, he never faltered throughout the innings, even when he came back at the back end of the innings.
So Royal plays well. They could get a second if they hurry, and they will. For a moment, I was scared that they weren't going to attempt a second run because both men seemed to just be trotting. But then, if you know Shamar Brooks, he's always just ambling. Always appeared to be the illusion is that he's just taking it easy.
Yeah, but this outfield is lightning quick. If that ball goes past your skin, depending on the speed of it, you may as well give up.
They have a chase.
And that was just a gentle push more than anything else.
He didn't try to hit it.
No.
He just opened the face. Here's the other thing, Colin. With the injury to Kieran Powell,
Mhm.
does he bat? Well, I'm not sure when they will allow him to bat.
I don't think he can bat much before 7 or something
You know,
like that.
so-
I haven't checked it.
Yeah, so when does he
But,
come?
to be honest, I
By
think
that
he-
time, it might be.
yeah,
you know.
he can just maybe do a little more damage to himself, and especially with his score at 44 for 3, 246 runs needed. Depends on if these two get going and can build some kind of partnership. Can they get things going and
I'm sure
then-
he will want to come and bat. You know,
Yeah,
as
well,
most athletes
yeah,
do.
but
You know,
if
you
you
want
know,
to play.
he appeared to doing his hamstring,
Right.
very early. I think it was the first or second over. But very, very, that's going to run away.
Yeah, that's going to go down the hill. That's for and Ralphie is going to take care of that to do the honors.
Somebody, I was in Ralphie's company and somebody asked him, Ralphie, how old are you? Up to now, we can't get the answer.
Because he's calculating.
He said, Ralphie, how old are you, boy? And somebody said, oh, you're in the 70s, you're 80? I think he said 61 or something like that. But
Take that with a pinch of salt.
yeah, you have to. Probably.
You saw that shot there. Look at how easy
Yeah.
Shamar Brooks made that
Yeah.
look. No
You know,
fuss at all.
Shamar Brooks has been one. You have to look back at Shamar Brooks' career, and you have to say that he hasn't achieved what his talent shows that he should have achieved with the talent he's
potential.
got. Yeah, he looks so easy in the eye. I remember seeing him a few years ago, and I told somebody, I said, this guy is a West Indian player. He got into the West Indies team, got some runs, again failed, got some runs again, failed. So he was in and out. But he's such a good player.
Yeah, it's ironic that has happened. Well, it's 51 for 3 now after 12. Brooks is 10, Drakes is 14. The players will get a bit of a breather. They get some refreshments. Ralphie gets a chance to show his sprinting capabilities as he comes to do the honors on the wicket. We'll take a break, come back in a short while. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval. Nice, bright and sunny conditions now at the Oval, and but not so bright for the CCC. They're 51 for 3 now after 12. And Jonathan Drakes gets a delivery that he cannot take advantage of. It was at an awkward height to him.
The shot was on,
Mm-hmm.
but I think he really, I think he expected that ball to come on to him much quicker than it did. Maybe, just maybe, a delivery that he took off the pace.
He has 15 dot balls in 3 overs, which is not bad going at all. In 3 overs on 1 ball, so they have
Yeah.
15 dot balls
Not bad.
in 19 deliveries.
Yeah. I have a lot of time for Jonathan Drakes because he's. I saw him a few years ago again as a young man, and I thought, hey, this guy batting at number 4 for Barbados, the Barbados pride for the regional tournament, and he looked so good. What I liked about him, he looked solid. He was playing his shots. He was finding the gaps. And I thought, well, this is a young... you look at some of those guys and you're saying to yourself, well, they just need to step up to the next level.
Who do you separate, Colin? You have Nandu, you have Wickham. You start to talk about Jonathan Drakes. All of them are around the same age when
That's
you really
right.
think about it. And that's
It's a good
beautifully
shot.
played.
It's a lovely shot. Too short from Odin Smith. Yes, he holds up his hand, apologizing, and he should, because it was a gift of a delivery. It was short. It stood up there. Let's have a look. And wide as well.
He was trying to do a little off cutter. I could see the action. He was trying to get under it. And Jermaine Blackwood had no chance. He was sprinting for all his worth there. And look at him walking back there. He seems like a little bit pain, like he did some damage.
The thing with Jermaine Blackwood, even if that ball was going 400 meters from him, he would have given a chase. He would have, he doesn't know how to give up. He's a real fighter.
He's paying the price now. He's still trying to flex that leg there. I don't know if it's the knee he did some damage to or the hamstring. This one is in the air and he's out.
Oh,
Well.
giving it away, didn't he?
Yep,
I
he
mean,
cuffed it
oh.
to him.
How sad. He was batting so very well, played a gorgeous shot the ball before, and then just never really got over it. Let's have a look. Yeah, hitting it in the air, and really, I think it came onto him a little quicker than he anticipated. But still.
Yeah, he fisted it. It
Yeah.
hit him like high up on the bat. And he got no leverage at all. So he couldn't get any power into the shot. And the Jamaican Scorpions, as they say, picked another pepper. And unfortunately for Drakes, he has to go. He shaped well for his 19, but needed a lot more from him.
Yeah, it was a delivery. It was there to play the shot, but I just think it came onto him difficult height. I'm not sure. He just played a nothing shot, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And hit the ball straight into mid-on's hands.
Kirk McKenzie was standing there, just gleefully accepted it.
Mikel Govaya has come at number 6. He's had a good game so far with the ball. Let's see what he can do with the bat. This young man with a lot of promise, Mikel Govaya. Remember a couple of years ago, Ruskin was at Queen's Park. And everybody was telling me, this young man, and apparently he's a very good footballer as well. But everybody was telling me this young man is going to go places.
Well, as we say in sports, sometimes some people develop faster than others, and things happen for them, at different times throughout their careers. So maybe his time is, is still in front of him. His opportunity will come, I'm sure.
Well, they're putting a forward short leg in place, which is good captaincy, I think. Odin Smith is getting that ball to rise. off of a good length, a sharp, and if Guevara can't keep it down, there is a man there in that bat pad that can certainly take the opportunity if given. So here's Guevara facing his first ball. Too wide of the off stump there. End of the over from Odin Smith, a successful over in which he picked up the wicket of Jonathan Drakes. And it's now 57 for 4 after 13 overs. Drake's going for 19.
Yeah, this is not a pretty scorecard for the combined campuses and colleges. And Javor Royal, the chief destroyer, with 3 for 24 so far. And there's the Colin Murray clock at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, I must put my name to the top of it.
Yeah.
That's good. Thanks for that idea, Ruskin.
Yeah, we have to name something in the club after you.
Something. Even if it's a blade of grass.
Something. Colin Murray, goal mouth.
Which one? There are so many.
Which end they scored the hat trick?
Which end they scored the hat trick from? My word. Would you believe, Ruskin, these days I'm playing in defense. I think when you play up front, they want to kick you down. And I really can't, I don't think I can deal with that at a certain age when you get, you don't need to do that. You don't need to be taken advantage of like that.
The Redwood is coming into the attack now. Tamari Redwood. You could just hear the chirping out there from the Jamaican players. They're very, very much into proceedings here now.
It's not a bad delivery. Got some turn, got some bounce.
Everybody's excited.
Yep. Yeah, because he got some turn and bounce, which was good.
Colin, as a daring captain, would you put a gully now?
Well,
if he continues to spin it.
Well, I would wait for him to settle down first. You know, give him a couple balls, see what he's doing. Yeah.
I mean, it's like everybody in the field is saying something right
it's
now.
Amazing.
Yep. If he gets a wicket, well, it might be carnival.
Actually, he's settled into a nice line and length, hasn't he? Getting some turn. Yeah, maybe, just maybe, you'd want to put in, but I'm looking to see where they're going to take that fielder from. You know, you may want to move the short fine leg, but you can't take that chance. And moving that short fine leg, yeah. But I like the look of Redwood. He's settled down nicely. His first 4 deliveries, all dot balls, or first 3 deliveries, sorry, all dot balls.
And Leacock also from Barbados bowls very well as a young leg spinner.
Yeah. Single for Brooks, so he would be happy to get at the non-striker's end. Brooks just on 12 from 16 deliveries, certainly taking his time with this run chase.
Yeah, he needs a partnership.
Yeah, he needs somebody to stay with him.
Yep, they need to build a partnership here. And he did that in the game against Barbados, remember? He stuck around for a while. Although he left just before the achieved victory, he had basically laid the platform. Because after Powell departed, it could so easily have, gone awry for them. But he stuck around and made sure that they were at least within just say reach out and touch me distance.
So what he has done now, just as we suggested, Ruskin, he's moved the man from the short fine leg. They haven't gone with a gully, they've gone with silly mid-off. And that's not a bad move. Have somebody in front of Govaya in his face.
Yeah, he's yet to score Govaya.
Well, he's only faced 1 delivery so far.
And the umpire wants to have a word.
I'm not sure what this is about.
Are they calling for a helmet? What?
Well, I'm not sure what they're calling for, but they're looking towards the pavilion.
Yeah, I think they're bringing the helmet.
Yes.
For the silly mid-off, probably.
Yeah.
So it's probably a precautionary move. The umpires are probably insisting on it.
I gave you the joke about your good friend Tony Dawson when he was feeling
Glenn.
that forward short leg. And Remy Manbo was just blocking and blocking. It was very boring. And we were trying for him to play a shot. And I said to Tony, who was in the gully, I said, Tony, go to bat pad. He said, Skip, I need a helmet. I said, we need a helmet. He did man not hitting any ball, Tony. He insisted he got a helmet. And I'm going to tell you what happened after this delivery from Redwood. Held up the play and waited for the helmet to come on the field. End of the over from Redwood. A good over, just one run coming from it. And we've had now 14 gone. And it's 58 for 4. So I ran up, and halfway through my run up, I thought, I'm going to bowl him a slower delivery. You mustn't do things like that, Ruskin. Make up your mind before you run up what you're going to bowl. And I bowled him the juiciest full toss that anybody could have ever got. And he whacked it as hard as he could, straight into the helmet of Tony Dawson. He saw the Kilkenny. He went backwards and said, he has this little stammer as well. He says, you see?
I know Glenn very well. Glenn Dawson, boy. Oh, God.
What a character.
You can imagine. Well, you had to deal with them, Glenn Dawson and Ganesh Mahabir at the
Oh,
same
God,
time.
Lord have mercy. That wasn't an easy combination, I tell you that.
And plus, you also, was it Twiggy?
Well, Twiggy was a little before that group.
Just as miserable.
Yeah, terrible. Twiggy. That's a good shot from Brooks. He's going to get an easy single. Brooks is giving me the impression that he's just going to have a
Just
knock.
bat, yeah.
He's not.
This is like a
not
net
too,
session.
yeah,
for him
not too
right
worried
now.
about
Yeah.
the 232 runs to get.
You need somebody to really up the pace, and he's asking the youngster Gavai to do so. He bowled well in that game against Barbados. He batted well. He came and they were actually trying to get the bonus point, like after 44 overs or 41 overs or something like that. They needed 45 overs. They needed to try to get the score in under the 45 overs. And good fielding again. And the Jamaicans really sprightly there. Odin McCarthy flying about the place. Now the Jamaicans are really on top here, and they're trying to press home their advantage. And young Govaya came and swung the bat a couple of times. Kept the scoreboard ticking over.
Short delivery there from Smith. But a safe shot from Govaya because it was in the air, but there's no one at that backward square leg position. He managed right out on the boundary. So even though it was in the air, it was an easy single for Govaya. So he's off the mark after facing 4 deliveries, 60 for 4 now.
Yeah, that's a pretty good shot on his part. Just rotating strike and trying to keep things rolling along. They need a big partnership here. Smith, of course, will have other ideas as he tries to somehow fashion another breakthrough.
Yeah, he's still bowling those deliveries a little short. And maybe hoping that Brooks goes into maybe a pull shot. And
What is he picking up? Is that
maybe loose, the loose
Good.
turf there coming, and
so? Maybe when he put the spike in it,
it's just
yeah.
getting loose.
Yeah, because he does have a good front foot plant, but then look at how big he is. So
Yeah,
when he swivels on that, it could take up a lot. There's a lot of torque going into that. As simple as it might look.
Oh, he gets the edge.
Might get a boundary here, and he does get a boundary. As the fielder coming across, unable to cut it off.
Woodin Smith looks very, very disappointed, and I'm just wondering, with these two guys, and you're 58 for 4, sorry, you're 64 for 4 now, maybe a slip might have been a useful addition. Because they need to just
Keep
get the
taking
wickets now. And
yeah.
yeah,
Just
I don't think runs. I can't see CCC from this position winning the game unless you have a blinder from two batsmen.
and you can't defend. You can't
Yeah.
be defending runs at this point in
No,
time.
may as well try and get the wickets. Another short delivery.
And down goes
Brooks.
Shamar Brooks for the count, but he's back up on his feet like a determined boxer, just to indicate that he's not out. Might be down, but not out. 64 for 4 at the end of 15.
So the CCC up against it here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, this is a big ask for them, and this has been the position in which they've found themselves, so many times before. Before that big win against Barbados a couple nights ago down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And here they are now, back to where they were before that, where they shown moments of brilliance, doing very well with the ball. It's the batting that has been the bane of their dismissals or their lack of points. They really had a hard time getting big totals. That's a good shot.
Lovely drive from Guvaya. Half volley, given some here by Redwood. And Guvaya just went into the drive, hit it nicely, timed it well.
But that's not too bad. I think Redwood wants them to come onto the front foot and drive at him. And if he can get any kind of shape at all, he might be in the money. And Brooks making it look so easy. Almost like driving around the place on a Sunday evening with no traffic.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable.
Yep.
To Redwood.
Yeah, driving. Well, where will you be driving, Colin? On
Round
a
the
Sunday
Savannah,
evening?
round the Savannah.
However
Or
he
in
goes.
the air, but away. There's one man in the deep,
Guess who?
and Blackwood,
Yep.
of course, hustling around to his left. Still couldn't stop them from getting two. But Guvaya again whipping this one off. It was in the air, but a safe shot because there's just Blackwood at that deep backward square. There's no deep mid wicket. So once it goes in that area, he should be okay. Easy single. So things are looking comfortable for these two. I think they need to just up the tempo now, but are they going to challenge this score of 280, 293?
Well, they need
They need
292,
222, right? So
they need
290
enough for the
actually, yes. 290, 289
Yeah.
was the total. Yeah. I would think they after a little while they're gonna try and just up the tempo a little bit and see how close they can get.
Yep.
Because there's no point. There's no point they just bat out there, Ruskin, prodding and poking and getting a single.
Yeah. After 20 overs, I suppose they might look at it and say, well, let's do an assessment
Yeah.
and see where we are, what has to be done, what we can do differently, whatever it is. But that ends the over. And at the end of it, 69 for 4 now after 70 for 4 rather after 16.
Yes, so 70 for 4. And you have to think that Brooks and Mikel Guvaya are possibly the last hope. Not to say that there's nothing after them, but I think Brooks, so much would depend on Shamar Brooks. You have to think if they're going to get to anywhere close to that total of 290, he's got to score 100.
Yeah, they really need Brooks to start taking charge. he's probably going to have to target a bowler,
Yeah.
you know, and say, look, let me see if I can put pressure on the Jamaican attack by targeting maybe one bowler and see if that happens. Mindley is back.
Yep, 3 overs, none for 15.
So appeal for an LBW, not out, says the umpire. Mindley was all ready to celebrate.
Yeah, I think it seemed, from first look, it seemed it was heading down the leg side.
Yeah, trying to turn it on the onside there was Shamar Brooks.
Can't understand why they didn't run, because that ball had gone out towards a backward square leg. And there certainly was a leg by.
Yeah, to be hard if they wanted it. But it's all part of the awareness or lack thereof. Because not every run is going to come off the bat. You know, a leg by is a run
Yeah,
in
that's right.
essence, you know. And if you're in the business of
You need to pick up everything, all the runs you can get.
limiting dot balls
Yeah.
and whatever else. So, and especially one that was so easy to have. They weren't under any stress. It wasn't like, you know, it was going to, there was a fielder close by threatening.
The only thing I could think of them not going for the run was that Brooks may not have offered a shot, but he did.
Yep. And once the umpire said not out, let the umpire make a
Yeah.
decision.
Correct.
You know. But this is such a lovely day. It's a nice, brilliant day for cricket action.
Yeah, it's really a gorgeous day, isn't it?
Consider we've
We've had the amount of rain
yeah,
we've been
couple
having.
days, we had a game rained out here a couple of days ago. Had interruptions, but today.
And then even yesterday with the game reduced.
Mm-hmm. What the umpires could say? What, it's too bright.
Yeah, well,
That's going to go for 4. In fact, it places it brilliantly between the two fielders. And there was not much that could be done there, because there was Redwood going to his left. And, of course, coming across to his right was Carlos Brown. Neither one could close on the ball. It was so beautifully placed by Govaya. And 4 good-looking runs for the young man.
really good looking shot. He picked the gap nicely. He knew exactly where the fielders were. And he picked the gap between them, and it went down to the boundary for 4. That's really a good shot. So he goes what? He's on to 9 from 8 deliveries. I think that's his second 4, is it? No, not his second 4. Because I remember Blackwood chased one, and they only got 2 runs.
Yeah, but the ball is coming off the bat with a nice, solid sound when he plays it. And so all the potential in the world, it's really about putting it together and taking advantage of these opportunities here. You know, if he can get a half century, I'm sure that will do his confidence
for
a
sure.
world of good.
For sure. Because you look at him, he's not a bad little batsman. You know, his bowling, I think, is his strength. But coming in at number 6, he's useful. He can get 30, 40. So he's a good player for the future.
Jamaicans just making a little swap. And it seems that the Redwood is going into the mid-wicket region, and coming out here is Barnes down to fine leg. Barnes, who played at robust innings. That's brilliantly done. That's a good shot, but it's well stopped.
Yeah, that's
Odin
really.
Smith.
I thought it was going for 4 at that time. And Odin Smith was brilliant to get across there and flung his body. That's a good bit of fielding.
Yeah, for a moment he looked like he was struggling there, but he did enough. 76 for 4 now at the end of 17.
So 33 overs left and 214 needed by the CCC. Of course, the second T20 starts, Ruskin, in what,
Yep.
just about an hour? Hour and 10 minutes?
Yeah. West Indies
Phil
and-
Salt. Tell you what, I don't understand West Indies. They need to do some kind of, you need to do some kind of, I don't know, get him on camera and decide how you're going to get this guy out. Because every time he bats, he makes 100 against the West Indies in T20 cricket.
Yeah, but it's probably it's also a testament to the strength of the West Indies bowling also, and it also brings you to this issue here. Are the West Indies missing Alzari Joseph?
I would think so, but you know, Alzari Joseph can only blame himself. I mean, I've never seen that, Ruskin. In all my years watching cricket, I can't ever recall an international player walking off the field and leaving his team with 10 men on the field.
And it wasn't for for health reasons,
No.
for a medical emergency or anything of the like. And
He was just annoyed.
he was so annoyed.
The mean one, the
Yeah.
mean one.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people are saying that they don't think the punishment is enough. Found that he basically is saying they just rested him for 2 games and that it should have been much more. But it is what it is. And the board has made the decision.
Yeah, because then you ask yourself, how long?
Well,
How long is enough? Because, as you said, for some folks, you just don't know what is what is adequate and under those circumstances, especially if it's something that you haven't really had to deal with,
yeah.
in the past. And I suppose that you have to take into consideration he did apologize. He apologized to the players, to the
Well,
team.
yeah,
to
but
everybody,
the damage was done.
Yeah, the damage was done, but I suppose that will also weigh in his favor. The fact that he recognized the errors of his way, and which I suppose is a first step towards correcting it, is when you acknowledge that you made a mistake.
That's a good shot. Excellent shot. Give him the width.
Yep, but that could be another close one, and good footballing skills. Running down the hill there, and that looked like Royal doing human service once more.
He saved 2 runs, that's for sure.
Jamar Brooks just sort of picking his spots here. He's up to 22 now from 28. Kovaya is 11 from 11 at the other end. 79 for 4.
He's going to pick up an easy single. Can't be giving that sort of room outside the line of the off stump to a player of the quality of Shamar Brooks. He's going to pick it off all the time and pick up that easy single.
And I think at some point Jamar Brooks has to not worry about getting that single, but he could hit that ball probably
You mean through extra cover?
Through extra cover, and probably get more, or hit it through mid wicket.
That's a good shot.
Wide mid wicket, wide long on for 4 runs.
That's a good shot from Govaya because there is a long on, but he went, if you look at that shot, Ruskin, he hit it away from the man at long on, more towards a deeper, well, a wideish long on, where he aimed for that. And he picked it up nicely, hit it well.
And there was a deliberate shot as well.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't go there by chance. He wanted to play it there. Again, staying on the inside of the ball and trying to force it through the offside. The over ends 84 for 4 after 18.
Yeah, pretty good over for the CCC. 8 runs coming from it. So Brad Barnes coming into the attack, replacing Redwood, went for 8 runs. There is some of the ground staff. Just telling old tale. I didn't see Ralphie there. Didn't notice Ralphie.
He's
Must be
probably,
cleaning his broom.
probably he might be in the president's box, chatting away with the president. Never know, you know. If he is a person of import.
Oh, for sure. Well, is it Mindley going to continue?
Yeah, he's going to try again. He just bowled a 1 over of a new spell. And I'm sure he'll be trying to finish it off here with another wicket. Try and prise open the door once and for all.
He's in his 5th over, none for 21.
Yeah, that's a
Loud
loud
appeal goes up.
Yes,
He's gone.
yes. Shamar
So
Brooks.
not happy, but that he seemed pretty adjacent to me. He may have thought it was going down the leg side, but let's have a look. As he was on the back foot. Maybe just knocking back the leg stump as far as the umpire was concerned. It did move into Brooks, but the umpire possibly felt that the movement wasn't enough to carry it down the leg side.
Yeah, it's another disappointment for
Brooks.
Shamar Brooks. And I'm sure this is going to play on his mind because he's supposed to be, for all intents and purposes, the example for the others to bat. And the best way to be that example is to be the example scoring runs, you know, getting big scores. But it's just not happening for him. It didn't happen last year during the 4-day tournament, and here we are again.
Was that doing too much, Ruskin? Maybe just going down,
I
nipping down the leg
initially,
side?
Yeah, initially I thought this was going to beat leg stump.
But having looked at it again, what you
It
thought?
pitched to middle and leg, or probably even leg stump, and it just kept.
And look at the keeper.
going. Yep, keeper is still waiting. He isn't going down the leg side. If you notice, the ball is about to hit the pad. He's still outside the off stump.
Yeah.
You know, so but I'm not seeing any of the stump behind him. That is the pad. Is that little white strapping you see on the outside? That's the hook.
Yeah, but I know what you're talking
The
about.
brace.
Yeah,
I think it's Velcro they use now. To
yeah.
just
They don't
stick
use the
it-
buckle again,
No,
Ruskin?
no.
Oh,
No,
how
yeah.
sad.
They're a little advanced now. You know. But it's so unfortunate for the CCC that their captain couldn't stay there a little longer and kind of guide their fortunes. And it gets even tougher now. They need a further 206, but they have 191 balls in which to get them. So it's certainly gettable, but who's going to do it? Graves is the new batsman.
Yep. Romario Graves, not to be confused with Justin. I think if Justin Graves was coming in now, the CCC would have liked that. What a rich vein of form he is in, Justin Graves. Saw the knock against the Red Force, the 151. Never put a foot wrong.
Mm.
There's the wonderful weather that we've been talking about. Is there a dark cloud somewhere around? I'm not seeing them.
They're a bit high, although it's a nice cool. Now the sun is behind that cloud. So another comfortable single to help him get off the mark quickly there, Romario Graves. But the singles probably won't do it, although the CCC might be thinking, well, if we could just stay in the game, you know, you never know. Next thing you know, you go via, connects a couple because he looks like he is quite capable of hitting the ball.
For sure.
And picking up boundaries. So maybe they'll lean on him a little bit more. And try to see if he can kind of fashion a big.
Yeah, but then 5 runs needed.
But Colin, by comparison, after 19 overs, Jamaica won 91 for 2.
Yeah, very close. isn't it?
Very
but
close. But
but
the
Brown
wickets
and
yeah,
Blackwood got going
were going, yeah.
at that point in time.
And they'd only lost 2 wickets.
Yeah.
Play on a miss here. And so we see
Guvar looking to give himself some room to hit it through the offside.
which is one of his favorite shots. He likes to stay on the
Yeah.
inside of the ball and kind of open up the offside. But he's also right-hand dominant. He tends to pull to the onside very well. And have to hurry here, and they eventually got one, thought for a moment of a second, decided against it, in which I think was a good
Decision.
decision.
Yeah.
Mindley had stopped the ball partially. And it was just a matter of cleaning it up at the back end. Glenn was out there. So again, he's probably going to have to be very deliberate in his approach here. Maybe after the first 3 or 4 balls, try and get a boundary. And then you try to pinch a single between balls 4 and 5
Yeah.
and hope that your partner will hold his end of the bargain, and then you live to fight another day.
Given a lot of air there by Brad Barnes.
Yep, good anticipation there. Just nudging it on the onside, claiming a comfortable single. So if you're not going to go for the big hits, then try and keep the ball, the strike rotating over. 88 for 5 now after 20. So this was the point where we were saying that they had to like assess where they are after 20 overs. See, but they lost the wicket of Shamar Brooks. So that would set them back a great deal. See what happens. Of course, for those English Premiership fans today, the London Derby ended in a 1-1 tie between Arsenal and Chelsea. Play on a miss there. Again, good delivery from Mindley, just touching down and probably just taking a little bit of a away movement.
Yeah, he's Mindley working up a little bit of a pace. He's a very enthusiastic type of fast bowler. It's the kind of guy you want to give the ball and tell him, look, just run in and bowl as fast as you can. But he's also getting some movement off the pitch, getting that ball to deviate away from the right-hander. It's not been a bad spell from him. And then, of course, picking up the wicket of Shamar Brooks.
Very important wicket at that, crucial to the team's success, because Brooks is the kind of person who could battle long.
Oh, yeah, and turn the game.
Yep.
And we kept seeing if he can find the right partner to stay with him. Who knows? Slower delivery. Where's
Once-
Guvar going?
Well, you probably got a phone call.
Well, obviously it was a wrong number. Because the important thing is you got to trust your partner. The ball goes behind you. I think, in fairness to him, though, I think Graves started two or three paces down the pitch, and he thought he was going to come through for the run. But they always say, wait on the call.
Yeah, and like the call never came. Or
Yeah.
if it came very late.
A short delivery. Graves getting under it. You can see the Jamaicans, the Scorpions, they like it. They're saying, yes, man, yes. Bowl it short. Giving some music.
Licky, man, licky.
Yep. He was quickly getting under it, Graves. He handled it well.
Yeah, he got his body out and the bat out
Yeah,
of
out of
harm's
the
way,
way. Yeah.
which is sometimes difficult to do because you want to defend yourself.
Slow delivery again, and this time he smashes it straight back overhead. He picked it up early. Slow delivery from Mindley, and Graves picked it up, and he hit it hard, beautifully, right back overhead, down to the boundary for 4. That's a good shot.
It was really a gift. It was a slow half volley, just almost looping it like a spinner would loop it, and it was right in his wagon wheel there, and he just helped himself straight over the bowler's head. And again, a stifled appeal.
Yeah, going
Not
down the
out.
leg side, you can, because let's have a look. I always judge these things a lot, Ruskin, by the movement of the keeper. And look at the keeper.
Started to
Down
go
there,
leg.
yeah.
Yep.
End of the over from Mindley, and at the end of it, it's 93, is it? 93 for 5 after 21 overs.
So yeah, it certainly is, and the game is just kind of meandering, and of course,
Are you going to meander out?
I am going to saunter.
Saunter?
Yeah, I'm going to saunter.
I've never seen you sauntering in your life. Yeah, take your time, eh? Take your time. Take your time. I don't want you to fall because you're a rather heavy individual. Yeah. So here's a new over started by Brad Barnes. He's had 2 overs, none for 10 so far. He's bowling his off spin. Well played by Graves. He's looked pretty solid. He's going to run for, they're going to probably come back for 2. No, Govaya. Well, bad bit of fielding there. And because of that, they were able to come back for the second run. So 2 more to the total. And I was checking here. That was Kirk McKenzie not picking up that ball cleanly. Backing away, looking to give himself room. Delivery outside the line of the off stump. So Graves starting to play shots. As I say hello again, Adrian.
Hi, Colin. Thanks for
Since
your hard work.
Since
so
you've been away, a couple of wickets fell. Shamar Brooks, very important wicket of Brooks. And of course, Jonathan Drakes, he went as well. That's 4 runs outside the line of the off stump from Barnes, and there was the room that Graves needed, and he smashed it square on the offside.
Yeah, really good shot there by him. Was wide outside the off stump, so was there to hit. So 99 for 5 after 21.4 overs. Jamaica team on top in this game for majority of the day.
Flatter delivery from Barnes. Not really pushing, was really pushing that one through, but not with much pay. Again, this one, but too short. And Graves is looking pretty good, coming in at number 7, and he's going along nicely. At the moment, he is on 14, and Govaya is on 17. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, the 100 is now up for CCC with that single. It's 100 for 5 after 22 overs. The players are going to get a little bit of refreshment, as the refreshment used to be a refreshment card, but now everybody walks with like some sort of to hold the drinks in a sort of tray.
Like a six-pack.
A 6-pack, yeah, that's well said. I like that. And so it's the end of that session of play here. 22 overs have been bowled. It's 100 for 5. And while the players get refreshed, we're going to take a break.
like that song there, Colin?
Yeah, I am. As we welcome you back here with the CCC, what 100 for 5. Yeah, I liked a good kaiso. You know, it's a dying art in a way. When I can't sing, I've never pretended to, but I used to love to go to the tents, and that's where you get a lot of the political commentary, you know, and highlight what's wrong in the country. But you don't see that much again. Everything now is soca and put your hand in the air and, you know, and wind down and wind up. And so here is a new over started by Royal. 3 for 24 from 6 overs. What is good about Javor Royal so far, he's dropped on a good line and he dropped on a good length. And he's really bowled well.
Important spell here for him because he still has 4 overs. So I guess he's come back into the attack here now to try to get deep into this innings because...
Yeah, he needs. I think they're looking to break this partnership, and if they can, well, they could find themselves into the tail of the CCC because Powell is not going to bat. At least I don't think he will with the hamstring injury that he's had.
Yeah, it looks a bit serious.
Which is sad because especially if you're coming off of 100. You know that. I mean, they tell you when you make 100, your next score is naught. But still, you have the confidence to go out there, having made 100, and you just feel that you're invincible. I like the look of. I was telling Ruskin Mark, I like the look of Romario Graves. He's playing everything in front of him. He looks pretty. He looks better than a number 7. But at the end of the over, at the end of it, 23 overs have been bowled. It's 101 for 5.
Not sure if you could see it, but there's a lot of those dragonflies flying around. I'm not sure if you've seen it.
No, I'm not.
Over the field.
Listen, sometimes I don't even see when the rain is falling, Adrian. You're going to want me looking for a dragonfly?
Yeah, there's a lot.
The only dragonfly I see is behind me, and that's Mr. Mark. A huge dragonfly. Where have they come from, though?
Yeah, not sure, but there's a lot. So,
well.
A good thing it's not bees, though, because I was...
Everybody would hit the floor. Yeah. Can't remember, I was playing in a game a couple of years ago and somebody said, bees, hit the floor. It looks so, it actually, if you don't know and you're coming into a ground and you see all the cricketers, like, it looks very, very hilarious.
Yes. Did you all ever had that problem here with bees? It ever happened? Yeah,
Once. Yeah.
It's regular the cricket center in
Is
Couva.
it?
Yeah, because the forested Grand Couva area.
Okay.
Yeah, they pass over the highway and... Oh, well
That's good
fielded.
fielding. That's Blackwood, isn't it?
Yeah. Really good.
Expect that of him.
Yeah, saved at least... Probably...
At least a couple.
Yeah,
Not even sure if long off could have got wrong in time. Single for Govaya. He's looked pretty capable himself. He's gone to 18 from 19 deliveries. Graves is 16 from 26. And Graves has had most of the strike, in fairness, since he's come in.
I mean, notice here again these middle over period. If the CCC team had, not lose those wickets on top, so the game gets a bit easier in this period. It happened with Jamaica in their innings. So just that start is so important because it happens a lot. Sometimes openers they get out early and then have to sit down and watch everybody else bat. It's one of the most painful things. And when the wicket flattens out, the bowlers get tired. Yeah.
Oh, that's in the air. Is it going to clear the man at long off? It doesn't even reach him. And they're going to come back for 2. So Govaya going over the top. Didn't time it all that well. And they didn't even carry out the long off.
Yeah.
But they pick up 2 runs.
I think good thing he didn't time it, because if he
Yeah, it
probably
would have gone
timed it
straight down his
straight down his
throat.
throat.
The end of the over. 24 have now been bowled. It's 106 for 5. Yeah, I've always thought openers have the hardest job in the world. Especially, not only that, what about if the team is dismissed at about, say, 10 to 5, and you got to go in and face up 3 overs. So you're hiding for nothing. They don't send 2 night watchmen, do they? They send the 2 openers. But if one opener gets out, they send a night watchman. It's you have to think it's unfair.
Yeah, there's no night watchman for openers.
No, they are the night watchmen. But so Royal is going to continue. 3 for 25.
So just to mention the bonus points here. The Jamaica, they would require another 3 wickets to get a point in the second power play. Yeah, if they get another 3 wickets here. So interesting period. But if they bowl out the side before the 40th over, they don't get the bonus point, the extra point, if they bowl out the team in the third power play. That's an interesting point.
Yeah.
So it happened, I think, in the Windwards game, where they, at one point, it looked like they were prolonging the innings to go into the third power play to bowl out the side to get the point.
And you're wondering if they're doing the same thing here, because I'm looking at Brad Barnes bowling, and he's bowled 4 overs, none for 22. I tell you, he's just wronging his hand, putting the ball in front of the batsman and saying, well, go ahead and hit me. But not doing very much. Not doing very much with the ball. He's not getting much turn. He's not getting bounce. He's sort of just putting it in front of the batsman and saying, well, go ahead.
4 dot balls so far in this over.
Well, they get a single. Ovai on 20, Graves on 18.
Partnership now 23 runs. So a little partnership forming here.
Yeah,
so
from 40 balls.
that's the end of the over. 1 run off of it. It's 107 for 5.
107 for 5.
So
As CCC struggling to get here to 290. As the Scorpions, is the summary of the scorecard: 289 for 8. The highlight: Carlos Brown 121, and CCC 107 for 5. Shamar Brooks so far the top scorer with 23. And there's Powell. Is it? Yeah, Powell sitting down in the players' gallery, the Derek Murray players' gallery.
yeah, no pads on.
Yeah, no pads on, and just sitting down there watching on.
Oh, and
Oh, well, I think he's gone. Well, he was opening the face of the bat, playing this delivery a little quicker. There's Barnes. Well, has he won the game? The way he's celebrating. But it was a quicker delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he opened the face, trying just to steer it towards point, and got the little bit of an edge.
yeah, really trying to look like to guide that one down to that short third man there, but yeah.
Yeah, he
Taking
should have
off the
been. He
edge.
should have been playing that in front of him, but you could see him trying to guide it past point, and he goes. So the CCC are now what, 107 for 6. 107 for 6, and Graves back in the pavilion for 18.
The run rate now is almost 7.5, the required run rate. So it's really getting difficult here now for the CCC, because they're into their tail now, Amari Goodrich. So I know there's a lot of all-rounders in the game these days.
How would you consider him? I haven't seen Amari Goodrich. It's a bit of a bit of a one coming in at number 8, can hold the bats. But let's hope he holds it in correct hands. Well, he's coming at number 8, is he? Well, it would have been number 9 if Powell was here. So, as they say, I hope he's not 9-10 Jack.
Yeah, so we seeing if you look there, you're seeing the dragonflies there moving around all around the pitch.
Adrian, why are you so obsessed with these dragonflies?
It's a lot. It's like hundreds of dragonflies actually.
Where are they located?
They're all over.
All over.
Yeah, look
Okay,
closely
okay.
here. You see
Let me
that?
see. Let me see.
If you look closely on the screen.
Okay. Yeah. I'm now seeing
Yeah.
them. Huh?
Yeah, watch out.
Oh yeah. I'm now really. They're. Yeah, boy. I wasn't seeing them at all before.
Yeah.
Where did they just? I think since you all have pointed them out to me, they've come out in abundance.
It's a
Because
swarm.
I wasn't seeing them before. No, it's thousands. My word. Russ can do something. Get your spray can. Well, yeah, that's good. That's very good. I wasn't seeing them at all. And then since Adrian pointed them out to me, they would like hundreds. My word. Well, I think they made their way down. They just wanted me to see them, and then I think and acknowledge them, and I think they've gone their way, which is good.
Just
So that would have
inside.
been a wide.
Yeah, but it just turned at the last moment. So one remaining delivery, and it's over. 1 wicket off the first ball. Punches that one there, and Goodrich running the first one really hard, and that's the end of the over. It's 4 runs off of it, a wicket, and it's 111 for 6 after 26.
Well, Nelson, 1-1-1 for 6. Every time I think of Nelson, I think of umpire, deceased umpire David Shepherd. He was a real character. He was hopping. Did you ever do a game with you playing, David Shepherd, the English umpire? Yeah, he was
So
he was a real character. Every time you had Nelson, he didn't care who was batting. Could have been Australia, England, West Indies. Once the score got to 111 and he was on the field at square leg, he kept hopping up and down. And apparently that's how you. I was wondering what the hell is he doing, and then somebody told me, well, that is to ensure you have to keep doing that until the score moves off of 111. And I tell you, David Shepherd though was a big man. He was. And I don't mean tall and muscular. I mean rather. What's the word I'm looking for? Rotund. That's rather rotund, and it was a real sight to behold. He played county cricket as well, David Shepherd, I think, for Gloucestershire.
So Mackenzie now picking up the attack from the Joey Carew end.
I think they're looking to give CCC some runs, because I haven't seen Mackenzie really in the role of a bowler. Maybe you can tell me what his figures are like. Has he bowled at all before in the tournament? That ball took an eternity to come to Govaya. He was in position early, and there was slight turn coming back to him. So Jamaica Scorpions realize they have this game well wrapped up now. And Govaya goes high in the air, straight down the throat of the man at a deep mid-wicket. Mackenzie holds his hands up high in the air as if to say, well, it was only a matter of time before I picked up the wicket. But I've not known Mackenzie as a bowler, but he's got a wicket.
Yes,
Of Govaya.
you're right, Colin. This is his first ever over
In
in
List
List
Day?
A cricket.
Well,
Yeah,
and with his third ball, he's picked up the
Yeah.
wicket of Mikel Govaya.
yeah, his first over.
Yeah.
So that's why the celebration is so big.
Yeah, he's the way he held his hands up, you would have thought. You would have thought, yeah, Nelson, but you would have thought the way he held that it was the final wicket. And they won with 2 runs to spare. But 111 for 7. So Govaya makes his way back to the pavilion. A useful little knock. I think every time he tries to hit out, unfortunately, he puts the ball is airborne. And it's always a problem at that point in time.
Yeah.
So the man coming in is Akeem Jordan. He's very useful with the bat. I would have thought he would have been a little earlier. Akeem Jordan. I've seen him here get a half century. But surprised he's coming in as low as number 9. And you have to remember, with Powell not batting, it would have been number 10 had Powell been there. And I'm a little surprised at this.
Yeah. So the campuses side here, the combined campuses and colleges team, they played 5 games. Well, this is their 5th game, and they have won 1 game so far in this tournament.
Yeah,
so
they upset, was it the Barbados Pride?
Yeah.
They upset Barbados Pride. Yeah, in the last encounter. Really a surprise. So
was it a full game or rain affected?
I think it was a full game. Yeah, it was a full game. And Powell got 100.
Right.
Yeah, Powell got 100, chasing down the total. And that was it.
On flighted there by Kirk McKenzie, and they come for a quick single, and they make it comfortably. So Kirk McKenzie here causing some confusion for the CCC batsman. His first over, his first spell in List A cricket.
Yeah, just going back to that game, Adrian Barbados got 264 for 7 in their 50 overs, and CCC chased it down and won with 2 wickets to spare. And Powell, of course, 102 led the way.
Yeah.
And this was after they lost Jeremiah in the very first or the second over, when he went without scoring. At the end of the over, 27 overs have now been bowled. It's 111 for 7. But everybody else chipped in. Shakir Paris got 44, Drake's 35, Brooks 33.
Yeah, so a lot of stats here you could see in this innings. Drake's 19, Brooks 23, Govaya 22, Graves 18. So plenty stats. But no one here really carrying on so far. We see 2 new batsmen in again. So the innings never really had like a period of time you could say, well, they were in the game, the CCC team. So, and it really reflects here in the score, 112 for 7. So the Jamaica team here sensing blood here.
And when you're just going back to that, is Barnes bowling a new over as the sun is back with us here in all its glory. Yeah, when you think back, they won with actually 5 overs to spare as well, chasing down 264. So it was a really good victory.
Yeah, and it wasn't just 100. It
No,
had some
yeah.
scores to back up Powell's 100 there. So yeah, I think to chase a score anything close to like what they will have to chase today, you need one batsman to kind of.
That's right, at the top of the order
Yeah.
as well.
You need a big 100 or someone scoring maybe 2 scores of 2 big 50s
Yeah,
to get to
yeah,
something
and
close to this.
That's right, you're quite right.
So 178 required now from 136 deliveries. And the scoring rate now goes to that close to 8 runs per over.
Barnes in his 6 over, 1 for 27, so you have to give him credit. He really looks like just a trundler, but he's done well for the Scorpions. 5.4 overs, 1 for 27.
Driven down there to long off. And would you say, Colin, that the pitch had anything to do with this pattern here by the...
No, it's been a good pitch. I think the Scorpions showed you that the pitch is a good batting strip. Suppose if you want to, but it's always been slow here at the Queen's Park Oval. The pit ball doesn't really come onto the bat quickly. The end of the over, 28 overs have now been bowled, 113 for 7. But it's the type of pitch where if you settle down and you play a proper innings, you're hard to dislodge.
Yes, definitely. So no great terror here.
No, at all.
I think shot selection
Yep.
would have been the main purpose.
I mean, Carlos Brown showed you exactly how to play on this pitch. Played everything early on. Everything was on merit, and he was playing in that gap in front of him.
And what's surprising too is that as any batsman will tell you, to get a start is always the hardest
Oh
thing.
yeah.
And they're not short of starts in this game. Because
Yeah.
Brooks got a start. A lot of guys got
A lot
starts.
of the guys got a start.
So
Just weren't able to carry on. Drake's, for example.
if the wicket is not good, guys wouldn't get starts.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, but they have starts.
That's a good shot. It's Blackwood. He's quick, isn't he? Blackwood doesn't know how to trot behind a ball. He sprints. Just a single there.
So the Jamaica team require 1 wicket to get that bowling point in this power play.
They're looking for 2, and they're going to get it.
So Mackenzie here.
In his second over, 1 for 4. Tell you what, if he picks up another wicket, he may run around the field.
Quick single here. Blackwood. Feel that backward point region.
Yeah, Blackwood has come into backward point. I thought he was out at the deep cover position. But
So 4 runs off this over. Easy single there.
it's all too easy, isn't it? Against Mackenzie. If you're not going to look to attack him and go for a big hit, you can push it around, get the singles.
Run rate over 8 now.
And
Required run
climbing.
rate, sorry.
Yeah, and climbing. That's going to run away for 4. No, it's not. Blackwood is the man giving chase. So you know he's going to cut it off, which he does. And they pick up 2 runs, but not a good delivery from Mackenzie, wide of the off stump, and just chopped away by Jordan. So the end of over number 29, it's 121 for 7.
Barnes will be continuing from this media center end.
I think they're probably going to bowl him out. 6 overs, 1 for what? 1 for 28 or 1 for 29. I'm not sure. 1 for 28, I think. So they're going to probably bowl him out from the Jerry Gomez Media Center or Willie Rodriguez end. And he's bowling to Goodridge. Yeah, 6.1 overs now, 1 for 28. Is Brad Barnes. Pick up an easy single.
So it has been a really good day for cricket here at the
Oh, it has
Queen's
been.
Park Oval. No
But
rain.
It's a little pity though that the game wasn't a little bit more competitive and closer game. But I think from the time Jamaica got beyond 200, you felt there was always going to be, especially with Powell.
Yeah.
Especially with Powell not playing, you just or cannot bat. You always felt it going to be a struggle for the CCC.
Yeah, he's the informed batsman, so you would have needed him today.
Oh, for sure. Easy single again. It's time for Jordan. So one more to the total, 123 for 7.
Nice cloud cover here.
I think the players would be happy. I'm happy. Yeah.
You could
Tell
feel
you
the
what.
heat here sometimes.
But I tell you what, I went outside a little while ago and the sun was blazing. End of the over from Barnes. He's now completed 7 overs, 1 for 31. And the CCC, after 30 overs, they're 124 for 7.
Javar Royal there, 8 overs, 3 wickets for him.
Yeah, he's been the pick of the bowlers, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely so. So 166 from 120 balls. Not sure how much of that the CCC team will get here. But it's a game of cricket and anything could happen.
Mackenzie still in the attack. 125 now for 7. Mackenzie starting his 3rd over, 1 for 9. Jordan, I think these guys must be pretty happy that Mackenzie is in the attack, because once they don't try to a big shot, and try to go over the top or over mid wicket, I think they can just push it around and they'll be happy.
Very much so. Sometimes in these situations, as a batsman or into the sort of the tail, you don't want to overkill this part timer, because sometimes you try to attack him too much and to take him off.
That's right.
So it's a
That's
nice
right.
period of play to just knock him around.
Get the singles. They're quite happy. He's going for what? 3 runs and over. And
Yeah, keep him on. They want him
keep
to
him
stay
on.
on.
I remember that philosophy. I can't remember who it was I was batting with. And they brought on this bowler, and I can't remember who it is. He came on and he said, listen, don't hit him for 4, eh? They're going to take him off. So we knocked it around, getting about 6, 7 and over without a boundary. But I think after a while they got... Yeah, they became aware of the tactic. End of the over from Mackenzie. He's now completed, 3 overs, 1 for 10. And the CCC, after 31 overs, it's 126 for 7.
So just to mention some of the top run scorers here in the CG Super50 tournament. So Justin Graves, 401 runs from 5 innings. Amir Jangu from Trinidad and Tobago, from 5 innings, 337 runs. And Tevin Imlak, the Guyana captain, with 232 runs. And the bowler now, we have Rakeem Cornwall, 12 wickets of 5 games. Jomel Warrakan, 12 wickets from 4 games. And Yannick Carrier, 11 wickets from 5 games.
Driven. Single for Jordan. Yeah, I must admit, Amir Jangu, he's been in that rich vein of form since last year. I remember he was not selected for a Trinidad and Tobago game. Came into somebody got injured. I think it's Jed Gooley. I stand corrected. And Amir Jangu came in and batted absolutely brilliantly. Got, I think, 79 or 80. And hasn't looked back since then.
Oh, and that's in the air. And it might drop safely.
Yep. Every now and again, Blackwood stands there with his hands on his...
Yeah, misbelief. He's in misbelief.
Yeah, because I think he stopped. In fairness to him, because he normally gets there. But I think he saw who is it, running towards him, Mindley, and I think he stopped.
Yeah.
But there was Goodrich going for glory, looking for a big hit.
think he hit the clouds there with that one. It went really high.
Or Dragonfly.
Yeah.
Well, here is Jordan turning this one backward of square. He's thinking of 2. But just a single in it.
So as you mentioned, Amir Django, this year he also scored a double hundred
Yeah.
in the first class tournament. So the 4-day tournament here in the Caribbean. So he's really having a year of his life so far. In this
Well, I
first
tell you what,
class.
it's going to be, I'd be surprised if eventually he's not called to the West Indies setup at some time. Be it 50 over, be it, well, I think the 4-day tournament coming up, he's going to partake in that, and I think that is going to be very, very important for him.
Yes, definitely so. He has 35 first class matches, and he's averaging 34.8, which is not so
It's-
bad.
Yeah,
for,
it's not
you know,
bad.
for-
And yeah, the end of the over at 32 overs have now been completed, 131 for 7. Yeah, it's not bad. You would like him to get that up maybe to 39, 40.
Yeah.
If he can get that up there, he'd be all right.
Yeah, definitely so, because he could make the team with that, but when you get to like 40, you could actually compete now
No, for
at the
sure.
higher level, and that's it. So you might be good enough to get in the side with 34, but to compete at the international level, you need to be a bit higher than that. So he has 1 first class 100 at double 100, 12 half centuries, and he's played 47 list day games. And he sweeps there, and that will be 4 runs to Jordan. Good shot by him, a very convincing shot. And Mackenzie there, the bowler. Attacking shot there by Jordan. I think we should see more of these now, because
Yeah, he's starting to get a lot of confidence now, Hakeem Jordan. I tell you, I think he's a better player than the number he's come in.
it's a good shot again there. But it'll be
That's
2
4
runs.
runs.
4 runs,
About
wow.
4 runs. He hit that he hit that really hard. And
Wow.
Odin Smith couldn't get around in time. That was a good shot. He hit it tremendously hard.
Yeah, and it was deliberately placed there, as we could see. He hit it in front of that cover
Yeah.
to his right. So
And then to the left of the
of
man
the
at
man,
long
yeah.
off.
So very good
So,
placement.
and again, we talk how lightning quick this outfield is.
Yeah, it's a good batting there. 2 fours and a single.
Yeah.
So good batting there. So 140 for 7. Still 17.3.
Quicker delivery. So it's been a good over so far. 10 runs from the first 4 deliveries from Mackenzie. Really a part-timer. I'm surprised that he got the wicket and they didn't give him maybe 1 or 2. I thought he's bowling an over too much here. And look at the partnership. 30 from 37 deliveries.
This might be his last one.
I would think so.
Yeah.
But he's just got, so what, 1 delivery left to complete over number 33. And his 4th over.
Oh, and he's
Oh,
gone.
Well, did I say this is his last over? I do apologize, Mr. Mackenzie.
I said it too.
I apologize, Mr. Mackenzie. There was Jordan. You could see him very upset with himself. He was pushing at that delivery. No need to do that. I think he was looking to go through the mid-on position.
Yeah, and it just kind of held up a bit
Yeah.
on him. Yeah.
That's a good catch, though. Very,
very
very good
good.
catch.
Yeah.
So the end of Jordan, he goes for 21. Caught and bowled. Mackenzie, so 1 turns into 2 from Mackenzie. He's picked up 2 wickets now for 20 runs from his 4 overs. So at 141 for 8, it's time for the fast bowler. Ruskin Mark. You know he was a fast bowler, right,
Yes.
Adrian? Yeah, he was. Some people told me he was inquisitive. But I wouldn't say that. Never say a thing like that about Ruskin Mark.
So Kirk McKenzie there assisting the Jamaica Scorpions to get their second bowling point. They got 5 wickets in the second power play, which runs from over 11 to over 40. So they have a bowling bonus point in the first power play, and now they have their second bonus point in the second power play. So Kirk McKenzie here picking up 2 wickets, the part-timer. His first ever spell in List A cricket, and 2 wickets for him at the regional level in the West Indies.
Well, the captain recognized that, the end is near. So he's decided to give his change bowlers.
Yeah, this could be the last wicket here, Ruskin, because we're not too sure if Powell would be coming out.
Yep.
So,
and at this stage, it probably doesn't make
Yeah.
sense that he risk it at all.
if they needed something like 10 runs
Yep.
off of 1 over, maybe it would have been a good idea to maybe ask him to come out.
Yeah,
but
because then
not
you're
in this-
trying to win.
Yeah. So you have to manage risk when it comes to injuries. So I guess management team will know it doesn't make sense risking him because Powell may be in the 4-day setup. Well, the rest of this tournament, I'm not sure if he will play.
If he's able to,
But
depending
he-
on the extent of the injury.
Yeah.
And if he comes out here and tries to run, then he could aggravate it
That's
even
right.
further and do more damage. So Mansingh, possibly the last man. Because if I look at it in the dressing room, I'm not even seeing as if Powell is padded up.
No.
If he was sitting there earlier.
Yeah. I saw him kind of limping,
Mhm.
like walking with a limp going to the dressing room just now in the back. So yeah, it doesn't look like he would be coming out.
It will be very courageous of him to come out and still try to hit around. As he was hit outside the off stump, I think he moved right across his stumps there.
Yeah.
So the Jamaicans really they put a vice grip on this game from very early. Never really allow CCC to get in the game in a real sense in terms of getting to the score that is required. End of the over. 142 for 8 at the end of it.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the Jamaica team, they would have lost that early wicket when they were batting, the captain, John Campbell. But after that, the Jamaica team, they were in basically ahead in probably every,
Yeah, they lost 2 early
Yeah.
wickets, so 11 for 2.
yeah,
And, they lost Campbell without scoring in the first over. And then they lost the same Kirk McKenzie for 1
that's right.
at 11 for 2. But then that big partnership
That was it. Between Blackwood and Brung.
yep, set them alight. And then we had another big partnership at the end. Odin Smith
And Glenn.
and Glenn. Glenn getting a half century. Smith getting 32 not out, or 32 run out.
So Minley here, bowling from this Chuika room end. So he knows that there's 1 wicket away. I think everyone would be aware of that. So he's really going to try to clean up, sweep it up here now.
Yeah, but sometimes you know you're going to get the victory, and but you can't get the bowling point because it's happening in the middle session and not that final.
Yeah, I think they would need Powell to help them with that because they need the innings to go to the 40th
to be
over.
extended.
I don't think Powell will be helping them with that today.
It doesn't really make much sense for him to even try that in any significant way to see if they could do that at this point in time.
So really clinical performance here by the Jamaica Scorpions. They have had a relatively slow start in this tournament so far. But if they pick up momentum now, they can actually really get themselves into the top 4 in the standings. They are 5th at the moment, and if they get a victory here, they will go up into that 4th place position. And once you get into that top 4, that's where you really need to be. That's the qualifying positions. So sometimes some teams may start, as you would say locally, hot and sweaty. You may get wins early up, and then sometimes your performance tends to tail down a bit.
Yeah.
So if the Jamaica team could actually gain momentum now, this is like we're just over the halfway mark, heading towards the qualification stage, and they will really thrive on this momentum here now, this victory here, which would, if they do get this victory here, which is likely for them, it would really be a big victory that they will send to the rest of the teams in this tournament.
Well, the batting is improving. The bowling is also, coming together. So, they're trending in the right direction, and that is a recipe for success. It's also it could be a scare for the other teams, knowing that Jamaica probably will be playing their best cricket at the most important time of the tournament, which is what you want to do.
Yeah, very similar to the that one they get some bat on it there. That's Mansing. And yeah, as you mentioned, the Red Force too really gaining their momentum too. So that's the end of the over. It's 144 for 8 after 35.
And that is what you want to do. The teams are, they try to peak in time for the end of the tournament, because teams that peak early invariably run out of steam, by the tail end of the tournament. And sometimes, like I say, sometimes it's good to lose a game in a tournament setting.
Yes, that actually happened to us. I'm not sure if you remember with the Trinidad and Tobago team back in the Champions League when we played New South Wales in the final. We actually won every game in the tournament, the preliminaries straight to the semis, and then we end up losing in that finals. And we always said that we should have. It's not that you're playing to lose a game. No team should do that. But sometimes you get that loss out the way in the preliminaries.
And it kind of acts as a reminder, as a wake-up call, however you choose to phrase it. But what it does, it tells you that, you're not invincible, and you have to play every game with a certain edge to your performances.
Yeah, definitely. So, it dropped him.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Campbell was grabbing at that one, it slipped. Came fast, though. Came at him
and
quickly.
You just get 2 runs off of it. So, and then there's also the law of probabilities, where if you're doing something repeatedly over and over, it's due to change. So if you're winning, just like Graves, he's doing really good right now, and they always have that possibility. That's Justin Graves.
Yeah, the law of averages suggests that you're going to fail at some point.
That's right. That's hit there, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, that's well struck as well, because the mid-off was in the circle. So there was no long off per se. There's a long on, but he hit it well.
So a bit of a cameo here in the back end of the innings from Mansing. Nice batting here by him, showing the top order how to do it.
Yep. That is always the case when a batsman, regardless of what position you're playing, once he's prepared to play sensibly and then take what the bowlers are offering him. If they're gonna serve him deliveries he can drive or hit.
And he goes, and he pierces that gap there. A really tight gap between the extra cover and cover, but there will be 1 run. Really good fielding there by Blackwood at the long off. position. He ran around to his left.
Yeah, he comes in when you have Mansing on strike, but when it is Goodrich, he goes back to the boundary.
Tick outside edge there, well fielded. And that's the end of the over.
150 is on the board, isn't it?
8 runs off of it, 152 for 8 after 36.
So they just another milestone here, but they're so far away from where they want to be at this stage, and with just the last pair, or potentially the last pair at the wicket, it's as they say, it's almost impossible. But it's cricket, so you never can tell what happens. They still need a further 138 from 84 balls. The players are going to take a break, and so will we. We'll come back in a short while. Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here at the Queen's Park Oval, we are probably just about getting ready to administer the final rites in this encounter. It's 152 for 8 at the moment. There's still a long way away. The CCC, they need a further 138 runs. They only have 84 balls, but more importantly, they have just the 1 wicket. It's unlikely that Kieran Powell will bat, so this is, for all intents and purposes, the last pair. But they are stubborn as ever and continuing to fight.
They're looking to come back with 2.
Yeah, that was not on. Good call by Mansing. And of course, Goodrich, probably with the adrenaline flowing there, wants to get on with it, maybe.
Yeah, definitely trying to get back on strike too. Maybe feeling it, middling them. So.
But they brought back Mindley to see if he could wrap things up here quickly. I'm sure the message from the dressing room might be that Powell isn't going to bat, so just try and knock off this wicket and let's go home, gentlemen. But Mansing continues to defy the Jamaicans' best efforts.
And also, Ruskin, if they prolong the game into the 40th, they have that opportunity for that bonus point there. So it's
it's a chicken and egg scenario here right now. You know, Well, they're not too far off. They still have a few overs to
Yeah.
go. But if that was the case, then I'm not bowling Mindley. I'm looking for anybody else but. And this one goes high in the air, but then it squirts away. And you could see everybody in the inner ring looking up, but the ball was well away from everyone.
Yeah. And you're right. That is how the game should be played. You should always be trying to bowl out the team.
Yeah, try to win the game.
Even our club cricket here in Trinidad domestic with the points, sometimes in a situation like this, the team may actually bowl themselves out because they don't want to give them that point.
Bonus,
because they know it's going to be over soon or later.
And again, it's almost like a team declaring twice. You don't see it very often, but sometimes a team might declare a second
Yeah,
time.
that's right.
Because they probably feel that they could bowl out the opposition cheaply, and they just declare, even though it might be a farcical declaration. They just declare, like you say, to deny them a bonus point.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, and that's a good shot there.
That's well played. That could very well run down the hill for 4 runs. It's a long chase. This time the foot, well, he does stop it. And unfortunately, they're only going to get 2. It looked like 3 was definitely on there.
So Mansingh there, looking really good. Really nice straight drive. Nice to see that from a tail-ender. So he would be happy with that shot.
And the thing that the Jamaicans don't want is for somebody to, as what happened there just now, the man chasing the ball, it looked like Campbell, was it? No, Campbell is on the inside. But again, having to run down look like Glenn and almost do damage to himself because he was trying to stop the ball before the ropes.
Oh, quick single here.
Yep.
Get it comfortably.
This time, actually it's Royal. This time Royal decided he's not going to even bother to try to run them out. So maybe he might get the ball himself to come back. 158 for 8 after 37.
Yeah, so as we were mentioning about the dragonflies, that there were a swarm of dragonflies before. Basically from some research here, it's saying that dragonflies are very active on warm days. And we know today was
A hot one,
especially warm. Yeah, they wouldn't come out because they wouldn't want to get the wings wet. So some insects and birds, they don't like to get their wings wet. So we're almost guaranteed there wouldn't be any rain here because these insects have those instincts built into them. And they would know that if there's rain around or rain isn't around.
Stay
so
indoors.
yeah. So we don't think we're going to get any rain today.
Nope.
According to the dragonflies.
If we to read their minds. The Royal is into the attack.
And that's guided down to third man. It races down to that boundary there, but the Jamaican is faster. And that ball, that looks like Cook Mackenzie. So good effort there by him. And good to see them still putting in the effort. They know that they're on top. But you always want to, give a good showing no matter what. Finish the game on a high, on a positive, and keep the team spirit high for the team meeting after the game.
Yep. Because now they're bringing Odin Smith from that short fine leg position. Now they're going to rely on the accuracy here of Royal because they've essentially taken a man from the onside and put him on the offside.
It's a good shot by Mansingh. Mansingh looks like one of the most comfortable batsmen I've seen here, in this period of the game. So
Well, he's certainly shaping well, and if he's probably batting for the other games to come.
good reaching for that one, fly to delivery. And he's spinning away, so seems some rough there developing outside the leg of the right-hander.
Well, Royal had picked up the first 3 wickets, so he's back for the first time since. Probably trying to end it here.
But then that big spin there across the right-hander, angling it in. It's bowling around the wicket, so natural angle into the right hand and it's straightening. Again, yeah, that one just going straight through.
That's the wicket that bowled Paris. That's the ball that bowled Paris. It skidded onto him. Didn't turn at all. It went with the arm. So I think what he's trying to do is spin a couple to kind of fool Goodrich and then go with
Oh, again.
And that is it.
That,
Bowled him. Kept a bit low. And that is the end of that. So 16 to Goodrich. And Royal continues his dance.
yeah, that's the dance we didn't want to see. Well, not us, but the CCC team. And that's the end there of Goodrich. And a really clinical performance here by the Jamaica Scorpions. We could see the captain here, Campbell, smiling. He's happy. He didn't really score much today, but he's still happy at the end of the day that his team got over the line. So Jamaica Scorpions 289 for 8 from their 50, and they have bowled out the campuses for 161 for 9 from 38 overs. So they get that bonus point in the second power play, but they missed out by 2 overs if the game had gone to the 40th over. So congratulations to the Jamaica Scorpions. They registered their 3rd win in this tournament, and as we mentioned, they're actually starting to pick up momentum now. This Jamaica team, they get their first 100 also. Brong scoring a century. So good signs here for the Jamaica Scorpions and their management team. There will be a boost. We see Haynes there, the coach, would be really happy. Robert Haynes, the former West Indies selector. He was the selector for one of the selectors when I played for the West Indies, and he's the coach here now, and he would be really happy with this performance.
Yeah, it's a massive victory by 128 runs, and again, no Kieran Powell to bat for the CCC. That has to be stated. He was injured, so he hamstring injury. Probably to state of the game, they decided it's probably better to not even risk it with him.
Yeah, definitely so. And so that's the Jamaica top scorers. Brong 121 runs from 119 deliveries, 12 fours, 5 sixes, strike rate of 101. Blackwood 41 from 67 balls, 3 boundaries for him. Slowish innings for the kind of batsman Blackwood is, but I guess he played that innings there with Brong to build that big partnership that they had. And we have the other outstanding batsman again, Glenn, who scored 52 from 46 deliveries, 2 boundaries and 4 sixes by him. Odin Smith there contributed nicely, 32 from 24 balls, 2 fours and 2 sixes, striking at 133. So clinical performance here, it got them to 289, really competitive total. They at one point it looked like they would have gotten close to 300, but there was a really good last over there by the CCC that prevented them.
Yeah, it's a big big victory in the end. I think I'm looking at the figures. How much they were bowled out for? What, 161 is the final score. So a comprehensive victory by them. So that is victory by 128 runs. So that's huge compared to the fact that they were 2 for 11 at one stage. But to come back, post a big total, and then watch your bowlers do the business is a credit to the Jamaicans. So I'm sure they may be sitting pretty now in the dressing room thinking, things are going according to plan, things are falling in place now, and it's time to, as I say, pull the choke and see if they can't get a victory. Royal, the chief destroyer with 4 for 29. I think the dance might be remembered more than anything else. And he had plenty to dance about because he took the first 3 and then he came back in the death here and took the last one. So a nice bookend to the innings for him, wickets at the top, and then the last one to close the chapter on this game here. CCC brought back down to earth after their big win against Barbados, and they was to be optimistic of a big result today as well against the Jamaicans, but it was not to be. They were comprehensively beaten here by 128 runs. And so, again, on behalf of the entire team, Colin Murray, Adrian Barrett, and earlier we had Kishan Behadu Singh with us. We want to thank you all for being with us. And stay with us here as we continue our coverage of the Super 50 tournament, the tournament that is producing some interesting results as we go through. So until tomorrow, we encourage you to, or until Wednesday. Until tomorrow, we're back here on tomorrow, and then, of course, we'll be back again here on Wednesday as we continue our coverage of the CG United Super 50 tournament. So until such time, stay with us here on 360 and at the West Indies website, the West Indies Cricket Board's website, and where you get all the information on the tournament so far. So until such time, as we leave you from the Queen's Park Oval for the last time, the very latest here is that the Jamaica Scorpions have just defeated the combined campuses and colleges by a whooping 128 runs.